Chapter 35-48. Seeing Qin Feiyang sealed in ice, the white-haired old woman and Bing Running heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person's law was not strong. Otherwise, coupled with his ridiculously strong physical body, it would be difficult to deal with him. Bing Running said, "This person must have a strong background. Bring him back and interrogate him." "Okay." The white-haired old woman nodded and grabbed the air with her hand. Qin Feiyang, who had turned into an ice sculpture, immediately rose into the air and flew toward the two. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang had been completely sealed in ice. Because this was a supreme law. How could a mere perfected dominator withstand the supreme law's ice seal? However, just when they thought that victory was in their hands, a majestic aura suddenly emerged from the ice sculpture. The two were stunned and stared at the ice sculpture in surprise. The aura was getting more and more terrifying. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. How is this possible? The white-haired old woman's gaze trembled. He was not sealed in ice. This aura, it seems to be. Bing Running's eyes were also filled with shock. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Karma law. It is indeed the karma law. I didn't expect such a young human to comprehend the karma law." The white-haired old woman's face was filled with shock. But then, the shock on her face turned into doubt. Even if it was the karma law, it was impossible to break the ice seal of the supreme law of ice. Unless, all of a sudden, her body shook and she roared, "Supreme law! What is the supreme law?" Bing Running was shocked by the white-haired old woman and asked. "The karma law's supreme law." The white-haired old woman roared in disbelief. A dagger suddenly appeared in front of her. It was sparkling and translucent, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. This was a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. She originally wanted to keep him alive, but the current situation did not allow it. If the other party had really grasped the supreme law of karma, then even she would be in a tough battle. So, she grabbed the dagger and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Crack! Just as the white-haired old woman arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, a dazzling golden light rushed out from inside, and the ice covering Qin Feiyang's body immediately shattered. Following closely, a large hand reached out from the frost mist and grabbed the dagger. What? The white-haired old woman's eyes trembled. How dare he grab the supreme divine artifact with his bare hands? The most frightening thing was, even if he grabbed the dagger with his bare hands, there was no wound on his hand. Just how strong was his physical body? Could it be, did this kid break the legendary limits of the physical body? Is your power of law very strong? Qin Feiyang slowly raised his head and looked at the white-haired old woman standing in front of him. 10 golden lotuses appeared and danced in the air, exuding a world-destroying divine might. It really is the supreme profundity of the law of karma. The white-haired old woman was dumbstruck. What kind of person was this? Comprehending the supreme profundity of an ultimate law at such a young age? This was too outrageous. I'm asking you. Is your power of law very strong? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly, with a strong sense of ridicule. The white-haired old woman was speechless. No matter how strong the supreme profundity of the law of ice was, it couldn't be compared to the supreme profundity of an ultimate law. Previously, she had shamelessly said that the other party's power of law couldn't compare to hers. However, in the blink of an eye, the other party revealed the supreme profundity of the law of karma. This was equivalent to an invisible slap on her face. To tell you the truth, people like you who haven't grasped the supreme profundity of an ultimate law can't arouse my interest. Qin Feiyang chuckled and clenched his hand, causing cracks to appear on the dagger. Seeing this, the white-haired old woman immediately slapped at Qin Feiyang. The law of ice rolled out and shattered the sky. Qin Feiyang let go of the dagger and took a step back. At the same time, the 10 golden lotuses floating around him released a world-destroying power and blasted at the white-haired old woman. Boom! The white-haired old woman was immediately sent flying. She spat out blood and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state. So strong. Bing Running's eyes trembled. She didn't expect that this person not only had a sovereign divine weapon, but also his own strength. Now, in front of this person, she, the princess of the divine Phoenix clan, felt like a joke. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and fell on Bing Running. He smiled and said, "I saw that you were laughing happily before. Why? You're not laughing now?" Bing Running's pupils contracted and there was a trace of unconcealable fear between her brows. "Although I don't know what your identity is in the divine Phoenix clan, no matter who it is, as long as they provoke me, they won't have a good ending. Come on, let me see what you have to be so arrogant in front of me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He raised his hand and a surge of the power of karma appeared. It surged toward Bing Running like a huge wave. "Your Highness, be careful." The white-haired old woman's face changed and she quickly rushed in front of Bing Running. All the laws surged out and attacked the power of karma. The power of karma was immediately shattered. "How dare you jump in front of me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. 10 golden lotuses roared out and a terrifying divine power shook the area. The white-haired old woman's laws were like withered trees that couldn't withstand a single blow and were shattered one after another. "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have mastered the most powerful laws?" The white-haired old woman shouted. Ice flames rushed out of her body. Qin Feiyang frowned. He looked at Bing Running and saw the same ice flames on her body. They were very similar to the divine flames of the phoenix-robed woman. The only difference was that the phoenix-robed woman's divine flames were fiery red, just like ordinary flames. However, the divine flames on these two people's bodies were made of ice. The 10 golden lotuses flew out aggressively. The two people didn't dodge and just stood there, looking at the 10 golden lotuses calmly. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering rumble, a wave of destructive energy exploded. The wind howled, and dust covered the sky. Qin Feiyang stood in the wind and looked at the old woman and the young woman with shock in his eyes. Facing the attack of the 10 golden lotuses, the two people didn't have any injuries. The ice flames were like an indestructible shield that blocked all the attacks for them. "Is it the same as the divine flames?" Qin Feiyang murmured. "This is too strong. Why didn't the white-haired old man have such an ice flame?" "That's right. The white-haired old man was killed without any preparation. Moreover, he was killed by the sword of the Grim Reaper, so he probably didn't have time to activate this ice flame." It seemed that the divine Phoenix clan had their own life-saving abilities. With the protection of the ice Phoenix flame, unless you have a Dominator divine weapon, you won't be able to break it no matter how heaven-defying you are. And your Dominator divine weapon is currently fighting with the ice Phoenix sword, so you can only be beaten up. The white-haired old woman sneered. "Ice Phoenix flames?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ice Phoenix flames, could it be that their bodies were ice phoenixes? The woman in the Phoenix robe was from the Fire Phoenix clan and these two were from the Ice Phoenix clan. In other words, there were 2 clans in the Divine Phoenix clan? "We can exhaust you to death." Bing Running snorted coldly as the power of law surged around her. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked. Among the 5 types of laws, Bing Running discovered the Devour Law. Like the woman in the Phoenix robe, they both mastered the Devour Law. No wonder the two became enemies. One was an Ice Phoenix and the other was a Fire Phoenix. Ice and fire were incompatible. In addition, they both mastered the Devour Law. Naturally, they would secretly compete with each other. However, whether it was the Ice Phoenix or the Fire Phoenix, they both belonged to the Foam people. Was there a need to do this? Anyway, in Qin Feiyang's opinion, there was no need. They were all from the same clan. Why did they have to make such a big fuss? Boom! The white-haired old woman also activated the 6 profound laws. In addition to the supreme profound meaning of the Ice Law, there was also a supreme profound meaning, which was the supreme profound meaning of the Sword Law. You have also mastered 2 supreme profound meanings? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Humph. Don't underestimate the people of our Ice Phoenix clan. The white-haired old woman snorted coldly. The two of them attacked at the same time. The various profound meanings suddenly turned into a torrent, carrying with it the power to destroy the world as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang counterattacked. Gradually, he didn't need to frown. Both of them were protected by the ice flames. Even if he destroyed the profound meaning of their laws, he wouldn't be able to break the protection of the ice flames. Everything he did was useless. Moreover, as the two of them said, with the constant consumption, Qin Feiyang felt a little tired. Should he activate the law of destruction? But even if he activated the supreme profound meaning of the law of destruction, he wouldn't be able to break the defense of the ice flames. Kill formula. Battle formula. These were all his trump cards. However, these might not be able to break the defense of the ice flames. Unless it was the slaughter domain. But now, since he couldn't enter the Black Tortoise realm, there was no point in activating the slaughter domain. Wait. Aren't there still 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang patted his head. 3,000 incarnations. If he activated the supreme profound meaning of the law of karma and the law of destruction at the same time, how powerful would that be? However, could 3,000 incarnations really do it? After all, the white-haired old woman had said before that only the sovereign weapon could break the defense of the ice flames. Forget it. Let's try it first. A.O. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to activate the 3,000 incarnations, a deafening wolf howl suddenly sounded from the desert behind him. N. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned his head to look. This seemed to be the howl of the white-eyed wolf. Ha, brother is here. Very soon. The white-eyed wolf's arrogant figure appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Moreover, it was also flying in the air. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had already broken the limit of the last step and raised his physical body to the sovereign level. But that wasn't right. He was only able to break the limit of this step when he entered the inner region, but the white-eyed wolf was able to break the limit in the middle region. Wait a minute. The white-eyed wolf was at the sovereign realm, and he was at the sovereign realm. Because of the difference in cultivation, the gravity they faced was different. Therefore, he had to go to the inner region to break the limit of the last step, but the white-eyed wolf didn't need to go to the inner region. Not bad. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. As expected of a partner who had gone through life and death with him. Chapter 35-49. Most importantly, the white-eyed wolf had come at the right time. Because the white-eyed wolf had the horsetail whisk. As long as the horsetail whisk was used, it would be easy to break the ice flames on the two. A wolf? At the same time. The white-haired old woman and Bing Running also saw the white-eyed wolf and were slightly stunned. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. This wolf could actually fly in the air? Could it be that the gravity of the heavy region had disappeared? The white-eyed wolf broke through the air, glanced at Bing Running, then looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly and said, "What happened? It's only been a while since we last met, and you're in such a sorry state? Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, then looked at Bing Running and said, "Hurry up and kill them." What kind of deep hatred? The white-eyed wolf was curious. Qin Feiyang said, "There's no deep hatred. They're courting death." Is that so? The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at the two with a smile. Are you stupid? How dare you come and provoke us? How dare you? The white-haired old woman shouted. How dare a greater mastery sovereign be so arrogant? And this Qin Feiyang, was his brain kicked by a donkey? How could he let a greater mastery sovereign kill them? How dare you scold me? It seems like you're tired of living. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. Just you? The white-haired old woman smiled contemptuously. Yes. Just you, me. Horsetail whisk, kill them. The white-eyed wolf shouted. Boom. The horsetail whisk immediately swept out from the white-eyed wolf's body, and divine power surged, covering the sky and earth. What? Another sovereign divine weapon. The two's expressions changed. The white-haired old woman grabbed Bing running and used a supreme divine art to turn around and flee. Just who were these two people? They actually had two sovereign divine weapons. Aren't you all arrogant and haughty? Why are you running now? White-eyed Wolf sneered. Their faces were as dark as water. Especially Bing running. She had never been in such a sorry state since she was young. Especially now, she had been defeated by a human and a wolf cub. It was a great humiliation. But now, they had no choice but to flee. Although they were from the Divine Phoenix clan, their fear of a sovereign divine weapon was no different from that of other creatures. A sovereign divine weapon was one of the most powerful existences in the sky cloud realm. Very soon, the two of them crossed the Nether River and fled into the inner region. The reason for that was because the location of their battle was near the Nether River. The horsetail Whisk chased after him. But, faced with the gravity of the inner region, its speed was directly reduced by half. On the other hand, Bing running and the white-eyed wolf were not bound by gravity. By the time Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf reached the Nether River, they were already nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Ice Phoenix sword also shook off the Death God's sword and rushed into the inner area without looking back, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? The white-eyed wolf looked at the horsetail Whisk opposite him and couldn't help but frown. Don't blame it. The opposite side is the inner region. Even a sovereign divine weapon would be suppressed by gravity. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. Not being able to keep the two of them here would be two big problems. Is it that terrifying? The white-eyed wolf scanned the inner region in surprise. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, I broke the last limit in the inner region. Why would I lie to you? Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and asked suspiciously, what the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang was about to speak when the Death God's sword fell from the sky. The horsetail Whisk also flew over from the opposite side and asked Qin Feiyang, after you broke the last limit, were you affected by the gravity in the inner region? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The horsetail Whisk smiled bitterly and said, then it seems that the speed of our sovereign divine weapon in the inner region is not as fast as you and the white-eyed wolf. It's okay. As long as your strength is not affected, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. You guys take your time to chat. After saying that, the horsetail Whisk disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked at the Death God's sword and asked, what about that woman? Whoosh. A wisp of divine soul flew out of the Death God's sword's body. This. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Death God's sword explained, at that time, the Ice Phoenix sword attacked too quickly. I could only save a wisp of her divine soul. Okay, as long as she's still alive. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Death God's sword also flashed and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul floating in front of him. Although there was only a wisp left, he could clearly feel a scorching heat wave. This is that woman's divine soul? The white-eyed wolf looked at the divine soul and said in surprise. Yes. She and the other two are both from the Divine Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang nodded. Divine Phoenix clan? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes, according to my guess, the clan in the core region should be the Phoenix clan. This woman belongs to the Fire Phoenix clan, and the other two are from the Ice Phoenix clan. And the identity of this woman will give you a big shock. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, I don't believe that she is the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said jokingly, she is really the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, and she is the eldest princess, the beloved daughter of the Fire Phoenix clan leader. Ah. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Are you kidding me? She has such a powerful background? After coming back to his senses, the white-eyed wolf asked suspiciously, if she is from the same clan, why did those two come to kill her? Qin Feiyang said, Bing Running is also the princess of the Ice Phoenix clan. As for the reason, it is because of the God-slaying tablet. The God-slaying tablet? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf said, it seems that you are not wrong. This God-slaying tablet is a divine artifact that is about to evolve into a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, anyway, we have picked up a big bargain. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, little Qin Zi, you two have a good relationship, right? Why do you suddenly ask? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. However, when he saw the sneaky smile on the white-eyed wolf's face, he immediately understood that this guy must be thinking about the God-slaying tablet. The white-eyed wolf was about to speak when Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, you don't need to say anything. When the God-slaying tablet evolves into a sovereign divine weapon, I will give it to you. However, there seems to be a problem. What problem? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. The God-slaying tablet belongs to this princess. Even if we have dripped blood on it to recognize it as its master, you should know that for a sovereign divine weapon, it will not be able to bind it. If the God-slaying tablet is loyal to this princess of the Feng people, when it evolves into a sovereign divine weapon, we will not be able to stop it from leaving. Qin Feiyang frowned. This problem must be solved in advance. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If you want a sovereign divine weapon to follow you wholeheartedly, you must gain its approval. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then make it swear a blood oath of loyalty. The artifact spirit is in a deep sleep. I can't even wake it up. How can it swear a blood oath? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf said, will it only wake up after it evolves? It's possible. But I'm not sure. After all, this is the first time we have seen a sovereign divine weapon evolve. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If that's the case, it will be a little difficult. The white-eyed wolf felt a headache coming on. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and simply took out the God-slaying tablet and the artifact spirit. He said, why don't I give it to you now? You can slowly think of a way in the future. The white-eyed wolf looked at the artifact spirit and the God-slaying tablet and nodded. Okay. With a wave of his paw, he sent the artifact spirit and the God-slaying tablet into his sea of qi. He then asked, should we go directly to the core area now or wait for this woman to rebuild her body and divine soul? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Logically speaking, it would be safer to wait for the woman in the phoenix robe to rebuild her body and divine soul before going to the core area. However, this woman was a perfected sovereign. How long would it take for her to rebuild her body and divine soul? Because he couldn't go to the Black Tortoise world now, there was no time array. Wait a minute. Time array? Wasn't the white-eyed wolf able to set up a time array that lasted 500 years in a day? Although it wasn't as long as 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, it could still save a lot of time. At the thought of this, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the central area and then looked up at the inner area. Since he wasn't restricted by gravity now, he might as well enter the inner area and find a place to hide and recuperate for a while. Let's go. Qin Feiyang grabbed the woman in the phoenix robe's divine soul and crossed the Nether River into the inner area. The white-eyed wolf followed closely behind. After entering the inner area, it scanned the surroundings. Was there such a strong gravity here? Even a sovereign weapon would be suppressed. It didn't feel anything. About half an hour passed. Buzz. A space-time transmission channel opened above the Nether River. Bing Running made a comeback. Her face was as cold as frost, and her whole body was covered with a murderous aura. The white-haired old woman was also behind her. Beside her was a middle-aged couple. The aura of this middle-aged couple was even more terrifying than the white-haired old woman. Where are they? The white-haired old woman scanned the area below and frowned. It's only been a while. They must still be in the heavy region. Killing intent flashed in Bing Running's eyes. The white-haired old woman asked, "The heavy region is so big. How do we find them? What do you think?" Bing Running looked at the middle-aged couple. Since this human already knows where we came from, he probably won't step into the inner area and will choose to leave the heavy region. Since they are in the heavy region, they can't use a space-time transmission device, so they can only fly out. Therefore, we can go directly to the boundary between the central area and the outer area and surround them. The middle-aged couple pondered for a while and analyzed. Not necessarily. This Qin Feiyang has two sovereign weapons. Looking at their personalities, they are both lawless. According to my personal speculation, they might go the opposite way and enter the inner area. The white-haired old woman said. Chapter 3550. Hearing this, Bing Running felt that it made sense. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely agree with the middle-aged couple's analysis. But after this battle, she had a better understanding of Qin Feiyang's character. He was not the kind of person who would be scared. Moreover, he was also an extremely smart person who was good at strategy. There was a good saying. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Maybe this man and wolf had really entered the inner area. The middle-aged couple looked at Bing Running and whispered, "Is the first princess dead or not?" Bing Running said, "According to the Ice Phoenix sword, she was indeed destroyed." The middle-aged couple looked at each other and said in a deep voice, "That's not the same thing. We have to think of a way to give the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan an explanation." "Explain what?" "Who knows that she died here? Who would know that we killed her? Even if the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan suspects us, he won't dare to do anything to us without evidence." Bing Running snorted coldly. She did not know that the sword of Thanatos had protected a wisp of her soul. That human knows. What if he breaks into the core area and tells the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan? The middle-aged couple frowned. "So we have to find them and kill them. Also, we have to snatch the god-slaying tablet. This is a quasi-dominator divine weapon. As long as it falls into our hands, when it successfully evolves into a dominator divine weapon, the strength of our Ice Phoenix clan will surpass that of the Fire Phoenix clan." Bing Running sneered. The white-haired old woman and the other two nodded. This way, Bing Running looked at the white-haired old woman and whispered, "Go to the human world immediately and investigate Qin Feiyang's background. The more detailed the better." "Yes." The white-haired old woman respectfully replied and activated a space-time teleportation artifact and quickly left. "The two of you go back and gather more clansmen to seal the exit of the central area and the entrance of the core area. In short, we can't let them leave the central area, and we can't let them sneak into the core area. We have to get rid of them in the central and inner areas." Bing Running looked at the middle-aged couple and ordered. "Understood." The couple nodded. "Be careful not to be discovered by the Fire Phoenix clan." Bing reminded them again. "Don't worry. They still don't know about the death of the first princess, so they won't pay attention to our whereabouts." The couple smiled. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf sped through the inner region. "Wait. What about Yun Zhongtian? Why don't I see him?" White-eyed wolf suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He has already been sent out. He should have arrived at Sky Cloud Island by now." "Sent out?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang explained briefly. "I see." White-eyed wolf nodded in understanding and grinned. Although the Yun family's clansmen aren't much, this old man's character is indeed not bad. He's worth cultivating. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and scanned the endless desert before him. He shook his head and said, "I wonder how big this inner region is. Do you even need to think about it? They are both forbidden zones, but the inner region of the heavy domain is definitely not smaller than the inner region of the Een Demon Land. Actually, what I'm most concerned about is whether there are any inheritances of the strongest laws in this inner region." White-eyed wolf grinned. "You, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, when we find a hiding place, I'll give you a surprise. What surprise? White-eyed Wolf looked at him curiously. Keep it a secret for now. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. The reason why he had left it in the white-haired old man's divine soul was to help White-eyed Wolf. As long as he could plunder the white-haired old man's law of destruction, the white-eyed wolf would master the 5 strongest laws, and his strength would increase by a large margin. Time flew by. Half a month passed. A man and a wolf entered a valley. This valley was made up of sand dunes of different heights, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge maze. Qin Feiyang stood above the valley and scanned the surroundings. He and the white-eyed wolf knew nothing about the inner region, so they did not know where they were now. Let's cultivate here. After this woman's divine soul is reconstructed, we'll ask where the entrance to the core region is and then plan our next step. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Along the way, they had not seen a single inheritance land. Could it be that there were no law inheritances in the inner region of the heavy domain? The man and the wolf landed in the center of the valley below, found a relatively hidden cave, and walked in. The white-eyed wolf waved its paw and set up a time array, then stood outside the cave and looked around. Qin Feiyang put the woman's divine soul into the time array, walked to the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, Don't get your hopes up. After all, the dragons and the Feng people are 2 different races. The dragons will set up an inheritance land in the inner region, but the Feng people will not do the same. Then where is the Feng people's inheritance land? I think they must have an inheritance land too. The white-eyed wolf frowned. We'll have to wait until the first princess wakes up. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What an impatient guy. Then he waved his hand, and the white-haired old man's divine soul appeared. He said, Don't worry about the inheritance land. Let's see what this is first. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf turned its head, and a trace of surprise appeared in its eyes. A small part of the white-haired old man's divine soul was imprisoned by the power of karma. However, his consciousness was still there. Human, do you know that you're digging your own grave? The divine soul roared and struggled. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Actually, at that time, there was a third person besides Bing Running and the old witch. This person is him. Then why did you keep him? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. For you. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. For me? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. It looked at the white-haired old man's divine soul, its eyes full of doubts. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and said, I'll give you another hint. He's the surprise I prepared for you. Surprise? The white-eyed wolf frowned and scratched its ears and cheeks, extremely puzzled. But suddenly, its eyes flickered as it looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, Could it be that he has mastered an ultimate law? Correct. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The white-eyed wolf suddenly became excited and asked, What kind of law? Is there any ultimate law? If there's no ultimate law, why would I keep him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying in a low voice, He has mastered the ultimate law of destruction. When the time comes, I'll pretend to be weak and find out more about it. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, it immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang excitedly and licked Qin Feiyang's face, shouting, I really, really love you. Get lost. Qin Feiyang kicked the white-eyed wolf away, wiped the saliva off his face, and said angrily, Aren't you disgusting? Don't be ungrateful. It's your blessing that I love you. The white-eyed wolf snorted. I'm sorry, I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Find someone else. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. How shameless. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, then looked at the white-haired old man's divine soul, its eyes glowing green and drooling. What do you want? Looking at the white-eyed wolf's grinning face, the white-haired old man could not help but feel his hair stand on end. Take a guess. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The white-haired old man shouted, I don't care what you do, but I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise, when the time comes, even the gods will not be able to save you." The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. "You don't have to worry about that." With that, the white-eyed wolf activated its battle soul. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand, and the power of karma dissipated. The white-haired old man immediately wanted to escape, but as a golden light fell, the white-haired old man's divine soul immediately let out a painful howl, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Dozens of breaths passed. The deprivation was successfully completed. The white-eyed wolf immediately sat on the ground like a human and began to merge. The white-haired old man's divine soul floated in the void, exuding a wave of disbelief. "My edict of destruction, why did the feeling disappear?" He roared hysterically at Qin Feiyang. "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang dug his ears and said angrily, "How annoying." With that, he slammed his palm down. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the white-haired old man's divine soul was immediately annihilated in the void. If the edict of destruction was still there, he could subdue it and use it as a mount. After all, a divine beast like the ice phoenix was rare, and having an ice phoenix as a mount was quite impressive. But now, without the edict of destruction, there was not much value left. Then, Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and entered the cave. He sat cross-legged in the time array and closed his eyes to comprehend the edict of force. Now, he had mastered 8 types of edict of destruction. They were the edict of karma, edict of destruction, edict of slaughter, edict of thunder, edict of war, edict of force, edict of wind, and edict of light. Among them, the edict of karma and edict of destruction had already reached the highest level. The edict of slaughter, edict of thunder, and edict of war had already been comprehended to the 5th level. Next was the edict of force and edict of wind. Finally, the edict of light. The edict of force and edict of wind were comprehended based on the return and action techniques, and were closely related to the 2 divine arts. Therefore, he had to prioritize improving the edict of force and edict of wind. And now, he only needed to comprehend one more 5th-level edict of karma, and he would be able to step into the sovereign realm. At that time, relying on the edict of karma and edict of destruction, the 2 strongest edict of destruction, he would be able to fight against the strongest of the dragons without using a sovereign weapon or activating the slaughter domain. This was what Qin Feiyang was looking forward to. He had to work hard. Firstly, the madman gave him a lot of pressure. It had been more than 3 years since he entered the heavy domain. He did not know how far the madman had grown in the sky cloud realm. Secondly, there was the pressure from the crown prince of the dragons. The first prince of the dragon race had obtained the supreme inheritance of the golden dragon race in the dragon nest. Moreover, in order for the first prince to defeat him, the upper echelons of the dragon race would definitely put in more effort to nurture the first prince. If he didn't work hard, when the time came for him to fight the first prince, there might be variables. For the eye of heaven, he absolutely could not lose this battle. Chapter 35-51. Half a day passed. The white-eyed wolf finally succeeded in merging. Boom! A powerful aura surged out, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse. Sand and dust billowed, covering the sky and earth. Qin Feiyang felt the commotion and opened his eyes. He looked at the high-spirited and proud white-eyed wolf standing outside. He couldn't help but be annoyed and said angrily, "Why did you cause such a big commotion? A breakthrough in cultivation? Is this something I can control?" The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and stared at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Let's spar." Spar? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The white-eyed wolf with 5 supreme laws came to bully him, someone who only grasped 2 supreme laws. How shameless was he? "I knew you wouldn't dare." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. "I shouldn't have left the destruction law to you." Qin Feiyang glared at it in annoyance. What a heartless bastard. Ha! The white-eyed wolf grinned and retracted his aura. He looked around and said, "You rest first. I'll take a look around." "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. to see if there's an inheritance land. After saying that, the ingrate activated the momentary time and disappeared without a trace. You're really worrisome. Qin Feiyang shook his head and closed his eyes to continue comprehending the law of force. He didn't care about anything else. He had to break through to the Perfection Dominator realm first. By then, would the white-eyed wolf still dare to jump around in front of him? As for the fifth profound of the law of force, after Pei Tianhong and Elder Hua's explanations, he had already seen the door. He only needed an opportunity to break through. However, not long after the white-eyed wolf left, a series of footsteps entered his ears. Someone's here? Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment. Then, he activated the concealment spell and walked to the front of the woman's soul. He held her soul in his hand and disappeared into the void with it. As for the time array, the white-eyed wolf had hidden itself in the void after setting up the time array, so no one could sense its aura at all. About a moment later, there were 3 men and 2 women sneaking over. Half-step sovereign? His movement speed is still so fast. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 people in astonishment. The 5 of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had extraordinary temperaments. They looked to be in their 20s, and it was obvious that they were not simple people. But their cultivation bases were rather surprising. They were all half-step sovereigns. One had to know. The gravity here was so strong that even perfect sovereigns would be crushed to pieces. However, these 5 half-step sovereigns were able to move freely. One of them was even floating in the air. What did this mean? This meant that they were not bound by gravity. There were only 2 possibilities for them to not be bound by gravity. First, they were like Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, who had broken the limits of their physical body. Second, they were from the same clan as the phoenix-robed woman and Bing Running. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that the 5 people in front of him had not broken the limits of their physical body. Therefore, there was only one explanation left. They were also from the Divine Phoenix clan. Since they were from the Divine Phoenix clan, why would they appear in the inner region? After all, there was no land of inheritance in the inner region, nor were there any rare treasures. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix clan had a lot of resources. There was no need for them to come to the inner region to look for treasures. The appearance of the 5 people seemed a little strange. One of the young women looked around and said suspiciously, "There are clearly residual auras here. Why don't I see anyone? It's really strange. We immediately ran over when we sensed that ferocious aura, but we didn't see anything." A young man next to her frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. It turned out that the aura of the white-eyed wolf when he broke through had attracted the 5 of them. However, why would the 5 of them come to the inner region? Could it be that there was indeed a land of inheritance in the inner region, but they had not encountered it yet? A slightly older young man scanned his surroundings before suddenly releasing his divine sense in all directions. "Oh no!" Qin Feiyang exclaimed. The concealment technique could not block the search of divine consciousness. As expected, the older young man immediately looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as they heard the young man's voice, the other 4 immediately looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang with vigilance. Qin Feiyang sent the divine soul of the phoenix-robed woman into his sea of qi to nourish and walked out of the void. The 5 of them stared at Qin Feiyang with horror in their eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 5 of them and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Who are you? How dare you disturb my meditation?" "We are," the older young man hurriedly bowed, but before he could finish his words, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said angrily, "We should be asking you that. Why are you, a human, in our territory?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "How can you tell that I'm a human?" Originally, he wanted to pretend to be a member of the Divine Phoenix clan to scare the 5 of them away, but he did not expect them to recognize him at a glance. This was indeed a little strange. On the surface, these people of the Divine Phoenix clan looked no different from him. How could they recognize him? The older young man said proudly, "You humans are born with a lowly aura. Of course, we can recognize you. Lowly? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How big of a sense of superiority did he have to be able to say such words? Be careful. He can ignore gravity, so he's definitely not an ordinary human. A young woman transmitted her voice. Heard it. The few of them were stunned. Only then did they realize that this human in front of them could actually talk and laugh under the gravity of the inner area, and was not affected at all. Humans are born with a lowly aura. To be honest, this sentence is very interesting. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised slightly, and an invisible pressure rushed toward the five of them. Seeing that the situation was not good, the five of them turned around and fled. Boom! The pressure rushed out, and the five of them were immediately imprisoned in the void. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the five of them. He said with a smile, "You want to run after scolding me? How can there be such an easy thing?" Sorry, it's our fault." The five of them were full of panic. He could actually fly. What kind of human was this? According to the elders in the clan, only their divine phoenix clan could ignore the gravity of the heavy region. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at the five of them. "I really want to know, as the leader of all living beings, why do you have a lowly aura?" A woman looked at Qin Feiyang unconvinced and said angrily, "So what if you humans are the leader of all living beings? Can the power of bloodline be nobler than us?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, shook his head and said disappointedly, "It seems that you are no different from the dragons. You all think that your bloodline is nobler than others and unattainable. Dragons." The five of them narrowed their eyes. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Looking at the reaction of the five of them, they obviously knew about the existence of the dragons. Suddenly, he thought of a plan and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just joking. In fact, I'm the messenger sent by the dragons." "What? You are the dragons?" The five of them were stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, and his body exuded a pure dragon's might. "It's really the dragons?" The five of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang was silent, observing the reaction of the five of them. Because he wanted to test whether the dragons were good or bad in the eyes of the Feng people. When they came back to their senses, the five of them immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. There was no longer fear in their eyes, but anger. "What are you dragons doing in our heavy region? Are you still hiding here sneakily to inquire about the situation of the Feng people?" They looked angry as if they didn't want to see him. Qin Feiyang pondered. From the reaction of the five of them, it was not difficult to see that the relationship between the dragons and the Feng people was not harmonious. It seemed that this trip was not a mistake. There was a chance to form an alliance with the Feng people. The Feng people ruled a forbidden area, and their strength was not much different from the dragons. As long as he could get the support of the Feng people, it would be much easier to fight against the dragons. "I'm asking you a question. What are you doing in the territory of the Feng people? Also, even the dragons can't ignore the gravity of the heavy region. You have to explain these things clearly." The older young man shouted. Don't be agitated. This humble one has come here on the orders of Lord Dragon King to find your Lord Clan Chief to discuss some important matters." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. What do the Feng people want to discuss with the dragons? The five of them snorted. They were doubtful of Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "I'm not joking with you. I really have something to discuss with them. This matter concerns the life and death of the dragons and the Feng people." Hearing this, the five of them looked at each other. It seemed that he was not joking. "What is it?" The older young man was suspicious. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I'm afraid that you are not qualified to know about this matter." The older young man frowned. "How about this? Bring me to the phoenix nest, and I will explain the reason to your patriarch. However, if this matter is delayed because of you, the consequences are not something you can bear." Qin Feiyang's eyes were sharp. The five of them looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and could not help but believe Qin Feiyang's words. "What? Don't tell me that the Feng people are worried that a perfected dominator like me will cause trouble in the phoenix nest? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. What a joke. In terms of strength, the Feng people are not inferior to the dragons. Why would we be afraid of a small messenger of the dragons? Fine. We will bring you to the phoenix nest. The older young man snorted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you. However, I have a companion. I will have to wait for him. A companion? The 5 of them frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced at the 5 of them and asked, why did you come to the inner region instead of staying in the phoenix nest? It's none of your business. The older young man replied coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. How cold. However, it could be seen that the dragons and the Feng people were not on good terms. Chapter 35-52. About an hour passed. The white-eyed wolf had not returned yet. Not only Qin Feiyang, but the Feng people and the other 4 could not help but frown. The older young man asked impatiently, when will your companions come? I don't know either. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Are all members of the dragon clan so long-winded? The young man raised his eyebrows, his face full of displeasure. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said angrily, brother, I'm the messenger of the dragons. Can't you be more polite? Is there a need to be polite to you dragons? The young man sneered. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. On the surface, he looked helpless, but in fact, he felt very comfortable. Moreover, seeing the Feng people's attitude towards the dragons, he felt a lot more at ease. Whoosh. Time passed and night fell. Finally. With a sound of breaking through the air, the white-eyed wolf landed beside Qin Feiyang like lightning, with a trace of excitement on his face. However, when he saw the Feng people and the other 4, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, who are they? The Feng people. Not long after you left, they found this place. I've already convinced them to take us to the phoenix nest. What about you? What have you been doing all day? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The white-eyed wolf was about to speak. The 5 people opposite looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Your companion is a wolf? Why? Do you have a problem with wolves? The white-eyed wolf was unhappy when he heard this. One of the young men sneered, the dignified dragons are actually in cahoots with such a lowly creature like a wolf. I think you dragons have fallen. What the hell? Lowly creature? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and asked, is he talking about me? Obviously. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. The Feng people were too proud. All creatures were lowly in their eyes. You're courting death. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely when he heard this. Calm down, calm down. Why do we need them to lead the way? Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted them. He looked at the 5 of them and said with a smile, who doesn't have a few friends, right? Besides, we're all living creatures living on this land. There's really no need to distinguish between nobility and lowliness. Degenerate. Hopeless. The young man snorted coldly. A woman impatiently waved her hand and said, that's enough. What kind of friends do the dragons want to make is their own business. It has nothing to do with us. The youth glanced at the woman and said to Qin Feiyang, all right, follow us to the phoenix nest. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands in thanks. Little Qin Zi, what's going on? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. How did he have anything to do with the dragons again? I pretended to be the messenger of the dragons. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to him. You can do that? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course. Don't forget that I'm also a man with dragon power. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The white-eyed wolf was amused. How could the people of the Feng people believe that a human pretended to be a dragon? They were so silly that they were cute. That's him. Stop. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard as two young men came over at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang, the Feng people, and the others turned their heads and looked puzzled. They ignored gravity again. It seemed that they were the people of the Feng people again. The two young men were also half-step sovereigns. They flew back angrily, but when they saw the 5 people of the Feng people beside Qin Feiyang, they were stunned and asked, "You guys are here too?" "Yes, we came out to try our luck." The older young man nodded. Then, he looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The two young men pointed at the white-eyed wolf angrily and shouted, "This wolf cub stole something from us." The 5 of them turned their heads and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang also looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously and said, "What's going on?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice, "It's nothing serious. We just stole a supreme divine artifact from them." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said, "Don't think too much. I'm not the kind of person who kills and steals. What did it steal from you guys?" A woman came back to her senses and looked at the two young men and asked. "A supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact." The two young men stared at the white-eyed wolf fiercely. You guys found a supreme divine artifact?" The 5 of them were surprised. "Yes. All these years, we've been trying our luck in the inner area. Not long ago, we finally encountered a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. But before we could get it, this damned wolf cub suddenly appeared and snatched the divine artifact right under our noses." The two of them were furious. Trying our luck, a supreme divine artifact, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf, "Did you find the land of inheritance?" "No. But we met several groups of people from the Feng people in the inner area. According to my observation, there's no land of inheritance in the inner area, but there are many supreme divine artifacts scattered around. Many young people from the Feng people like to try their luck in the inner area." The white-eyed wolf thought. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 5 young men also came to the inner area to look for divine artifacts. The two young men glanced at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They looked at the 5 of them and asked, "Why are you with them? And who is this human? Don't you know the rules? You can't have contact with humans." The older young man said, "He's not a human. He's the messenger of the dragons. He came to the Feng people under the order of the Dragon King. As for the wolf cub, he's his companion. We're going to bring them to the phoenix nest." "The messenger of the dragons?" The two of them were slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and released a wisp of dragon power. "He's really a divine dragon. However, the grand dragon race is actually colluding with a wolf. Truly laughable." The two young men looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. "No matter what your relationship is, he has to hand over the divine artifact. This belongs to the Feng people. You have no right to touch it." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, "Give it back to them. Don't ruin the relationship between the dragons and the Feng people." The white-eyed wolf pouted. He waved his claws and a golden armor appeared. It emitted a powerful aura. "Yes. This is the armor." The two young men's eyes lit up. "Isn't it just a supreme divine artifact? Why are you so excited? You're ignorant." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand disdainfully. He erased the blood contract and threw the armor to the two young men. "You're knowledgeable. Why are you still snatching it?" The two young men said angrily. "It's just a matter of convenience." The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said lightly. The two young men were instantly enraged. He was obviously mocking them for not being strong enough. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Okay, I've returned it to you. Don't be so calculative. Take us to the dragon nest." Seeing that Qin Feiyang's attitude was not bad, the two young men's expressions softened. Someone else is coming. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes narrowed and he looked to the left of the desert. Qin Feiyang was startled. He also raised his head and looked over. He saw two figures flying over like two specters. Experts. Their cultivation must have reached the peak dominator realm. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other calmly. However, the 7 young men did not notice the two because their cultivation was too weak and they were not vigilant. At the same time, the two figures also noticed Qin Feiyang and the others. Their pupils shrank slightly, and then they quietly flew over. The 7 of them finally saw the 2 of them. Their brows immediately raised, as if they did not like them. However, on the surface, they were still very respectful. Greetings to the 2 lords. The 7 of them bowed. The 2 of them nodded and glanced at the 7 of them. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked suspiciously, "They are?" The older young man replied respectfully, "They are the emissaries sent by the dragons. They said that they have something important to discuss with the 2 patriarchs. We are just about to bring them to the dragon nest." The emissaries of the dragons? The 2 of them were slightly stunned and smiled. "Since they are the emissaries of the dragons, we must treat them well. How about this? We just happen to be at the phoenix nest, so we will bring them back. You guys continue to train." "Yes." The 7 of them nodded. "Go." The 2 of them waved their hands. Immediately, the 7 of them turned around and left together. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. Why were the 2 of them so nice to the dragons? "You too, please." The 2 of them walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked in front with the white-eyed wolf. The 2 of them immediately followed. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and sent a sound transmission. "There's killing intent, the white-eyed wolf, be careful." Killing intent? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and could not help but glance at the 2 of them. The 2 behind him looked at each other, and killing intent suddenly surged in their eyes. At the same time, they raised their arms and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang turned around, raised his hands, and punched the 2 of them. Boom! Even if it was 1 against 2, Qin Feiyang's strength was unstoppable, and he sent the 2 of them flying. Their arms were directly smashed by his terrifying physical strength and strength. Bang! The 2 of them crashed into the desert below like meteorites, raising a cloud of dust and sand. What's going on? The 7 of them had not gone far when they felt the battle behind them. They immediately turned around and flew back, looking at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf again. 1 man and 1 wolf stood in the air, looking down at the 2 of them, their eyes full of disdain. What a strong physical body. The 2 of them slowly got up, looked at each other, and decisively turned around to escape. "Hey!" Qin Feiyang bared his teeth, activated moment of time, and instantly blocked in front of the 2 of them. So fast. The 2 of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Since you attacked us, you should already know our true identity. If I'm not wrong, you should be Bing Running's people." The 2 of them changed their expressions. They did not expect him to guess their origin so quickly. "What are you doing?" With a shout, the 7 of them flew over and glared at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "It's none of your business, get lost." The white-eyed wolf turned around and shouted at the 7 of them. Chapter 35-53. How dare you! The 7 of them were furious. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost if you know what's good for you. You're the ones who should get lost. How dare you cause trouble in the heavy region? Even if it's you dragons, the Feng people won't let this go." Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. How stupid. The white-eyed wolf looked at the 7 of them helplessly. "Let's not talk about anything else. Is this battle something you half-step dominators can interfere with? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 7 of them and didn't pay much attention to them. He looked down at the 2 and said with a smile, "Since Bing Running sent you to find us, you should know that I have a Dominator Divine weapon, right?" "What? He has a Dominator Divine weapon?" The 7 of them trembled and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait. Why did he mention Bing Running? What was going on? The 2 of them heard this and their faces were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You knew that I have a Dominator Divine weapon and you still dared to attack us from behind. You're really brave." The 2 of them panicked to the extreme. They did know that the man and the wolf had Dominator Divine weapons. Bing Running also told them not to act rashly if they found the man and the wolf. They had to report it immediately. But before that, when they saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf pretending to be dragons, they wanted to beat them at their own game. First, they quietly approached Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and attacked from behind. As long as they didn't leave any traces, even if they had a Dominator Divine weapon, they wouldn't be able to react. And if the sneak attack was successful, it would be a great achievement. But they didn't expect that the other party would notice it. They couldn't figure it out. They didn't reveal any flaws before, so how did the man and the wolf discover it? In fact, if it was someone else, they would have succeeded. But unfortunately, they met Qin Feiyang. Because of the slaughter region, Qin Feiyang was very sensitive to killing intent. No matter how well they hid it, they couldn't escape his perception. "Tell me, what is Bing Running's plan?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Her Highness," the 2 of them stammered. "If you tell me, I can consider letting you live. But if you don't, then you will end up like the old man beside Bing Running," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. 3, 2, 1. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Don't even think about getting any useful information from us." The 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly roared. A destructive aura rushed out of their bodies. In any case, his opponent had a sovereign weapon, so there was no way he would be able to survive. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf raised their eyebrows. The sword of the Grim Reaper appeared in an instant, protecting the man and the wolf. Qin Feiyang pointed at the 7 young men who were standing not far away, and said, "Protect them too." But it was too late. The 2 of them exploded in the void, and a terrifying shockwave instantly flooded in all directions. The 7 young men screamed on the spot, and their souls were destroyed. Even the armor that White-Eyed Wolf gave to the 2 young men was shattered on the spot. They blew themselves up just like that. They don't even care about the lives of their people. How ruthless. White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. It's all because of the sword of the Grim Reaper and the horsetail whisk. Otherwise, do you think they would be willing to blow themselves up? Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, they were indeed very decisive. Because even if the 2 of them told him about Bing Running's plan, he wouldn't let them go. The 2 of them must have seen this point, so they chose to blow themselves up. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang glanced at the void where the 7 young men died, and there was a trace of regret on his face. It wasn't easy to persuade these people to lead the way for him, but he didn't expect that all of them would die. White-Eyed Wolf was right, they were stupid. They could have left alive, so why did they run back? Did they really think that the Feng people were invincible and no one dared to kill them? They still lacked experience. In the eyes of the young men of the Feng people, they were superior overlords, and no one dared to offend them or touch them. It was fine for people like them to live in their own territory, but once they entered the outside world, they wouldn't be able to survive for long due to the cruel laws of the outside world. White-Eyed Wolf waved his paw and said, "Don't worry about them. Anyway, there are many young men of the Feng people in the inner area. We can just catch a few more. Then let's find a place to hide first." The explosion of these 2 people is quite loud, and it's likely to attract their companions. Qin Feiyang finished speaking, and like White-Eyed Wolf, he flew away like lightning. Sure enough. Not long after, several figures flew over one after another. Standing in the sky, they glanced at the sand rolling in the desert below. This seems to be Dayuan's aura. They actually blew themselves up. It seems that they must have met Qin Feiyang and that Wolf King. Quickly inform His Highness. One of them immediately took out a divine sound stone and sent a message to Bing Running. Soon, Bing Running brought the middle-aged couple and landed in the sky above the desert. Feeling the surging waves of the explosion, her face sank. The middle-aged couple said in a deep voice, "It seems that they really met Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, no one in the heavy territory could force them to blow themselves up. Because humans couldn't enter the inner area of the heavy territory, and only the Feng people could enter. It was impossible that they were forced to blow themselves up by the Feng people. Therefore, other than Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, there was no other explanation." Bing Running clenched her fists and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you many times not to be impulsive when you meet Qin Feiyang? Why didn't you listen? Your Highness, please calm down. Although they didn't do a good job, at least now we can confirm that Qin Feiyang is in the inner area, so our search area can be narrowed down." The middle-aged couple comforted her. "You can't do anything right." Bing Running snorted and pondered for a while. Looking at the middle-aged couple, she said, "Our clansmen are in the inner area, so be careful of Qin Feiyang's tricks." Tricks? The couple was suspicious. Yes. It's very likely that he will use our clansmen to sneak into the core area. Bing Running nodded. "It doesn't matter. We've already sent people to ambush the exit of the core area. Even if our clansmen are tricked by him and take him to the Phoenix Nest, they won't be able to get past us." The middle-aged couple said. "What if he instigates our clansmen to send a message to the Fire Phoenix clan? You should know that my elder sister was killed by the Ice Phoenix sword. If the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan finds out about this, even if he doesn't believe it, he will ask Qin Feiyang about it. Although we've already thought of a way to deal with it, a lot of trouble will be inevitable. So I plan to strike first." Bing Running's eyes flashed coldly. "How do you plan to strike first?" The middle-aged couple was suspicious. "Just say that my elder sister was killed by Qin Feiyang. This way, the Fire Phoenix clan will immediately send people to hunt down Qin Feiyang. Coupled with my Ice Phoenix clan, he won't be able to escape from the inner area." Bing Running sneered. "That makes sense. The first princess is the apple of the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch's eye. When he finds out about this, he will definitely go crazy. Alright, I'll go to the Phoenix Nest and personally report this to the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch." The middle-aged woman smiled slightly, turned around and activated a space-time teleportation artifact to leave. Bing Running retracted her gaze and looked at the middle-aged man next to her, shouting, "Pass down the order, with this place as the center. Use your divine sense to carry out a carpet search." "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. Time flew by and the sun rose. In the inner area, above the southern desert, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf sped forward while scanning the area ahead. Soon, they saw a sand dune about 100 feet high. Qin Feiyang looked at the sand dune and said, "After a night of running, we should be safe for the time being. Let's go there and hide." "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded. A man and a wolf flew over and landed beside the sand dune. Qin Feiyang sighed. If Bing Running knows about the self-destruction of those two people, she will definitely carry out a search in the inner area. It will be impossible to find an absolutely hidden place to hide. The white-eyed wolf said, "So now, we have to quickly find someone to take us into the core area." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, you set up a time array and then look around nearby. Don't go too far, because now, we can face danger at any time." "Got it." The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and set up a time array. Then, he turned around and activated the moment of time, disappearing like lightning. Qin Feiyang entered the time array and took out the phoenix-robed woman's divine sense. He sighed, "Wake up quickly, or we will really be in trouble." Bing Running already knew that he had two sovereign divine weapons, so she would definitely be prepared. The next time they met, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. Therefore, only when the phoenix-robed woman woke up and brought him into the phoenix nest could he explain clearly. And after entering the phoenix nest, even if Bing Running still wanted to kill him, she would have to think twice. Time flew by. Another night came. Late at night, the white-eyed wolf finally returned. Seeing the white-eyed wolf return alone, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Didn't you say that there are many people from the Feng people in the inner area? Why are you gone for so long? And you didn't bring anyone back." "Bad news," the white-eyed wolf said in a low voice. "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. "When I went out yesterday, I did see many people from the Feng people, but when I went to look for them today, I didn't even find a shadow. At first, I thought that I was possessed, but later, I met 2 fire phoenixes who were sovereigns. I thought that since they were fire phoenixes, we could go to them for help. After all, this woman is the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. But when I went to them, they attacked me without saying anything. They even said that they wanted to avenge the eldest princess." The white-eyed wolf's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. "How is that possible? Are you sure they are fire phoenixes?" Qin Feiyang frowned in disbelief. "I'm sure." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "If they are fire phoenixes, why would they attack you?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This didn't make sense. Chapter 35-54. The white-eyed wolf said, "I didn't understand at first, but when I destroyed their cultivation and interrogated them, I found out that they thought we killed their princess." "We killed their eldest princess?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the divine soul of the woman in the phoenix robe. Wasn't she still alive? Moreover, it should be said that they saved the woman in the phoenix robe, otherwise she would have died in Bing Running's hands. Wait. Bing Running. This must be Bing Running's doing. At that time, Bing Running didn't know that the sword of Thanatos had preserved a wisp of the woman in the phoenix robe's divine soul, so she thought that Bing Running was dead. So she played along and told the people of Feng people that she was the one who killed the woman in the phoenix robe, causing the entire Feng people to hunt her down. This woman really had a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. "Did you explain to the people of the Fire Phoenix clan?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. But they didn't believe me. Moreover, I planned to kidnap them and let them see it with their own eyes. But at the critical moment, the people of Feng people came, and they were from the Ice Phoenix clan, so I had to give up." The white-eyed wolf sighed. This must be Bing Running's plan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with coldness. "Damned woman, sooner or later I'll strip her clothes, tie her up, and parade her through the streets." The white-eyed wolf was furious. The princess of the Ice Phoenix clan actually did such a despicable thing. Wasn't she ashamed? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and grabbed the divine soul of the woman in the phoenix robe. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Your whereabouts have been exposed. You can't stay here for long. Leave immediately. Now the entire Feng people are hunting us down. Where can we go?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Leave the inner area," Qin Feiyang said decisively. "Is that necessary? I think we should find a way to find the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Because this woman is not dead at all. When the patriarch sees that his daughter is not dead, the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. At the same time, we can turn the tables on Bing Running." The white-eyed wolf said. "I've thought about this problem too. But now that the princess is not awake, even if we find her, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, he might not believe our words. Plus, Bing Running wants to get rid of us. She will definitely stir up trouble. For example, Bing Running lied and said that we kept the first princess's godly soul to threaten the Phoenix clan. But now, faced with the Phoenix clan's pursuit, we had no choice but to hand over the godly soul and take the initiative to express our goodwill to the Phoenix clan. Anyway, if she wants us as STS, she have a, but we are different. We are just outsiders. Phoenix clan wolf out. S fong tt fong fangs fong Phoenix clan teat have it. After all, the Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix are from the same clan. Even if the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan looks at his daughters as Ice Phoenix soul and is skeptical of our words, we'll still be in a lot of trouble. So, to avoid these unnecessary troubles, we'd better hide for a while and wait for the princess to wake up. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He did not expect to be involved in this mess. He had always been afraid of trouble, but no matter where he went, a lot of trouble would come to him. Then we'll just keep running like this? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Don't worry, we won't keep running. When the princess wakes up, the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. At that time, I want to see what kind of expression Bing Running will have when she sees the first princess in front of her alive. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Bing Running had really pissed him off this time. He would settle this score with her in the future. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If they went to find the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, there would indeed be a lot of trouble. With a wave of his paw, the time array dissipated. Then, the man and the wolf restrained their auras and sped outside. As expected. Not long after, more than a dozen people flew over. There were the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan. Compared to the Ice Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan was even angrier. The princess's death was undoubtedly a fatal blow to them. So, no matter what, they had to catch this arrogant person and make him pay with his blood. Half a month later, the Nether River appeared in front of the man and the wolf. On the way, they were extremely difficult because they would occasionally encounter people from the Fong people. Basically, they had to narrowly avoid being searched every time. Stop. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stopped beside a sand dune. He stuck his head out and looked at the Nether River in front of him. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, logically speaking, the Fong people should have sent people to seal off the inner area. But why is there not even a shadow in the sky above the Nether River? The desert in front of them stretched as far as the eye could see. The Nether River was like a giant dragon, cutting the desert in half. The heavy region was not like the Een Demon land, which was covered by the Een Demon power. So, everything in front of them could be seen at a glance. But as far as the eye could see, there was not a single person from the Fong people. The atmosphere was so quiet that it made people a little nervous. Can't they ignore the rules? Is it possible that they are hiding in the Space Divine item? The white-eyed wolf secretly asked. Space Divine item. Qin Feiyang was shocked. If the people from the Fong people were really hiding in the Space Divine item, it would be impossible to guard against them. Because now, they did not dare to release their divine senses to search at all. Because once they released their divine senses, it was equivalent to exposing their whereabouts. Let's try using the concealment technique. If they are really hiding in the Space Divine item, then we can't use our divine senses to search for them. Without divine senses, then we can rely on the concealment technique to leave the inner area. Now, I am worried that they have used the power of law to seal off the void. Qin Feiyang whispered. The white-eyed wolf scanned the sky above the Nether River and said, I don't feel the aura of the power of law. I don't think so. I hope so. But the aura of the power of law can be concealed, so we can't let our guard down. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Got it. The white-eyed wolf nodded and then said secretly, actually, even if we are discovered by them, they can't stop us without a sovereign divine weapon. It's hard to say. The Fong people claim that they are as strong as the dragons. This means that they should have more than one or two sovereign divine weapons. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment technique. The white-eyed wolf became palm-sized and jumped onto Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Then, Qin Feiyang flew toward the Nether River like a ghost, not making the slightest sound during the whole process. The Nether River was getting closer and closer. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, they were all paying close attention to the surrounding situation. Wait! Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang braked and stopped, looking at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. There is someone over there. The white-eyed wolf pointed to a sand dune not far away from the opposite bank of the Nether River, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang looked up. He saw that the sand dune was about a few thousand miles away from the Nether River. It was about 100 feet high and looked very conspicuous in the boundless and flat desert. However, he didn't see anyone on the sand dune. I clearly saw a figure just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The white-eyed wolf scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, "Are you sure you saw a figure?" "Yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded. A few thousand miles was nothing to its cultivation level, so it definitely didn't see wrongly. Could it be someone from the phone people? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I don't know. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. If it was in the inner region, it would definitely be someone from the phone people. However, the gravity in the central region could be withstood by beings at the peak sovereign realm, and there were indeed many beings exploring the central region. Therefore, it was hard to make a judgment in this situation. Let's take a gamble. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and continued to fly toward the Nether River. If it was someone from the phone people, it meant that the phone people's blockade was on the other side of the Nether River. Since the blockade was on the other side, there wouldn't be any blockade in the sky above the Nether River. After about 10 breaths, they finally arrived at the Nether River. Scanning the empty void, they didn't stop and went straight to the sky above the river. Boom! However, before they entered the sky above the river, the man and the wolf seemed to have collided with an invisible barrier. A terrifying aura erupted and directly pushed them back. The invisible state of the concealment art was also forcefully broken. At the same time, on the riverbank, a screen of light slowly appeared in the void. The light screen was as tall as the sky and extended along the Nether River to both ends, emitting dazzling divine light. From afar, it looked like a giant wall towering into the sky between the central region and the inner region, releasing a terrifying spacetime force. This is spacetime law. It's really blocked. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's expressions changed. Without hesitation, they took out the sword of Thanatos and slashed at the spacetime barrier. Humph! But at the same time, a cold snort sounded in the void. The next moment, a middle-aged man with his upper body exposed and wearing a pair of large underpants walked out of the void. He was 2 meters tall, with short snow-white hair and bulging muscles. There was a trace of coldness on his face and a wild aura around him. Expert. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Without any hesitation, the sword of Thanatos rushed into the sky, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy the world, and attacked the middle-aged man. But in this regard, the middle-aged man didn't retreat at all. He waved his hand and a shining iron hammer appeared. It was 3 feet long and seemed to be condensed from ice, emitting a bone-piercing cold current. As soon as this black ice iron hammer appeared, a monstrous divine power suddenly burst out. Chapter 35:55. The middle-aged man grabbed the dark ice hammer and smashed it at the sword of Thanatos. Clang! The 2 artifacts collided with a loud bang, and a terrifying wave of energy immediately rolled out in all directions like a torrent. The sword of Thanatos instantly retreated to the front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Its divine power fell down, protecting the man and the wolf from being affected by the wave of energy. Dominator Divine Weapon. The white-eyed wolf stared at the dark ice hammer in the middle-aged man's hand and swallowed his saliva. Horsetail Whisk. You should also help out. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom! The horsetail whisk carried a monstrous power and roared out. Qin Feiyang grabbed the sword of Thanatos, and the white-eyed wolf held the horsetail whisk. The man and the wolf looked at each other and immediately charged at the middle-aged man. Seeing the 2 Dominator divine weapons, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. But he did not retreat. He was like a barbaric war god, holding the dark ice hammer and smashing it at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. How dare you! The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, and the horsetail whisk shone brightly as it attacked. But Qin Feiyang suddenly turned in the air, and the sword of Thanatos was extremely sharp, and slashed at the spacetime enchantment. That's right. His target was the spacetime enchantment. Because he did not want to continue fighting. Now he was not qualified to continue fighting. The fluctuations of the Dominator divine weapons were not comparable to those of the heaven-defying divine weapons. The nearby Feng people must have sensed it. Moreover, he did not believe that the middle-aged man was the only one guarding the exit. In addition, the Feng people could open the spacetime transmission channel and spacetime transmission artifact in the heavy region. So as long as they sensed the movement here, they could immediately come to support. So, he had to break the spacetime enchantment immediately and leave the inner area. The white-eyed wolf and the middle-aged man collided, and the world rumbled and the void collapsed. Qin Feiyang also slashed at the spacetime enchantment with his sword. Originally, in his opinion, without the middle-aged man's obstruction, it would be easy to break the spacetime enchantment. After all, the sword of Thanatos was a Dominator divine weapon. Who could block the Dominator divine weapon? Indeed. When his sword slashed at the enchantment immediately. However, although it was violently twisting, it did not break. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. Seeing this, the ingrate was immediately dumbfounded. The invincible sovereign divine weapon was unable to break through this spacetime barrier? Are you kidding me? I must be seeing things. However, the truth was right in front of him. This scene was too sword. The spacetime. It, again. The Grim Reaper's sword also found it hard to accept as he shouted at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang held the sword of Thanatos with both hands. His eyes flashed coldly as he slashed at the sword of Thanatos. Crack. A crack finally appeared in the spacetime enchantment. Although the enchantment was broken, Qin Feiyang could not help but be surprised. It took 2 slashes to tear open the spacetime enchantment. What cultivation level was the owner of this enchantment? Let's go. When he came back to his senses, Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and slashed at the middle-aged man. After forcing the middle-aged man to retreat, he took the white-eyed wolf and flew toward the crack in the enchantment without looking back. However, before they entered the crack, an arrow fell from the sky. It destroyed everything and went straight for Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He quickly turned around and slashed at the arrow. With sparks flying, the arrow shattered in the void. However, Qin Feiyang was also knocked back. His face was pale. I've been waiting for you for a long time. With a hoarse voice, a white-haired old man descended from the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. He was holding a divine bow in his hand. It was as if it was condensed from ice and emitted rays of divine light. At the same time, the middle-aged man also held the dark ice iron hammer and rushed over aggressively. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and turned to look at the spacetime enchantment. They almost went berserk. In the blink of an eye, the crack in the spacetime enchantment had automatically repaired itself. Clang! The middle-aged man rushed over. Without any words, he directly attacked Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old man held the divine bow in his hand and also attacked the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang sneered. Are you in such a hurry to kill us? Are you afraid that we will tell the real cause of the princess's death to the Fire Phoenix clan? The two of them were silent. They did not hide their killing intent. It seems like that is the case. It's not that easy to kill us. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. A monstrous battle intent erupted from their bodies. Since they had come to this point, there was no way to escape. One word. Fight. The Grim Reaper's sword and the horsetail whisk fully recovered. The man and the wolf were fearless. They fought with the middle-aged man and the white-haired old man. Terrifying fluctuations swept in all directions. The void was directly turned into chaos. Under the impact of the battle, the space-time enchantment was constantly broken and rapidly repaired. This scene made Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf even more surprised. Who created the space-time enchantment? It was actually so strong. On the other side. On the sand dune that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf saw, a figure suddenly walked out. It was a young man in white. His figure was tall and straight. He was as handsome as jade. His temperament was quite extraordinary. He stood on the sand dune and looked at the battlefield in the inner region. His brows were tightly knitted together. What happened? The Grim Reaper's sword is still here. But the ancestor is nowhere to be seen. Could it be, suddenly? The young man in white trembled. Could it be that the ancestor had met with misfortune? That's right. This person was Yun Xiang. Damn the Feng people. How dare they kill my ancestor? He clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the inner region, the battle was getting more and more intense. The collision of the four sovereign divine weapons could only be described as apocalyptic. If it were not for the spacetime enchantment, most of the central region would have been destroyed. The inner region was in an uproar at this moment. This seems to be the aura of the Xian Bing Divine Hammer and Xian Bing Divine Bow. Who are they fighting with? The battle of the four sovereign divine weapons had alarmed almost half of the inner region. Whether it was the Ice Phoenix clan or the Fire Phoenix clan, their faces were filled with shock. This is the aura of the Grim Reaper's sword. It's Qin Feiyang. At a certain place, Bing Running looked in the direction of the Nether River. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged couple next to her had been protecting her. Hearing Bing Running's words, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. A space-time passage appeared. We must get rid of the Fire Phoenix clan before they do, Bing Running said coldly. She stepped into the space-time passage. The middle-aged couple followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived above the battlefield. The Ice Phoenix sword immediately appeared. Divine aura surged and protected the three of them. Ice Phoenix sword. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. This woman was really fast. Back off. Bing Running looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, as well as the middle-aged man and the white-haired old man. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix clan's people hadn't arrived yet, she snorted coldly at the middle-aged couple, grabbed her Ice Phoenix sword, and swooped down to kill Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Although the middle-aged couple's cultivation was high, they could not interfere in the battle of the sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, if they did not leave, they would be affected by the battle. Therefore, when Bing Running spoke, the two of them quickly retreated to a distance to watch the battle. Bing Running, as the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Qin Feiyang forced the middle-aged man back with his sword. Then, he grabbed the Grim Reaper's sword and charged toward Bing Running aggressively. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man roared. He grabbed the Black Ice Divine Hammer and chased after Bing Running with a sovereign divine art. Whether it was for Bing Running or the entire Ice Phoenix clan, this human must die. Go to hell. Bing Running smiled coldly. Her Ice Phoenix sword slashed out with a monstrous light. You're the one who's going to die. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he met the attack with his sword. When the two swords collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. It really is the purple gold dragon blood. When the middle-aged man saw this, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The Black Ice Divine Hammer in his hand spewed out a bone-piercing cold current as it smashed toward Qin Feiyang's head. Bing Running had already told the main figures of the Ice Phoenix clan that Qin Feiyang had the purple gold dragon blood. They were the higher-ups of the Ice Phoenix clan. However, no one in the Fire Phoenix clan knew about this yet. Facing the middle-aged man's attack, Qin Feiyang's body tensed up. He quickly stabilized his body and turned around to slash with his sword. How could a hasty counterattack be a match for the middle-aged man? After all, the middle-aged man had been accumulating his power for a long time. With a loud clang, Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. His arm was split open and blood flowed out. Seeing this, Bing Running and the middle-aged man charged toward Qin Feiyang at the same time. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Little Qin Zi. The white-eyed wolf roared as he frantically attacked the white-haired old man with his horsetail whisk. However, the Black Ice Divine Bow in the white-haired old man's hand was also a Dominator Divine weapon. Moreover, he was aware of Qin Feiyang's situation. There was no way he would give the white-eyed wolf a chance to help. He would fight the white-eyed wolf with all his might, leaving the white-eyed wolf anxious. You and my sister are in love. If I don't send you down to reunite with her now, how can I live up to our sisterhood? Bing Running sneered. Her Ice Phoenix sword was peerlessly sharp and did not give Qin Feiyang any chance to breathe. The middle-aged man was even more ferocious. The two of them charged toward Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Their two Dominator Divine weapons mercilessly attacked. Qin Feiyang, I promised Yun Zhongtian to protect your safety. Find a chance to escape. I will hold them back. The Grim Reaper's sword's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. With a loud clang, a black fog roared out from the Grim Reaper's sword. An aura of death suddenly enveloped the area. In the black fog, a giant black figure could be vaguely seen. It was as if a demon god had descended. Then, the black fog surged and enveloped Qin Feiyang, protecting him like a barrier. Go. Don't look back. With a violent roar, the Grim Reaper's sword charged toward Bing Running and the middle-aged man without hesitation. One could clearly feel a sense of determination. Chapter 3556. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was enraged. He looked at Bing Running and said, "The Feng people, no, the Ice Phoenix race, you will pay for what you did today." Boom! The 3,000 clones activated. The Destruction Law and Karma Law Paramount Profundity roared out at the same time. The 3,000 Destruction Law Paramount Profundity and the 3,000 Karma Law Paramount Profundity exuded a destructive aura. That's right. He didn't run away. He couldn't abandon the sword of the Grim Reaper, let alone the white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk. Moreover, even if he ran away now, he wouldn't be able to escape the inner area. He would fall into Bing Running's hands sooner or later. This, Bing Running, the middle-aged man, and the white-robed old man were shocked. The Destruction Law Paramount Profundity? Not only did he master the Karma Law Paramount Profundity, but he also mastered the Destruction Law Paramount Profundity? This person's talent was too terrifying. Even if I'm like a moth flying into a flame, I still want to fight. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 3,000 Karma Law Paramount Profundity and the 3,000 Destruction Law Paramount Profundity turned into a torrent that flooded the sky and swept across the land. Since you know you're like a moth flying into a flame, then give up struggling. Bing Running and the white-robed old man's eyes turned cold as they attacked the sword of the Grim Reaper. With a clang, the sword of the Grim Reaper was sent flying and a crack appeared on it. Then, the two grabbed the Ice Phoenix sword and the Black Ice Divine Hammer and charged toward the 6,000 Profundity. Rumble. 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 Under the might of the two sovereign divine weapons, the 6,000 ultimate profound meanings could not resist at all, and they all crumbled. Original body, let's retreat. There's still hope if we retreat. If we don't retreat, we'll die. The 3,000 clones shouted. With their strength, even if they only had one sovereign divine weapon, they wouldn't be able to fight, let alone two. Die. Struggling is futile. Bing Running sneered as the Ice Phoenix sword left her hand and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Clang. Seeing this, the sword of the Grim Reaper hurriedly blocked in front of it. The two divine weapons collided once again, and a destructive aura flooded the surroundings. Qin Feiyang had the protection of the sword of the Grim Reaper, so he was only sent flying. However, his 3,000 clones were instantly annihilated by this destructive aura. Now, let's see who can save you. Seeing that the Death God's sword was being held back by the Ice Phoenix sword, the middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile on his face. He gripped the profound Ice Divine Hammer tightly and activated an auxiliary divine art, charging towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang truly felt the threat of death. Boom! But at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was accompanied by the divine might of a sovereign armament. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the air. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a square face. He wore a fiery red robe, and his long hair danced in the wind like flames. Strands of white hair could be vaguely seen on his temples, giving off a vicissitude aura. His entire person was like an emperor, exuding an invisible majesty that made people revere him. At the same time, above the middle-aged man's head, a palm-sized divine jade floated. The divine jade was surrounded by flames, and a fire phoenix was carved on it. The divine might of a sovereign armament came from this divine jade. From this, one could see that this divine jade was a sovereign realm divine weapon. Not good. Bing Running's pupils shrank when she saw this person. She shouted at the middle-aged man, "Quickly deal with him." Qin Feiyang clearly saw the change in Bing Running's expression. He instantly realized that this person was most likely the father of the phoenix-robed woman. He was also the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Patriarch, I have something to say. Your daughter is not dead." "What? She's not dead?" Bing Running was shocked. The middle-aged man and the white-haired old man also had a trace of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, the patriarch of the Fire Feng people was originally looking at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. However, when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his body trembled slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Stop." Bing Running quickly said, "Uncle, don't listen to him. I saw him kill my sister with my own eyes." At the same time, she said to the middle-aged man, "Quick." The middle-aged man madly charged at Qin Feiyang. The sword of Thanatos was blocked by the Ice Phoenix sword. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk were restrained by the white-haired old man and the black ice divine bow. Qin Feiyang was once again in a desperate situation. However, for Qin Feiyang, as long as the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan arrived, there was still a glimmer of hope. He indeed took out the remnant soul of the phoenix-robed woman and shouted, "This is your daughter's divine soul. She's not dead?" Bing Running's eyes trembled. How could this be? She had clearly been crushed to pieces by the Ice Phoenix sword's divine power. When the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan saw the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul, he immediately took a step forward. This was the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time. In just an instant, he landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the middle-aged man who was charging at him, he shouted, "I told you to stop. Don't you understand?" The middle-aged man panicked and stopped abruptly. He couldn't help but look at Bing Running. Bing Running was annoyed. She was about to get rid of Qin Feiyang, but she didn't expect this old man to suddenly appear. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people looked at the Ice Phoenix sword, the white-haired old man, and the black ice divine bow and shouted, "All of you, stop." One had to admit that the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was indeed awe-inspiring. One sentence was enough to make the white-haired old man and the two sovereign divine weapons stop fighting. The white-eyed wolf, the sword of Thanatos, and the horsetail whisk immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at Bing Running, the white-eyed wolf didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people glanced at them one by one and finally looked at the phoenix-robed woman's remnant soul. A trace of joy crawled up his face. He then carefully held the remnant soul and smiled. "You really scared me to death. I really thought you were dead." His face was full of care. However, Seeing that the remnant soul didn't respond for a long time, the patriarch of the Fire Feng people raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. What's going on? Her divine soul is too damaged. She hasn't woken up yet. Qin Feiyang said. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people raised his eyebrows. Uncle, even if sister is still alive, we can't let them go. After all, it's because of them that sister became like this. Bing Running said. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people heard this and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good. He quickly looked at Bing Running and said, now that things have come to this, you still want to slander us? Slander? Bing Running's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. She shouted, this is the truth. How do you still want to quibble? If sister didn't die in your hands, how could you have a remnant soul of her? I've seen a lot of people in my life, but it's the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disgust. He then looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people and said, Senior, I didn't kill your daughter. On the contrary, I saved her life from someone else. Is that so? The patriarch of the Fire Feng people didn't believe him. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Bing Running. The person who wanted to kill your daughter was actually her. Qin Feiyang, don't slander us. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly as he looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. The white-haired old man immediately looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people and cupped his hands. Sir, you must be clear. Don't be deceived by a human. Although our two races have never been on good terms, I believe that Princess Running would never do such a thing. Bing Running also looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people and sighed. Uncle, I'm at fault. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Bing Running. At that time, I had the chance to save sister from Qin Feiyang. But because I underestimated him, sister was almost killed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If uncle wants to blame me, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Bing Running lowered her head and said with a face full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, their hearts filled with anger. They thought that this woman had found her conscience and was ready to confess. But they never expected that she would put on such a show for everyone to see. It was true that despicable people were invincible. They had never seen such a shameless person. Especially when she was a woman. Did she not have any sense of shame? The patriarch of the Fire Feng people looked at Bing Running, the white-haired old man, and the middle-aged man. Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was obvious that the patriarch of the Fire Feng people had chosen to believe Bing Running. He had expected that even if he found the patriarch of the Fire Feng people, he wouldn't be able to get away safely. Damn you. The white-eyed wolf couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people. Everything we said is true. We even saved your daughter's life. How can you believe that bitch's words? If I knew this would happen, I would have destroyed your daughter's soul with a slap so that you would never see her again. You're courting death. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people was furious when he heard that. Bing Running sneered. She looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, Since you said that I killed my sister, please show me the evidence. Why are you so arrogant? Let's wait until she wakes up and see what she has to say. The white-eyed wolf shouted. You're just trying to buy time. Bing Running sneered. She looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people and said, Uncle, do you know why they killed my sister? Because they wanted to steal the God-slaying tablet, and the God-slaying tablet is with them now. The patriarch of the Fire Feng people couldn't hold back his murderous intent anymore. See? Our words have no credibility in front of the patriarch. But this Bing Running can easily kill us. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf. His tone was full of helplessness. That damn bitch. She better not let me leave here alive. Otherwise, she will cry sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf stared at Bing Running. His eyes were extremely vicious. Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at the patriarch of the Fire Feng people and said, "Senior, I know it's hard for you to believe me. But I believe that with your intelligence, you should be able to think of a reason." The patriarch of the Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "If I really killed your daughter, I could have used her soul to threaten you. But I didn't. Instead, I gave it to you immediately. Isn't this enough to explain everything?" Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 3557. The Fire Feng people's chief was taken aback. After pondering for a while, he felt that it made sense. Usually, when faced with such a hopeless situation, one would use all means to blackmail the other party to fight for a way out. However, this human in front of him had given his daughter's remnant soul to him without hesitation. Just think about it. How could a person who was truly harboring evil intentions hand over the chips in his hands to others so easily? What a trick. But at this moment, Bing Runing's voice was full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Bing Running. What was this woman up to? At the same time, the Fire Feng people's chief also looked at Bing Running suspiciously. "Uncle. This is how smart he is. If he had used my sister's remnant soul to blackmail you from the beginning, he would have gone against the entire Feng people. He would have died without a doubt. He knew this very well. That's why he took the initiative to return my sister's remnant soul to you. He used it to cover up his crime and win your sympathy and trust." Bing Running looked at the Fire Feng people's chief and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She sneered and said, "You are really smart. However, we Feng people are not fools. How could we let you have your way?" Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. This woman's ability to turn black into white was not small. "What? Did I expose your lie and become angry out of humiliation?" Looking at Qin Feiyang's clenched fists, Bing Running said with a mocking face. "Damn you!" The white-eyed wolf roared. This shameless woman really refreshed his worldview. "Uncle. They killed my sister and snatched the god-slaying tablet. This is a challenge to the dignity of the Feng people. They should not be punished. Most importantly, he has the purple gold dragon blood." Bing Running looked at the Fire Feng people's chief and said word by word. "Purple gold dragon blood?" The chief of the Fire Feng people was taken aback. He quickly sized up Qin Feiyang. Previously, because he was too concerned about his daughter's safety, he didn't pay much attention to the purple gold dragon blood in Qin Feiyang's body. Now that he took a closer look, it really was the purple gold dragon blood. How could a human possess purple gold dragon blood? Could it be, as if he had thought of something, the pupils of the Fire Feng people's chief constricted, and wisps of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang also felt the killing intent of the Fire Feng people at the first moment, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that it would be impossible for him to escape safely today. But now, there were so many experts and sovereigns in the Feng people, and there was also the space-time barrier that sealed off the inner region. How could they possibly escape? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang glanced at the remnant soul in the hands of the Fire Feng people. It seemed that, now, he had no choice but to take this step. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he suddenly looked towards the sky and shouted, "Dragon King!" "What? Dragon King?" The faces of the Fire Feng people changed as they looked up. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed the remnant soul of the lady in the phoenix robe, and then retreated at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang, the Fire Feng people realized that they had been tricked and immediately burned with anger. Bing Running and the others also stared angrily at Qin Feiyang. Even now, he still dared to deceive them. The white-eyed wolf, the horsetail whisk, and the sword of the Grim Reaper. Looking at this scene, they suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was taking a gamble. "Senior, I'm sorry. You forced me to do this." Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine soul of the lady in the phoenix robe and shouted, "Get out of my way right now, or I'll crush your daughter's remnant soul and perish together with her." "How dare you!" the Fire Feng people roared. I'm not even afraid of the dragons. Why should I be afraid of the foam people? At most, I'll just offend one more person. Qin Feiyang sneered. The sword of the Grim Reaper and the horsetail whisk were also ready to fight to the death. Uncle, do you see it? This is his front view. Bing Running said in a deep voice, but her eyes were full of coldness. How dare he use this lady's remnant soul to threaten the fire foam people? What was the difference between this and seeking death? The fire foam people's face darkened. I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. Get out of my way right now. Qin Feiyang clenched his fist and grabbed the remnant soul of the lady in the phoenix robe. Don't. The fire foam people's face changed and quickly retreated to the side. However, Bing Running, the middle-aged man, and the white-haired old man held the three divine weapons and stared at Qin Feiyang without moving. Seeing this, the fire foam people looked at the three of them and shouted, "Get out of my way." Bing Running frowned and said, "Uncle, if you let them go, you'll be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Do I have to sacrifice my daughter? Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The fire foam people said angrily. The three of them looked at each other with uncertain expressions. After a long time, Bing Running stared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, "Get out of my way. They can't use the space-time transmission device in the region anyway. Even if they leave the inner area, they can't escape the region." The middle-aged man and the white-haired old man retreated to the side with their respective divine weapons. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf retreated to the side of the barrier and shouted, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, horsetail whisk, split the space-time barrier." The two divine weapons instantly recovered and attacked the barrier. A crack appeared. Immediately, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the horsetail whisk rushed out of the barrier without looking back. They crossed the underworld river and fled toward the central area. Chase! The fire foam people and Bing Running ordered at the same time. A group of people also rushed out of the spacetime barrier and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. More and more experts from the foam people rushed over after hearing the news. These people were almost all high-level figures of the foam people. Each of them exuded an extremely strong aura. The white-eyed wolf looked at the fire foam people and the others who were following closely behind and frowned. "Little Qin Zi, we can't escape. Let's take it one step at a time," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Sand dune. Yun Xiang looked at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the others left with flickering eyes. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here?" Suddenly, a shout was heard. Three people from the foam people landed around Yun Xiang with cold eyes. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He looked at the three people and said, "Seniors, I'm just a person who came to the central region to explore. I'm not sneaking around. I'm just scared." The three people looked at Yun Xiang. The cultivation of these three people was not low. Peak Dominator Realm. And all of them had mastered the supreme profound of an ordinary law. Seeing Yun Xiang lowering his head and trembling with fear, the three people showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. "Do you know Qin Feiyang?" one of them asked. "Yes." Yun Xiang nodded. "Know him?" Hearing this, the three people's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Seniors, don't misunderstand. Although I know Qin Feiyang, I have nothing to do with him. And now the people outside all know Qin Feiyang." Yun Xiang quickly explained. "So you're saying that Qin Feiyang is quite famous outside?" The three people were stunned. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly. "They have a Dominator divine weapon, how can they not be famous?" The three people looked at each other and did not say anything more. They also rushed to chase after Qin Feiyang. Yun Xiang looked at the backs of the three people and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He then turned around and disappeared in another direction. It was worth mentioning that he was not restrained by gravity. "Qin Feiyang, do you think you can escape?" Somewhere in the central region, Bing Running looked coldly at Qin Feiyang in front of her. Qin Feiyang did not answer. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. But it was useless. If he could open a space-time transmission channel, it would be easy to leave the heavy region. But, although he and the white-eyed wolf were not restrained by gravity, they could not ignore the rules of the heavy region. Seeing more and more people and phone people coming after hearing the news, a feeling of despair filled his heart. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Little Qin Zi, look!" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and looked to the front. He saw a white figure walking over step by step in the air. It was too far to see the person's face. But, Qin Feiyang could feel a familiar aura. It seemed to be an old friend, but he could not remember it at the moment. The most important thing was, this person was walking in the void. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he seemed to be quite calm. It was as if a god had come to the mortal world, giving people a kind of ethereal aura. As the distance was getting closer, the person's face gradually appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "It's him?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. It was a young man in his 20s. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was outstanding. His facial features were handsome and there was a faint smile on his face. It was worth noting that there was a sacred boundary around the young man in white. This boundary exuded a magical aura as if it could cut off the rules of heaven and earth, allowing the young man to be outside of the rules. "I didn't expect to meet him here," the white-eyed wolf murmured. This young man in white was no one else but the son of the ice dragon, the current son of the dragons. He was really an old friend. No wonder he felt familiar. At this time, the people and phone people also saw the son of the ice dragon, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. How could there be another person who could ignore gravity? "Brother Qin, long time no see." The son of the ice dragon stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "It's indeed been a long time." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at the group of people and phone people. He smiled bitterly and said, "But I'm not in the mood to catch up with you at this time." "It's okay. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." The son of the ice dragon chuckled, giving people a feeling of closeness. Then, with a wave of his hand, a space-time transmission channel appeared in front of him. "What?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. The people and phone people also looked at the son of the ice dragon in shock. Not only could he ignore gravity, but he could also ignore the rules of the heavy region and open a space-time transmission channel. Who was this person? When they came back to their senses, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the horsetail whisk immediately rushed into the boundary of the son of the ice dragon. When the people and phone people reacted, the group had already stepped into the space-time channel. "Damn it!" Bing Running's face was full of anger, and she slashed at the space-time channel. The channel collapsed, but Qin Feiyang and the others did not fall out of the void. Obviously, they had been teleported away. Chapter 3558. The Western Continent. In the sky above a mountain. As a space-time crack appeared, a group of people walked out one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking at the mountains and earth below, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the two sovereign divine weapons felt as if a lifetime had passed. Their experience in the heavy domain these years was even more difficult than the Inma land. But fortunately, they managed to escape safely. But they never expected that this narrow escape was because of the son of the ice dragon. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, sent the remnant soul of the phoenix-robed woman to the ancient castle, and then looked at the son of the ice dragon standing next to him. The white-eyed wolf also curiously looked at the barrier around them. The aura emitted by this barrier also had a familiar feeling. Even the sword of Thanatos and the horsetail whisk did not take the initiative to return to Qin Feiyang's body this time, as if they were full of curiosity about this son of the ice dragon. The son of the ice dragon glanced at the two sovereign divine weapons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances. Are you mocking us?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "How is that possible?" Facing the powerful phone people, it's already very impressive that you can still take this step. The son of the ice dragon waved his hand. All right. I'll reluctantly take it that you're praising us. The white-eyed wolf picked his nose, glanced at the barrier around them, and asked, this should be your innate ability, the god's domain, right? God's domain? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. After taking a closer look, the aura was somewhat similar to the god's domain. That's right. But this is no longer the god's domain of the past. The son of the ice dragon nodded with a smile. It has evolved? The white-eyed wolf was curious. Yes. As you can see, today's god's domain is the true god's domain. In the domain, I am the god that rules everything. All the rules are under my control. This is also why I am not bound by the rules of the heavy domain. The son of the ice dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang and white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. Back then, the god's domain could only render the god's art ineffective. Furthermore, the eye of heaven could replicate it. But now, he was actually able to control the rules and dominate everything. Didn't this mean that the god's domain had evolved into a true fighting soul? The son of the ice dragon withdrew his god's domain and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with a smile. Aren't you going to invite me to the Black Tortoise world? We've known each other for so many years, but I don't think I've been to the Black Tortoise world. Bring you to the Black Tortoise world? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What is it? Are you afraid that I have designs on the Black Tortoise world? The son of the ice dragon looked at the white-eyed wolf in amusement. TSK. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. With a wave of his hand, two people, one wolf, and two sovereign divine weapons appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. Little Qin Zi, you really brought him in? The white-eyed wolf frowned. In the god's domain, he is a god, but in the Black Tortoise world, I am a god. We'll talk about it later. Don't you know his character? Even if he wants to fight, he will do it openly. He won't play those dirty tricks. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. All right, do as you wish. I'll go find Xiao Si. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and ran out of the Devil's Land. 3 to 4 years in the outside world was more than 1,000,000 years in the outside world. The son of the ice dragon stood in the sky and scanned the Devil's Land, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang released his perception to check the situation in the Black Tortoise world. First was the western region's Blood Sea. After all these years, the Blood Sea had been filled, and the entire western region was shrouded in the smell of blood. This blood was enough for him to open the slaughter domain twice. Looking at this scene, he thanked the beings of the Black Tortoise world in his heart. Next was the size of the Black Tortoise world. The current Black Tortoise world had grown to almost 4 times the size of the Divine Land. After some time, it would probably catch up with the entire ancient world. This made Qin Feiyang feel very gratified. Last was the order of the Black Tortoise world. Although more than 1,000,000 years had passed, the order of the Black Tortoise world had not been disturbed at all. The Pace siblings had no experience in the beginning, but now they were familiar with it and managed the Black Tortoise world in an orderly manner. A moment later, the son of the ice dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It's really a magical place. No wonder so many people want to take the Black Tortoise world from you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the son of the ice dragon suspiciously. From what you're saying, dragons also want the Black Tortoise world? Who doesn't want an independent world? The son of the ice dragon smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily, looked at the tea garden not far away, and said, "Let's go over there and chat while drinking tea." The son of the ice dragon nodded. The two of them entered the tea garden, and the horsetail whisk and the sword of Thanatos finally returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Tea garden. Although so many years had passed, the stone table was spotless, and the surrounding tea trees were also incomparably lush, emitting a rich tea fragrance. Obviously, this was also the credit of the Pace siblings. Qin Feiyang sat beside the stone table and took out a tea set. As he brewed tea, he smiled and said, "Now, should I call you the Prince of the Dragon Clan, the Divine Son of the Dragon Clan, or the Son of the Ice Dragon? We're all old friends, just call me by my name." Long Chen. The Son of the Ice Dragon said. Long Chen, Qin Feiyang muttered and laughed. "After knowing each other for so many years, I still only know your name now. A name is just a code name, it doesn't matter." Long Chen smiled faintly. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How are your mother and sister?" "Not bad. However, they don't have a good impression of you." Long Chen laughed. "That's expected." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Long Chen. "Try it." Long Chen took the teacup, put it to the tip of his nose and asked, nodding, "Not bad, it's a good tea." Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and sighed. "I really didn't expect that there would be a day where we could sit together and drink tea and chat so peacefully." Yeah. Long Chen was also filled with emotions. The past involuntarily surfaced in his mind, bitter and helpless. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "When I heard that you and the first prince of the dragons left the dragon's nest and entered the eastern continent, I went to look for you, but there was no news of you. What have you been doing all these years? You know about this?" Long Chen was surprised. "Is it difficult?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Ah." Long Chen was stunned, shook his head and laughed. "For you, Qin Feiyang, it's not difficult. In fact, I have been traveling in the Sky Cloud Realm all these years." "Traveling in the Sky Cloud Realm?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Yes. Although I came to the Sky Cloud Realm earlier than you, since Father brought me here, I have been cultivating in the Dragon's Nest and know nothing about the Sky Cloud Realm. Therefore, this time, I parted ways with the first prince of the Dragon Clan and went around to take a look. It's a sightseeing tour. Until some time ago, I heard people talking about you and the white-eyed wolf entering the realm of gravity, so I went there to see you two old friends." Long Chen smiled. "Sightseeing tour?" Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm afraid only you can be so relaxed, but I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you this time, the white-eyed wolf and I would have been in deep trouble. It's just a small matter. Besides, even if you die, you will die in my hands, right?" Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the teacup, and clinked it with Long Chen across the air. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Long Chen, they were well aware of the relationship between them. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so there was no need to say too much. "I remember that we both comprehended the law of light in the past. How is your progress now?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "Don't mention it. I have comprehended too many laws. The law of light that I comprehended at the beginning has fallen behind." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You are showing off to me." Long Chen was speechless. "You have comprehended the law of space, do I have the qualification to show off?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Come on, who doesn't know that you have mastered 7 or 8 types of law force? You should have mastered a lot of law force. Last time, your father told me that your growth is faster than mine." "Really? I don't even know myself, how would he know?" "Don't be so modest." The two chatted while drinking tea, looking very harmonious. Those who didn't know would never think that they had been rivals for many years. Half a day passed. Long Chen was ready to leave. Qin Feiyang got up to send him off, but suddenly thought of a question and said, "Brother Long, I wonder if you can help me answer the question in my heart?" "What question?" Long Chen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, "What level of law force can block the bombardment of a sovereign divine weapon?" This, Long Chen pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Why do you ask this question?" Qin Feiyang briefly explained the spacetime barrier that sealed the inner area. Long Chen heard this, pondered for a moment again, and shook his head. "I don't know the specific situation, but I heard Dragon King mention this kind of thing. It is said that people who have comprehended the ultimate profound seem to have the power to fight against a sovereign divine weapon." Ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and said in a deep voice, "So, someone in Feng people has comprehended the ultimate profound? I'm not sure." I also asked Dragon King if he has comprehended the ultimate profound, but he did not give a direct answer about this matter. Long Chen shook his head. "It seems that the people of the 4 forbidden areas are more terrifying than I thought." Qin Feiyang murmured. "That's natural. And in addition to the 4 forbidden areas, there are even more terrifying existences. At that time, whether it is you or me, we will have to face them." Long Chen smiled. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You will understand in the future. To be honest, I don't know how strong they are. I even doubt if they exist." However, when Dragon King mentioned these people, his face seemed to be very solemn. "I hope that they will not appear in our lifetime." Long Chen smiled. Chapter 35-59. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Even the Dragon King, who ruled over the dragons, was so afraid. No kidding, right? Although he didn't know how strong the Dragon King was, as the ruler of the dragon race, he must be the top existence in the sky cloud realm. If even he was worried, how terrifying was the Dragon King? "Brother Qin, let me ask you a question very seriously." Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and said. "Speak." Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen. "If one day, something unimaginable really happens that requires you to abandon your past grudges and join forces with the dragons, are you willing?" Long Chen asked. "Join forces with the dragons?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang quietly. He didn't urge him, but there was some anticipation in his eyes. After a long time, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Long Chen, and laughed. "I'm not willing to join forces, but if it threatens innocent creatures, I won't sit back and do nothing." Hearing this, Long Chen's face immediately revealed a smile, and cupped his hands. "Then let's part ways here." It seemed that he had waited for the answer he was waiting for. "See you later." Qin Feiyang smiled. After sending off Long Chen, he called the white-eyed wolf back and called Xiao Naughty out. Xiao Naughty observed the god-killing tablet for a moment, and said excitedly, "This is a quasi-dominator divine weapon that is about to evolve. Not bad, this trip to the heavy region is not in vain." Not only did he break the limit of his physical body, he also obtained a quasi-dominator divine weapon. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang were also extremely excited. Xiao Naughty explained again. Because it was about to evolve, the artifact spirit had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how they called, it would not wake up. Only after the god-killing tablet had successfully evolved would the artifact spirit awaken on its own. Finally, Xiao Naughty brought the god-killing tablet into the land of Source. This was because absorbing the power of origin could accelerate the evolution of the god-slaying tablet. However, Little Wimp also left a difficult problem for Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Once the god-slaying tablet successfully evolved, how were they going to convince it to stay? Because if he couldn't convince the god-slaying tablet, then he would be making a wedding dress for the phoenix-robed woman. White-eyed wolf had a headache over this matter. Qin Feiyang had already given the god-slaying tablet to it. It was its responsibility to convince the god-slaying tablet. It had gone to great lengths to obtain a sovereign divine weapon, and it didn't want the phoenix-robed woman to benefit from it. But now, the artifact spirit had fallen into a deep slumber and was unable to communicate with him in advance. Because if they could communicate now, they could make the artifact spirit swear a blood oath first. Once the blood oath was made, would the god-slaying tablet still dare to resist? What a worry. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Long Chen told me something just now." "What news?" White-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "He said that besides the 4 forbidden lands, there are even more terrifying existences in the sky cloud realm. Even the Dragon King is afraid of them." "Do you believe it?" "What the hell? How is that possible?" "He must be scaring you." White-eyed wolf shook its head. "I hope so." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment. He smiled and said, let's go to Sky Cloud Island. One man and one wolf left the Black Tortoise realm. They opened a space-time tunnel and descended on Sky Cloud Island. Big brother, I brought you wine. Looking at the empty mountain peak, Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the little rabbit rushed out from the mountain below. Its eyes were shining as it stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the white-eyed wolf. Me again? The white-eyed wolf pouted and took out 1,000 jars of unparalleled divine wine. The little rabbit waved its paw and the 1,000 jars of unparalleled divine wine disappeared without a trace. It then sized up Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and chuckled. Not bad, you broke through the limits of your corporeal body. You saw through it so quickly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you know who Uncle Rabbit is? How can you hide from Uncle Rabbit's eyes? The little rabbit smiled proudly. Yes, 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 Big Brother is the best. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up and asked with a smile, how are Senior Brother Feng Zi and the others? Guess. The little rabbit smiled mysteriously. How can I guess? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Anyway, they are stronger than you. The little rabbit waved its paw and said. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and asked in surprise, they also broke the limit of their physical body? No. The little rabbit shook its head. Then how strong can they be? White-Eyed Wolf sneered disdainfully. Then let's wait and see. The little rabbit chuckled. What about Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang asked. Yun Zhongtian? The little rabbit was taken aback and asked suspiciously, Yun Zhongtian is with you, why are you asking Uncle Rabbit? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and frowned. He left the multiple regions a long time ago and I told him to come to Sky Cloud Island to look for you. Is there such a thing? I don't know, I didn't see him. The little rabbit shook its head. Didn't see him? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Zhongtian didn't come to Sky Cloud Island after leaving the multiple regions? That couldn't be right. Yun Zhongtian knew that coming to Sky Cloud Island could open the door to his potential, so why would he delay? Could something have happened? He quickly took out the divine sound transmission stone and found that Yun Zhongtian's contract bridge was still there. He immediately sent a message to Yun Zhongtian, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. What is this old man doing? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Something's not right. Qin Feiyang muttered. If Yun Zhongtian left the multiple regions, he would definitely come to Sky Cloud Island at the first opportunity. If Yun Zhongtian had an accident and unfortunately died, the contract bridge would also dissipate. But now, the contract bridge was still there. This meant that Yun Zhongtian was still alive. White-Eyed Wolf asked in surprise, could he have met the dragons halfway? Dragons? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at the little rabbit and said, Big brother, we'll be leaving first. After saying that, he looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, go to Sea Lion Island. White-Eyed Wolf opened a space tunnel and the man and wolf rushed in like lightning. Inexplicable. The little rabbit looked at the back of the man and wolf and muttered before disappearing into the mountains below. Sea Lion Island. A few years had passed and everything was the same. But Sea Lion's cultivation had improved a lot with the help of the time array. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf. Seeing the man and wolf appear, Sea Lion immediately greeted them warmly. How have you been? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Very good. Also, one day last year, Lord Sea Lion Emperor personally came to Sea Lion Island. Sea Lion chuckled. Why did the Sea Lion Emperor come? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. My lord told me to cultivate well. He's really taking good care of me. But I know that this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, why would Lord Sea Lion Emperor take a fancy to a small character like me? Sea Lion said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, did the little princess of the dragons send me any messages in the past few years? No. Sea Lion shook his head. No. Qin Feiyang frowned. If Yun Zhongtian really fell into the hands of the dragons, whether it was out of good or bad intentions, the little princess of the dragons should have sent him a message to tell him. Qin Feiyang said, "Give me the divine sound stone." Sea Lion nodded and took out the divine sound stone. Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine sound stone and quickly woke up. Soon, the shadow of the little princess of the dragons appeared. "You're out? It's a pity that I didn't die in the heavy domain." The little princess of the dragons giggled. That was because many people had seen Qin Feiyang and the others enter the heavy regions. Thus, after a long time, it was no longer a secret. This was also the reason why the little princess of the dragons didn't send a message to Qin Feiyang. Because in the heavy domain, there was no way to receive a message. "Then I'm sorry, it didn't happen as you wished." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The little princess of the dragons joked, "Then you must have escaped." "You even know this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Do you still remember what I said to you back then? Even if you enter the various forbidden areas and find them, it may not be a good thing." "You didn't listen, now you believe me." The little princess of the dragon's mouth was full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is the relationship between the Feng people and you dragons? You can investigate this matter yourself. I can only tell you that the Feng people will not help you deal with the dragons." The little princess of the dragons said. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He had already contacted the Feng people, and the Feng people's attitude towards the dragons was not friendly, but why was the little princess of the dragons so sure? Wait. The Feng people's attitude towards the dragons was indeed not very friendly, which made him think that the Feng people could be an ally. But not long ago, when the Fire Feng people learned that he had the purple gold dragon blood, they immediately wanted to kill him. Could all of this have something to do with his purple gold dragon blood? In other words, although the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons was not very good, but at the same time, the Feng people also hated the purple gold dragon blood? The little princess of the dragons said, "You can ask me these questions, but I can't give you an accurate answer, so you can slowly investigate it yourself." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and did not force her. "Then let me ask you one thing. Is Yun Zhongtian in the hands of the dragons?" "Yun Zhongtian? I heard that he didn't go to the heavy domain with you." The little princess of the dragons was suspicious. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. It seemed that the little princess of the dragons didn't know either, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly turned off the sound transmission god stone, which made the little princess of the dragons quite angry. What kind of person was this? "Little Qin Z, why do I feel that it's getting stranger and stranger?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy as he handed the sound transmission god stone to the sea lion and looked at the white-eyed wolf. "Go to the southern continent immediately and ask He Zhongtian." Perhaps Yun Zhongtian had fallen into the hands of the other princes and princesses. And He Zhongtian had now gained the trust of these princes and princesses. If that was the case, then he must know the whereabouts of Yun Zhongtian. Southern continent. 7-Star City. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf changed their appearances and entered the city. At that time, He Zhongtian's body was shattered and they did not establish a contract bridge, so they could only come to 7 Stars City and find a way to contact He Zhongtian. However, He Zhongtian was in the clan's land in the inner city, and the inner city was protected by a barrier, so it was difficult to sneak in. And after a few years, the princes and princesses of the dragons, as well as a large number of followers, must have already reconstructed their bodies and souls, so they couldn't directly barge in now. So, one man and one wolf mingled in the various restaurants of 7 Stars City, and at noon 2 days later, they finally met a few young disciples of the He family. Qin Feiyang used a little trick to get these people to help pass the message to He Zhongtian. Of course, these people knew nothing about the identity of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 3560. Guan Yu Lu. In a secluded pavilion. Greetings, young lord. He Zhongtian disguised himself as a middle-aged man, standing in front of Qin Feiyang and bowing. N. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed to the chair next to the tea table. Sit. He Zhongtian sat down and smiled. I heard that you went to the heavy regions. How was your harvest? Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and did not waste any more words before he said, there is a question that I would like to ask you. Do you know the whereabouts of Yun Zhongtian? Yun Zhongtian? He Zhongtian was taken aback and asked suspiciously, isn't he with you? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, their faces full of bewilderment. Obviously. He Zhongtian didn't know either. What was going on? Young lord, what are you doing? He Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Yun Zhongtian mysteriously disappeared. I thought he was captured by the dragons, but now it seems that it has nothing to do with the dragons. Mysteriously disappeared? He Zhongtian frowned. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf was startled and looked at Qin Feiyang, urging, little Qin Zi, quickly send me to the Black Tortoise world. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf said, when we entered the heavy regions, didn't Yun Zhongtian and I leave a wisp of soul in the ancient castle? Yes. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and hurriedly sent the white-eyed wolf to the Black Tortoise world. He had really forgotten about this matter. Because they didn't have such a habit before, it was easy for them to ignore it. Young lord, what's going on? He Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and gave a simple recount of what happened when Yun Zhongtian left the multiple regions. Feng people? Is this the legendary phoenix? He Zhongtian was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He Zhongtian said in disbelief, I didn't expect that there would be such a huge monster hidden in the heavy region. Dragons, Feng people, what kind of existence was hidden in the land of buried gods and the glacier of death? Little Qin Zi. Very soon. The white-eyed wolf's voice rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang summoned the white-eyed wolf and asked, how is it? I've asked the divine soul. He doesn't know where Yun Zhongtian is either. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. What? How could he not know? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. I asked him the same thing. But he told me that he hasn't been able to communicate with my true self since we entered this realm. And before, he also tried to communicate with my true self, but he couldn't. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. Could it be that Yun Zhongtian hadn't left the heavy region? But the phoenix-robed lady had clearly sent him out. Wait. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled as he muttered, Princess Wufeng. Could it be, young master? At this time, He Zhongtian frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. There is one person that I think I need to tell you. Perhaps Yun Zhongtian's disappearance is related to this person. Qin Feiyang's train of thought was interrupted, and he asked, who is it? Yun Zitao. He Zhongtian said. Yun Zitao. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, their faces full of suspicion. He Zhongtian was stunned for a moment, then patted his head and laughed. That's right, we should call him Yun Xiang now. Yun Xiang? You have news about him? The man and the wolf were both surprised. He Zhongtian nodded and said in a deep voice, it should be not long after you entered the heavy region, Yun Xiang suddenly appeared in the southern continent. His strength is unfathomable. Not only did he kill He Qingjian, but he also killed his way into our He family's territory. What? He's that strong? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Of course, they knew Yun Xiang's strength. Back then, he was only at the imperishable realm. Although their cultivation had reached the perfect sovereign realm now, it was because they had opened the door of potential and still had 1 day and 1,000 years of time array. Moreover, they had obtained all kinds of opportunities. For example, Qin Feiyang had obtained the inheritance of the law of destruction and directly broke through a small realm. But what did Yun Xiang have? He was wandering alone outside, without a time array, without opening the door of potential. How could he grow to such a level in just a few years? Every word is true. Moreover, his cultivation has already reached the perfect sovereign realm. What's even more unbelievable is that he has comprehended the ultimate profundity of the law of space and time. He Zhongtian said each word with a pause. He was also shocked. Impossible. The white-eyed wolf shouted. He and Qin Feiyang had so many advantages, but they had only broken through to the perfect sovereign realm. However, Yun Xiang had already broken through to the perfect sovereign realm. Wasn't this a joke? I also don't want to believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, at that time, my body hadn't been reconstructed. If it wasn't for the blood dragon blade, would have died in his hands. He Zhongtian said. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, could it be that he was hiding his strength back then? That's the only explanation now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Yun Xiang to be such a powerful existence. The ultimate profundity of the law of space and perfect sovereign realm cultivation. This was already comparable to the big shots of the sky cloud realm. Yun Xiang is the son of Yun Guanghui, a descendant of the Yun family. Therefore, I'm thinking that Yun Zhongtian's disappearance might have something to do with him. He Zhongtian was suspicious. You mean that Yun Xiang took Yun Zhongtian away? The white-eyed wolf asked. We can't rule out this possibility. He Zhongtian nodded. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little Qin Zi, quickly find Yun Guanghui and see if you can contact Yun Xiang. This matter isn't clear yet. Let's not alarm Yun Guanghui and the others, lest they worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the divine sound transmission stone. Buzz. Soon. A graceful figure appeared. It was Yueqing. Qin Dage, Yueqing looked at Qin Feiyang with joy. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Little Qin, there's something I want to ask you for help with. Yueqing still wanted to ask when Qin Feiyang came out of the heavy domain, so when she heard this, she couldn't help but look a little surprised and asked suspiciously, What's the matter? Qin Feiyang said, Help me contact Yun Xiang. Contact Big Brother Yun? Yueqing was taken aback. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and then said, Right away, I have an urgent matter. Okay. Yueqing nodded, and the shadow quickly dissipated. He Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, She seems to be the owner of Tianyue Building? You also know Tianyue Building? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Now Tianyue Building is spread all over the western and eastern continents, and has become a force that can't be ignored in the sky cloud realm. It's hard for me not to know. He Zhongtian smiled bitterly. It turned out that Tianyue Building was really related to Qin Feiyang. Wait a minute. The owner of Tianyue Building had broken off with Qin Feiyang in private, then wouldn't the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and Devil Palace, as the patriarch of the He family, the temple master of Divine Hall was naturally not stupid. He instantly thought of something. All this time, Qin Feiyang had never told him that he was just putting on an act with the Demon Royal Halls and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang had truly fallen out with these two factions. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. As Qin Feiyang waited anxiously, Yueqing finally sent a message. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Yueqing shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Qin Dage, I didn't contact Big Brother Yun. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yueqing said, but back then, after you entered the heavy domain, Big Brother Yun came to find me to ask about you. He also asked me to contact you. There was such a thing? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, why did he look for me? He didn't say. Then he left. I don't know where he went. Yueqing shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said with a smile, all right, if you have any news about him, inform me immediately. Okay. Yueqing nodded. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but Qin Feiyang directly turned off the sound transmission divine stone, which made her very depressed. Inside the private room, He Zhongtian pondered for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I think Yun Xiang looked for you to inquire about Yun Zhongtian and the others. At that time, the news of the Yun family leaving the southern continent with you had already spread in the sky cloud world. The white-eyed wolf said, then I think Yun Zhongtian's disappearance must be related to him. It shouldn't be. Qin Feiyang shook his head thoughtfully. Why? He Zhongtian and the white-eyed wolf were puzzled. If Yun Zhongtian really ran into Yun Xiang, would they need to hide? After all, the Grim Reaper's sword, Yun Guanghui, Yun Zhongyue, and all the Yun family members are in the Black Tortoise world. Moreover, even if Yun Xiang had some misunderstanding about us, if he ran into Yun Zhongtian would definitely explain it to him, so there was no need to hide from us. I think this matter has little to do with Yun Xiang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then tell me, what's going on? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said in a low voice, I'm afraid we have to ask Princess Wufeng about this matter. Because it was this woman who sent Yun Zhongtian out of the Twin Regions. You suspect that she's behind this? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. It better not be her, otherwise the Feng people won't let this matter go. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a moment, then said, in fact, we don't need to be so worried because Yun Zhongtian left his soul in the Black Tortoise world. Even if something happens, he won't really lose his life. No. He Zhongtian waved his hand. What? The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Although Yun Zhongtian left his soul and won't really lose his life, if Yun Zhongtian's original body doesn't die, then the soul left in the Black Tortoise world won't be able to reconstruct a complete soul and body. In other words, as long as his original body is still alive, then we must find him. He Zhongtian said. What you mean is, only when Yun Zhongtian's original body dies, can the soul left behind reconstruct a complete soul and body, and come back from the dead? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. He Zhongtian nodded and smiled. If the split soul can reconstruct a complete soul and body, then wouldn't a person be able to create a large number of doppelgangers? The white-eyed wolf's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed that this matter was really a little troublesome. Chapter 3561. He Zhongtian continued, furthermore, I think that if Yun Zhongtian really did encounter some mishap, then his current situation should be beyond his control. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf looked at him in bewilderment. Yun Zhongtian and I have known each other since we were young, so I know him better than you. If he really did encounter some mishap, he would definitely abandon his main body, such as self-destructing his physical body. Anyway, there is still a soul in the Black Tortoise world, so it doesn't matter if he self-destructs. He Zhongtian said. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Let's hope that we are just worrying for nothing. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at He Zhongtian. Are those princes and princesses still in your He family? No. After reconstructing their souls and physical bodies, they left when they learned that you went to the heavy regions. He Zhongtian said. Left? The man and wolf looked at each other and frowned. They wouldn't have gone to block the exit of the heavy regions, right? I don't know, they didn't say anything when they left. He Zhongtian said. Qin Feiyang asked, then, is there any news about the dragon's crown prince? No. He Zhongtian shook his head. This person is really good at holding back, he still hasn't issued a challenge. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Right now, I don't have the mood to care about him. Let's find out Yun Zhongtian's whereabouts first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at He Zhongtian. Take out the divine sound transmission stone and establish a contract bridge. It will be easier to communicate in the future. Okay. He Zhongtian took out the divine sound transmission stone. After establishing the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang prepared to let the white-eyed wolf open a space-time tunnel and leave. He Zhongtian hesitated and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, please wait. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at He Zhongtian suspiciously. There is something. He Zhongtian hesitated for a moment and sighed. It's about Yun Xiang. No, it's about Yun Xiang. Wait, Yun Zitao? Qin Feiyang only noticed this name now. He Zhongtian explained, Yun Xiang was originally called Yun Zitao, but it was changed at some point. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Looking at the bashful He Zhongtian, he smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. Please take a seat." He Zhongtian pointed at the seat beside him. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat. White-eyed Wolf was also lying on the chair beside him, looking at He Zhongtian curiously. This matter starts from a very long time ago. Back then, Yun Xiang had shown his prowess for the first time and displayed astonishing talent. He was even hailed as the #1 evildoer of the Yun family and had the potential to surpass Yun Zhongtian. At that time, the Yun family carefully protected him. However, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Then, one day, our He family found out about this. Then, we planned. Speaking of this, He Zhongtian sighed, his face full of regret. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He asked, "You plan to kill him in the cradle?" "Yes." He Zhongtian nodded and said, "Under our meticulous planning, we finally succeeded in killing Yun Xiang. At that time, Yun Xiang's mother was also present. In order to protect Yun Xiang, she also died in our hands." Qin Feiyang and White-eyed Wolf exchanged glances. So this was Yun Xiang's story. It was no wonder that Yun Zhongtian and Yun Guanghui wanted to kill He Zhongtian so badly back in the Milky Way. But I didn't expect that Yun Xiang actually didn't die. Moreover, he didn't let down the Yun family's expectations. At such a young age, he cultivated to the peak of the Dominator realm and comprehended the most profound meaning of the space-time laws. He Zhongtian sighed. "So now you're afraid?" White-eyed Wolf looked at him mockingly. "Afraid?" He Zhongtian smiled proudly and said, "Even if he comprehended the most profound meaning, he can only dream of killing this old man. But the situation is different now. In the past, because our two families were at odds, no matter who it was, we would definitely think of ways to deal with the other. But now, Yun Zhongtian and I are both working for the young master. If we continue to fight like this, it won't be good for anyone." Qin Feiyang said, "But the fact that you killed Yun Guanghui's wife and son cannot be erased." "Indeed. But now, the sword of the Grim Reaper has fallen into Yun Zhongtian's hands. He Qinggang, He Qingjian, He Qinggang's son, and the Yun family members who were stationed in Yunhan City all died at the hands of Yun Xiang. So no matter what, we should be even." He Zhongtian said. "You can't settle the score like this. After all, you were the ones who attacked first." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Young master, I don't agree with this. Our two families have always been enemies. You schemed against me and I schemed against you. This is a common occurrence. So, there's really no way to trace back to the root cause and find out who attacked first." He Zhongtian waved his hand. Qin Feiyang heard this and felt that it made sense. If two people who didn't know each other had a grudge, it would definitely be possible to tell who was right and who was wrong. But the Yun family and the He family had already formed a grudge since the first generation of ancestors. Moreover, they were both fighting for their own power and ambition. So, there was really no way to discuss who was right and who was wrong. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you mean that you want me to help mediate between the two?" "Yes." He Zhongtian nodded and said with a smile, "After all, both of our families are working for you now. If we were to fight, it would definitely be your loss." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded, "All right, when we find Yun Xiang, I'll give it a try. But I'm not confident in this matter." "It doesn't matter. If Yun Xiang really doesn't let go, then we'll just fight to the death." He Zhongtian snorted coldly. "Old He, you're too early to say that. You just said that the sword of Thanatos is now in the hands of the Yun family. Moreover, the Yun family is now in the Black Tortoise world. What do you have to fight to the death with them?" The White-eyed Wolf chuckled. He Zhongtian's expression stiffened and he gritted his teeth. "If it really comes to that, I'll borrow the hands of the dragons to deal with them. But don't misunderstand, I'm going to deal with the Yun family, not you." Qin Feiyang and the White-eyed Wolf smiled at each other and said lightly, "It hasn't come to that yet. Don't worry, we'll do our best to mediate." "Thank you," He Zhongtian said gratefully. "All right, then we'll leave first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The white-eyed wolf opened a space-time tunnel and one man and one wolf descended on the sea lion island. The sea lion came up and asked, "Brother Qin, Boss Wolf, how was it?" "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Don't worry, heaven helps the worthy." The sea lion comforted. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the white-eyed wolf. "Go to the 2 entrances of the heavy domain and see if the dragon's prince and princess are blocking them." "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the horsetail whisk and said, "Follow the white-eyed wolf and be careful." After the white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk left, Qin Feiyang looked at the sea lion and smiled. "We didn't disturb you, did we?" "Why would I? I can't wait for you guys to stay here. That way, I can also bask in your glory." The sea lion chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "All right, you continue to cultivate, I'll go back to work." After saying that, he entered the Black Tortoise world and landed in front of the ancient castle, directly entering the cultivation room. 2 days outside, 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. The phoenix-robed woman's soul floated in the cultivation room. She had already reconstructed many souls, but there were no signs of her awakening. Qin Feiyang observed for a while, then left the cultivation room and entered the tea garden. While drinking tea, he lowered his head and muttered, "Young master, when did you come back?" Not long after. The Pei brothers returned to the Devil's Land and saw Qin Feiyang sitting alone in the tea garden. They couldn't help but be stunned, then quickly flew over. "I just came back 2 days ago." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then why didn't you inform us? We could have come to welcome you." Pei Dason said. "What's there to welcome?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, and praised, "It's been hard on you all these years." "No, no." The 2 hurriedly waved their hands. "Sit." Qin Feiyang pointed to the stone bench next to him. "We don't dare." The 2 hurriedly shook their heads, their faces full of fear. Qin Feiyang frowned. The brother and sister looked at each other and sat down with trepidation. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be so nervous. Old Pei has followed me through life and death. No matter how many grudges there are, it's time to draw a line." "Yes, yes, yes." The 2 nodded. Qin Feiyang poured 2 cups of tea and handed them to the 2. "Thank you." In short, the 2 were very uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea, looked at the 2 and asked, "Let me ask you, do you hate me?" The 2 looked stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to hear the truth." "Yes." Pei Dason gritted his teeth and nodded. "How much do you hate?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "I hate you to the bone. But this is the beginning of my hatred. At that time, you suppressed us in the soul-sealing valley and tortured us. You even killed my son in front of me. I really wanted to tear you into pieces. Later on, we submitted to you because we didn't have a choice. After all, you controlled our lives. However, as I got to know you better and got to know you better, especially after seeing how well you treated Lord Father, the hatred in my heart gradually decreased. Especially in the past few years, we have been managing the Black Tortoise world. We have seen the respect, love, and worship that every living being in the Black Tortoise world has for you. We have also learned about your growth and everything you have done. That's why I'm filled with admiration for you right now." Pei Dason said from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feiyang smiled, "Then it seems that you know me like the back of your hands." "Yes." The brother and sister nodded. "Yes. It's really not been easy on this road. And along the way, those who helped me, whether they're by my side now or not, whether they're humans or other living beings, I'm extremely grateful. Especially the Sword Emperor and the others. In order to protect the living beings in the ancient world, they sacrificed everything. So, I won't allow anyone to hurt them." Although Qin Feiyang's words were calm and carried a trace of emotion, the brother and sister could feel a sharp edge. Actually, As long as everyone gets along with each other sincerely, there's no grudge that can't be resolved. When Dan Wangkai returns, you can go find him. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Thank you, young master. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed and quickly got up to thank him. Chapter 3562. There's no need to thank me, just focus on educating your next generation. I don't wish for a spoiled brat like Pei Wanli to appear in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes. Both of them bowed respectfully. Off you go then. Qin Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. This subordinate will take his leave. Both of them turned around and left with joy in their hearts. Now, they were filled with energy. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and with a thought, a middle-aged man appeared in the tea garden. It was Yun Guanghui. Yun Guanghui was caught off guard, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Qin, you're back? Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Please, have a seat. Yun Guanghui sat beside Qin Feiyang and looked around, asking, why don't I see the old ancestor and Wolf King? They still have some matters to deal with. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yun Guanghui nodded and didn't ask further. Then, did you find anything in the heavy region? Not bad. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he said, I called you here mainly to ask about Yun Xiang's situation. Xiang? Yun Guanghui was stunned and quickly stood up, asking, do you have any news about him? Don't be so agitated. I did have news about Yun Xiang, but he's gone missing now. Qin Feiyang signaled Yun Guanghui to sit down. Yun Guanghui returned to his seat and sighed, this child has a tough life. I've met He Zhongtian before and he told me about your grudges, but there are still many things I don't understand. Why hasn't Yun Xiang returned to the Yun family all these years? As his father, why can't you contact him? Qin Feiyang asked as he poured a cup of tea for Yun Guanghui. Then, he looked at Yun Guanghui silently. Yun Guanghui picked up the teacup and lowered his head to drink for a while. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. I won't hide it from you. Back then, even the old ancestor and I thought that Xiang had died at the hands of the He family. Those years were the darkest period of my life. It's understandable for a middle-aged man to lose his wife and son. Qin Feiyang nodded. But one night, I suddenly saw Xiang. That was many years later. At that time, he had already comprehended the laws of space and time. Seeing him appear before me alive and even comprehending an ultimate law, I feel like I'm dreaming. However, he didn't stay for long before leaving. Back then, his divine sound transmission stone was destroyed. At that time, when he left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to react and establish a new contract bridge with him. From then on, he never came back. Yun Guanghui shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked, then, did he say where he was going? I asked, but he didn't say. He only said that he was going to cultivate. Yun Guanghui said. Then why didn't he stay at home? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because he felt that he was the one who caused the death of his mother. Therefore, he has always felt guilty and didn't dare to face everyone. At the same time, he also hated the He family. When he left, he swore that the entire He family would be buried with his mother. Although I didn't know where he was all these years, I could understand his pain, so I didn't look for him. Firstly, I didn't want him to feel guilty when he saw his clansmen. Secondly, I didn't want to disturb him. Yun Guanghui sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, since he comprehended the laws of space and time later, you should be the only one who knows about this. Then, why has there been a rumor all these years that the Yun family has a monster who comprehended an ultimate law? At first, I was the only one who knew about this. But later, I told the old ancestor, Miss Yu, and Zifeng. It was because Zifeng let it slip outside. However, he didn't say that this person was his elder brother, Xiang. You also know that for an aristocratic family like ours, as long as there's a small matter, it will definitely immediately spread like wildfire. Because of this, I even taught this kid a lesson. And when the He family found out about this, they immediately launched a secret investigation. However, because we kept it a secret, the He family never found out that Xiang was still alive. They didn't know that the person who comprehended an ultimate law was Xiang. They just thought that another monster had been born in our Yun family. Yun Guanghui explained. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Yun Guanghui. Just now, He Zhongtian asked me for a favor. What is it? Yun Guanghui frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he asked me to help mediate the feud between your two families. That's impossible. Yun Guanghui shook his head decisively, his eyes full of hatred. I know you'll answer. But you can also imagine that the He family has paid a great price. You still don't know that Yun Xiang personally killed his way to the He family before we entered the heavy region. Qin Feiyang told him in detail about how Yun Xiang killed He Qingjian and the others. No way. Xiang has already comprehended the ultimate law of space-time? Yun Guanghui was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This kid is amazing. Yun Guanghui was amazed and his face was filled with pride. How could he not be proud to have such a promising son? He Qinggang, He Qingjian, He Qinggang's son, and many members of the He family. Their deaths can be considered as repaying this blood debt. Of course, I won't force you. This matter is still up to you to decide. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Yun Guanghui pondered for a while and shook his head. Although the He family has indeed paid a price, I can't decide this matter. I have to ask Xiang. If he says let it be, I won't pursue this matter. He also understood. The He family also followed Qin Feiyang. If he didn't let it go, he would be putting Qin Feiyang in the middle, making it difficult for him on both sides. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you don't have to feel pressured because if I have to choose between the He family and the Yun family, I will definitely choose the Yun family. Thank you. Yun Guanghui smiled gratefully. Qin Feiyang asked, then, the members of the Yun family are still following the rules, right? Don't worry. Last time, there were a few clansmen who wanted to sneak out of the central province. I caught them and killed them on the spot. Since then, no one dared to go against me. Yun Guanghui said. Then, what about your two brothers? Qin Feiyang asked. Yun Guanghui said, I've already told them. So far, they haven't done anything out of line. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, in any case, you have to remember one thing. No matter who it is, I will only give them one chance. Understood. Yun Guanghui nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then, go find Zhao Si and bring back some unparalleled divine brew for Miss You. Don't mention it. All these years, this great aunt has been waiting for you to come back every day, waiting for you to open your mouth and get some unparalleled divine brew and black tortoise divine brew. Yun Guanghui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, it's not good for a woman to drink. I've tried to persuade her, but you've seen how obsessed she is with wine. It's useless. Yun Guanghui said helplessly. All right, then bring some back for her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right. Yun Guanghui nodded and rose to the sky, disappearing at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye. 10,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. And 10 days had passed in the outside world. The white-eyed wolf finally returned and said, they're really blocking the entrance. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Other than the dragons, the first prince and the little princess, everyone is here. And according to my observation, the second princess and the others have called new followers. The white-eyed wolf said. Blocking the two entrances is indeed a good plan. But they didn't expect that Long Chen would directly take us out of the heavy domain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. These people must be planning that since they couldn't directly leave the heavy domain, they would definitely pass through the exit. This way, they would be able to give them a fatal blow. Hee hee. If they know that their god's son helped us, I wonder what kind of expression they would show. The white-eyed wolf laughed evilly. Don't worry about them. Let's go check on Princess Wufeng's situation. The Black Tortoise realm has been here for more than 10,000 years. It's time for her to wake up. A man and a wolf entered the ancient castle's cultivation room and saw that the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul was almost half reconstructed. But, seeing a man and a wolf enter, the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul didn't have any reaction. What's the situation? Half of her divine soul has been reconstructed, but she still hasn't woken up. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows, walked forward, patted the divine soul, and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, it's dawn. It's time to wake up." However, the divine soul still didn't respond. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grabbed the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he shouted, "If you don't speak, I will directly destroy your divine soul." What? As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a weak whisper came from the divine soul. Awake? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang let go of the divine soul, but he couldn't help but frown. The white-eyed wolf didn't wake her up when he shouted, but now she woke up immediately after he threatened her. What a coincidence. The divine soul surged. In a short while, it transformed into a fiery phoenix the size of a palm. That was the Princess Wufeng's divine soul. Princess Wufeng slowly opened her eyes, glanced around, and said in confusion, "Where is this?" "Hell." The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. "What? Hell?" Princess Wufeng immediately quivered and shouted in panic, "No, I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Let me go back." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Did she really believe it? How could she be so stupid? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Wufeng, frowning more and more. He said in a low voice, "Don't pretend. In fact, you've been awake for a long time." "What do you mean? Isn't this hell?" Princess Wufeng looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously, as if she was avoiding Qin Feiyang's eyes. Chapter 3563. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul and said impatiently, "Don't change the topic." "I'm not changing the topic. I remember that when the Ice Phoenix sword fought with the Death God's sword, I was instantly killed by the Ice Phoenix sword. This should be hell. But why are you in hell? Could it be that after I died, you also died in Bing Running's hands?" Princess Wufeng was surprised. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said angrily, "This is not hell, and we're not dead. We're in my divine spatial artifact." "Not dead? Divine spatial artifact?" Princess Wufeng glanced around the cultivation room and muttered, "This divine spatial artifact is too small." "That's not the point." Qin Feiyang completely lost his patience and said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, where did you send Yun Zhongtian?" "Yun Zhongtian?" Princess Wufeng was stunned, lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I sent him out of the heavy region, don't you know this? Is it the western continent's exit or the southern continent's exit?" Qin Feiyang asked. "One forbidden area, 2 exits." Princess Wufeng said, "The western continent's exit." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He felt that Princess Wufeng was acting a little guilty, as if she was hiding something. "I'm sure." Princess Wufeng nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said indifferently, "Strip her of her karma law and devour law." "Huh?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Why did he suddenly want to strip her of her law force? "What do you mean?" Princess Wufeng also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang ignored her. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "I told you to do it, so do it." "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded and grabbed Princess Wufeng's soul. He turned around and left the training room, walking out of the castle. So this is his spatial divine object. It's so big. Looking at the vast and boundless Devil's Land, Princess Wufeng's heart was suddenly filled with shock. Boom! Before she could come back to her senses, a terrifying aura erupted. She hurriedly turned her head to look and saw that behind the white-eyed wolf, there was a huge golden beast shadow. Looking at this beast phantom, a sense of fear that couldn't be dispelled emerged in her heart. She felt that the power of laws was no longer under her control. The white-eyed wolf's innate superpower can take away one's fighting soul, cultivation, and the power of law. And it will be taken away forever. In other words, once the white-eyed wolf takes them away, you'll lose the law of causality and the law of devour forever. Qin Feiyang explained. This, Princess Wufeng was stunned. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf can also integrate the power of law that it has taken away. Do you still remember the old man beside Bing Running who grasped the law of destruction? His law of destruction has already been integrated by the white-eyed wolf. You can take a look at the white-eyed wolf's cultivation. It has already stepped into the perfected dominator realm. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Princess Wufeng stared at the white-eyed wolf. Its cultivation had indeed broken through to the perfected dominator realm. She remembered that when they were in the central region, this wolf cub's cultivation was only at the perfected dominator realm. Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, show her all your supreme profundities." Although it didn't know what Qin Feiyang was going to do, the white-eyed wolf still did as he was told. Boom! The supreme profundities of the law of causality, law of destruction, law of death, and law of space-time were all activated in an instant. It can't be. Princess Wufeng was dumbfounded. The supreme profundities of the four supreme profundities? The next moment, the white-eyed wolf also activated momentary time, instantly leaving the Devil's Land and returning to the Devil's Land in an instant. The supreme profundities of the five supreme profundities. Princess Wufeng was completely stunned. No one would believe that the white-eyed wolf had comprehended the five supreme profundities with its own ability. What was the white-eyed wolf's cultivation level? How could it have done it? Not to mention the supreme profundities, even the five supreme profundities couldn't all be supreme profundities. Because even the Feng people didn't have anyone who could comprehend all five supreme profundities. Therefore, it could be seen that what Qin Feiyang said was true. This wolf cub's innate ability could strip away and integrate the profundities. I've told you so much because I want you to understand one thing. As long as you fall into my hands, I have 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. So, I'll give you one last chance. Where did you send Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, it looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Could it be that Yun Zhongtian's disappearance had something to do with this woman? In other words, Qin Feiyang asked it to activate the five supreme profundities in order to intimidate this woman. Princess Wufeng said with a slight panic, "I really sent him to the exit of the Western Land." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Begin." Okay. The white-eyed wolf grinned and activated its innate ability. Princess Wufeng immediately felt the karma law and the devouring law leave her body uncontrollably. No, Princess Wufeng screamed in horror. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, his face cold. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf. He did not take Princess Wufeng's pleas to heart at all. I'll talk, Princess Wufeng was about to cry. How did she offend these two malefactors? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he waved his hand, saying, "Stop." The white-eyed wolf stopped and looked at Princess Wufeng, its brows furrowed. Was this woman really behind all this? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Wufeng and said calmly, "Speak." Princess Wufeng lowered her head, her expression uneasy. "Speak." Qin Feiyang roared angrily. Princess Wufeng trembled and looked up at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Then promise me that you won't be angry after you hear it." Qin Feiyang was immediately amused. She was still trying to negotiate terms with him. The white-eyed wolf could not help but want to laugh as well, saying, "Speak, we won't be angry." Princess Wufeng then said, "I want Qin Feiyang's answer." The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. "My answer, is it not useful?" Are you looking down on me? All right, I won't be angry. Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Wufeng heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that and lowered her head, saying, actually, I did not send Yun Zhongtian out of the twin regions. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's eyes immediately narrowed. Princess Wufeng panicked and quickly said, you said you won't be angry. A man must keep his word. Qin Feiyang suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, then where did you send him? FFFF Phoenix's. Phoenix's nest. Princess Wufeng stammered and finally said it through gritted teeth and closed her eyes, feeling extremely nervous. Phoenix's nest. The man and wolf were both stunned. Sending Yun Zhongtian to the Phoenix's nest? Isn't that sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Damned woman. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I was worried that you would go back on your word and not return the god-slaying tablet to me, and that was why I held back. I did not mean to hurt Yun Zhongtian. Princess Wufeng said in a fluster, not daring to open her eyes to look at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely at Princess Wufeng and transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, what do we do? What else can we do? We must go to the Phoenix's nest and rescue him. Qin Feiyang's hands were clenched tightly together as he said in self-reproach, I should have gone with that woman back then. The white-eyed wolf sighed and said, if you had gone with her back then, you would be in the same state as Yun Zhongtian now, trapped in the Phoenix's nest. You might even have become a ghost under their blades. After all, the divine artifact was activated by that woman, and who knows where it would send you. But Qin Feiyang still wanted to say something. The white-eyed wolf said in his heart, I know you are blaming yourself in your heart, but it is useless to blame yourself now. Moreover, with that woman in our hands, they would not dare to harm Yun Zhongtian. What I am worried about now is that they will torture Yun Zhongtian. Just as He Zhongtian had predicted, Yun Zhongtian had fallen into a situation where he had no choice. In the Phoenix's nest, even if Yun Zhongtian wanted to self-destruct, he would not be able to do it. The man and wolf were transmitting their voices in secret, and it was deathly still all around them. Princess Wufeng carefully opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf apprehensively. Although the man and wolf had not made a move to kill her, her heart was still unbearably nervous. Then, should we kill this woman or not? The white-eyed wolf asked through his voice transmission. We definitely cannot kill her now. She is the bargaining chip in our hands. Moreover, only she is able to activate the divine artifact and bring us directly into the core region of the gravity regions. Qin Feiyang said to himself. The white-eyed wolf arched up an eyebrow and raised his head to look at Princess Wufeng. Seeing that, Princess Wufeng quickly closed her eyes again, putting on a pitiful look. Don't act pitiful. If not for the fact that we still need your help, just based on what you have done, it would be enough for you to die without an intact corpse. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, the two men and one wolf immediately descended upon the soul-sealing valley. What is that smell? Why is it so smelly? Princess Wufeng opened her eyes in surprise, and when she saw the giant cesspool below, her face suddenly turned pale. Do you want to go down and take a bath? Qin Feiyang asked. Princess Wufeng shook her head like a rattle drum. She didn't want to, even if she was beaten to death. Qin Feiyang said, but I really want you to go down and take a bath. Big brother, don't. You are my biological big brother, let's talk things over. When Princess Wufeng heard that, she was instantly terrified. Haha. I don't have a biological sister like you. Moreover, I am not worthy of you. Qin Feiyang grabbed Princess Wufeng's soul and threw it down. Don't. I can take you to Yun Zhongtian. Princess Wufeng's face turned pale as she shouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, not enough, I want you to swear a blood oath to be loyal to me forever. Originally, he had not intended to fall out with them. After all, he had a favor to ask of the Feng people. But looking at it now, it was completely unnecessary. Forever loyal? Princess Wufeng was stunned and said angrily, You're not willing? Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly and stepped out, landing on top of the cesspool. The stench was pungent and nauseating. I'm willing, Princess Wufeng shouted again and again. Although she was a fire phoenix, she was still a woman. How could a woman endure such an environment? Chapter 35-64. When Qin Feiyang heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he brought the dragons and the white-eyed wolf back to the devil's land. Why don't you make her swear? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, a blood oath needs blood essence as a guide. Her body hasn't been rebuilt yet, so she can't swear. Then what if she goes back on her words after she reconstructs her body? The white-eyed wolf frowned. This is not the heavy region. How dare she go back on her words? Besides, even if she can't make a blood oath now, it doesn't mean I can't control her. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and an enslavement seal appeared. What do you want to do now? Princess Wufeng looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. I'll control you first. Wait until you reconstruct your body, then make a blood oath. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The enslavement seal is used to control the soul, so even if Princess Wufeng hasn't reconstructed her body, it doesn't matter. Is it necessary to do this? Princess Wufeng said angrily. Of course it's necessary. For you, I have to have double insurance. Don't resist, or I guarantee you will go to the soul-sealing valley and soak in it for tens of thousands of years. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and the enslavement seal instantly sank into Princess Wufeng's soul. Princess Wufeng wanted to resist several times, but when she thought of the terrifying scene in the soul-sealing valley, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. In the end, she accepted the control of the enslavement seal. Now, hurry up and reconstruct your soul and body, then take us to the phoenix nest. You'd better pray that Yun Zhongtian is fine, otherwise I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yun Zhongtian will definitely be fine because I handed him over to my followers. These followers will only listen to my orders. Before I left, I told them to take good care of Yun Zhongtian. Princess Wufeng said. It better be. Qin Feiyang said lightly. However, if you want to go to the phoenix nest, you will need a space-time teleportation divine artifact. But my space-time teleportation divine artifact has already been shattered in the battle between the Ice Phoenix sword and the Death God's sword. Princess Wufeng was in a difficult position. Qin Feiyang replied, you don't have to worry about that, I have plenty of space-time teleportation divine artifacts here. Is that so? All right then. Princess Wufeng nodded. In fact, it was not hard to imagine. How could a person like Qin Feiyang not have a space-time transmission divine artifact? The next day. At the exit of the heavy domain in the western continent. Boom! A space-time tunnel appeared. 6 figures strode out of the space-time tunnel, exuding a murderous aura. Among these 6 people, there were men and women, old and young. They were led by a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a long white dress. Her long hair was like ice, dancing in the wind. She was Bing Running. The man beside her was also a young man about the same age as Bing Running. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long red robe. His long red hair fluttered like flames. Among the 4 people behind them, 2 of them were familiar. They were the middle-aged man and the old man in white who had intercepted Qin Feiyang in the inner region. The 2 people behind the young man were 2 middle-aged women. They were also wearing fiery red dresses and had fiery red hair. This is the outside world? The young man glanced at the land in front of him and murmured. Bing Running looked at the young man and asked, Brother Zihue, you haven't come out either? No. The young man shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he said lightly, I don't care. My mission is to find Qin Feiyang and save my sister. Bing Running's eyes flashed slightly. She took out the divine voice stone. Who are they? I feel that their auras are very strong. Below. Many creatures were cultivating in the mountains. At this moment, they were looking at Bing Running and the others suspiciously. Among the crowd, there were 4 ordinary-looking young men and women. Their gazes were different. Bing running, pyrotechnic glow, why did they come out from the phoenix nest? Could it be that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf offended them in the heavy region? The 4 of them were suspicious. Don't make a fuss. Let's observe the situation first. One of the women said. Buzz. A short while later, the divine voice stone in Bing Running's hand reacted. The image of a white-haired old woman appeared. Bing Running asked, how's the information I asked you to find out? I have a basic understanding. The white-haired old woman nodded. Very good. Tell me the coordinates. We'll meet up with you immediately. Bing Running said. I'm in the eastern continent's Cloud Sea City. The white-haired old woman gave Bing Running the coordinates. Bing Running and the others immediately opened a space-time tunnel and rushed to the eastern continent. After the group disappeared, the 4 young men and women looked at each other. The confusion in their eyes grew stronger. The 4 of them were the second princess and the others from the dragons. The second princess was still the same as before. She was wearing a long black dress, and there was a trace of coldness in her expression. The second one was the white-haired young man and the red-haired young man. The white-haired young man was the third prince. He had the white dragon sword. Qin Feiyang had stolen the law of destruction from him. The red-haired young man was the fourth prince. He had the blood dragon blade. The last one was the green-haired woman who had gone to rescue the red-haired young man. She was ranked 5th among the princes and princesses of the dragons. She was also known as the 5th princess. Other than the first prince and the little princess, the other 8 princes and princesses were blocking the 2 entrances. The second princess and the other 3 were blocking the entrance of the western continent. The other 4 were blocking the entrance of the southern continent. As the princes and princesses of the dragons, they naturally knew about the Feng people. That was why they recognized Bing Running and the others at a glance. However, they couldn't figure out why the Feng people had come out. Was it because of Qin Feiyang? But Qin Feiyang hadn't come out from the heavy region. Qin Feiyang, pyrotechnic glow, will be waiting for your battle in Ocean of Cloud City. 3 days later. Eastern Continent. A loud voice resounded in the sky above Ocean of Cloud City, and it shocked everyone. Pyrotechnic glow? Who's he? He actually dares to challenge Qin Feiyang? It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The people of Ocean of Cloud City ran out and looked up into the sky. They saw a young man in a fiery robe standing in the sky. His aura shook the world. It can't be. He challenged Qin Feiyang? The Demon Palace. Elder Hua and the Demon Palace's hall master were called over by Chu Yun. When they heard her report, their faces were filled with surprise and bewilderment. It's absolutely true. I've already investigated it. Besides pyrotechnic glow, there are a few other people I've never seen before. Moreover, I can sense a dangerous aura from them. Chu Yun nodded. You didn't find out where they came from? Elder Hua asked. No. It's like they just appeared out of thin air. Chu Yun shook her head. The Demon Palace's hall master sighed. It's definitely that kid, Qin Feiyang. Elder Hua and Chu Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. Why is that kid so fond of causing trouble? The dragons haven't been dealt with, yet another mysterious power has appeared. Wait. I heard that Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Zhongtian have gone to the heavy region. Could it be that they're from the heavy region? Elder Hua suddenly spoke with surprise and bewilderment. Chu Yun was stunned, and then she frowned. There's a mysterious power hidden in the heavy region as well? Don't make wild guesses. Since they've come to look for Qin Feiyang, it means that Qin Feiyang has left the heavy region. Elder Hua, send a message to Qin Feiyang and ask him what's going on. The Demon Palace's hall master gazed at Elder Hua as he spoke. Elder Hua nodded and withdrew a transmission stone, the Black Tortoise Dimension. Princess Wufeng was rebuilding her body and soul in the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang sat at the side and comprehended the profundities of the laws of strength. As for the white-eyed wolf, since it didn't need to cultivate, it would definitely go and fool around with others. Suddenly, the transmission stone resounded. Qin Feiyang withdrew it, lowered his head to take a look, and then a trace of a smile instantly appeared on his face. As the transmission stone awakened, Elder Hua and the others appeared. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The three of you, long time no see. How have you been? You're still in the mood to smile? Tell me the truth. Did you get into trouble?" Chu Yun's face darkened as she spoke. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He thought that she'd come to show concern for him, but it turned out that she'd come to denounce him. Chu Yun spoke angrily. "A member of the pyrotechnic glow publicly issued a challenge to you in Ocean of Cloud City. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" "The pyrotechnic glow issued a challenge?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who was he? He had never heard of him before. Princess Wufeng, who was next to him, said, "The pyrotechnic glow is my twin brother." Twin brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. He should be here to save me. Princess Wufeng nodded. Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Is there someone else beside you?" Yes. Qin Feiyang turned the transmission stone in his hand, and Princess Wufeng's divine soul immediately appeared in their line of sight. Fire Phoenix? The three of them were shocked. Yes. The mysterious force hidden in the core area of the heavy region is the Divine Phoenix clan. The one in front of you has a great background. She's the first princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other. They finally understood why the pyrotechnic glow challenged Qin Feiyang in public. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had kidnapped someone else's first princess. Even a princess of a small empire would not let it go, let alone a giant like the phone people. "Can't you stop for a while? We haven't dealt with the dragons yet, and you've provoked the phone people. Do you want to provoke all the mysterious forces in the four forbidden areas?" Chu Yun said angrily. "Sister, do you think I want to do that? I went to find them to form an alliance, but I met a vicious woman. I had no choice but to do this. Let's talk about it later. Shouldn't you care about what we experienced in the heavy region first? How did we escape from the heavy region?" Qin Feiyang looked helpless. If he had a choice, he would do that. "Don't call me sister. I'm not familiar with you." Chu Yun snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "He wants to challenge. Let him do it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He was not interested in such a challenge at all. Besides, pyrotechnic glow was just a bait to lure him out. Once he really went to the Cloud Sea City, he would be doomed. Chapter 3565. Hearing Qin Feiyang's answer, the three of them were speechless. Facing the challenge of the phone people, he could still be so calm. They really admired this kid's mentality. Because if it was someone else, they would have panicked and asked for help. "Then tell me, what happened to you in the heavy domain?" Elder Hua asked. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Then, he recounted everything in detail. As the overlords of the Eastern continent, the three of them were quite knowledgeable. But when they heard this, they couldn't help but be frightened. Who would have thought that the gravity in the heavy domain would be so terrifying? Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf could escape in such a situation? Chu Yun asked, "So, this Princess Wufeng is now under your control?" "Yes. It's already merciful that I didn't kill her." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good." Chu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Princess Wufeng would tell the dragons about the relationship between the Demon Palace and Qin Feiyang. At that time, the Demon Palace wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the dragons. Elder Hua said, "Since Yun Zhongtian left his divine soul in the Black Tortoise realm, you don't have to worry too much. Deal with the matter at hand. I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. Also. After all, she is the princess of the Feng people. There are some misunderstandings between the two of you, so don't torture her. In short, leave yourself a way out. Elder Hua's relationship with Qin Feiyang was like caring for his own son and grandson. This was something that everyone could feel. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright, we all know your ability. You can deal with it yourself. In addition, there are a few other people besides Pyrotechnic Glow. After Elder Hua finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun waved her hand and the figures of Bing running and the others appeared. When Qin Feiyang saw Bing running, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, "What a big lineup. Be careful." Elder Hua reminded Chu Yun before asking her to turn off the voice transmission divine stone. The Demon Hall's Hall Master looked at Chu Yun and smiled. I'll have to trouble you to pay attention to the movements of the Feng people and the dragons at all times. I knew that these troublesome matters would definitely be thrown to me again. Chu Yun pursed her lips. You're young. Elder Hua chuckled. When Chu Yun heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone, lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. He looked at Princess Wufeng and said with a smile, "Say, if I capture your twin brother, will your father be even more cautious?" Don't. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Princess Wufeng hurriedly pleaded for leniency. It seemed that she still cared about this younger brother of hers. Discuss? Why didn't I see you discussing it when you were scheming against me? Qin Feiyang sneered. Princess Wufeng said with grievance, "This is also because you snatched my god-slaying tablet first." Qin Feiyang looked at her indifferently and asked, "About this god-slaying tablet, why did you hide it in the central region?" It's because of Bing running. She's always thinking about the god-slaying tablet. If I don't think of a way, there will be trouble at any time. So when the god-slaying tablet evolved, I hid it in the central region. There's another reason. The god-slaying tablet was born in the region of gravity. It can absorb gravity and accelerate its evolution. Princess Wufeng said. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Then why didn't you hide it in the inner region? Princess Wufeng said, "You know the situation in the inner region. A large number of people come and go every day. What if they find it? So you hid it in the central region because your people usually don't go there?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Also, there are very few humans in the central region. Even if there are humans and they discover the god-slaying tablet, I can easily kill them under the pressure of gravity. But I didn't expect to meet a jinx like you. Princess Wufeng was also angry. This is called man proposes, God disposes. If I were you, I would definitely send people to guard the god-slaying tablet at all times. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. I admit that I was careless and overconfident. But don't always use this to mock me. Will mocking me give you a sense of superiority? Princess Wufeng said angrily. A sense of superiority doesn't exist. But your heart is really big. You actually left a quasi-ruler divine weapon in the central region. Qin Feiyang laughed. You, Princess Wufeng glared at Qin Feiyang. Forget it. Hurry up and reconstruct your divine soul and body. I have to think about how to kill Bing running. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Since Bing running came to the eastern continent, she must be planning something. Kill her? If you can really kill her, I will thank your ancestors. Princess Wufeng snorted coldly. Don't scold me. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I'm not scolding you. I'm really grateful. But this time, Bing running came prepared. Do you think she will give you a chance? If I'm not wrong, Bing running must have the Ice Phoenix Sword, Black Ice Divine Bow, and Black Ice Divine Hammer with her. Plus, my brother must also have a ruler divine weapon. You think you can defeat them with these 3 ruler divine weapons? Princess Wufeng smiled disdainfully. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at First Princess Fire Phoenix in silence. What are you planning? Princess Wufeng was a little flustered. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, since Pyrotechnic Glow is your brother, he is our ally. You want to join forces with my brother to get rid of Bing Running? Princess Wufeng was surprised. Don't you want to? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Princess Wufeng hesitated. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Bing Running already tried to kill you. Why are you still hesitating? You don't know. Although we Fire Phoenixes and Ice Phoenixes are not on good terms, we are still part of the Divine Phoenix clan. If Zihui helps, I'm afraid it will provoke a war between the Fire Phoenixes and Ice Phoenixes. Princess Wufeng sighed. But Bing Running tried to kill you first. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Wufeng said, although you are right, if our two clans really go to war, there will be a lot of casualties. I can't bear to see my clansmen die for me. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Qin Feiyang was very surprised. You think I am you? Cold-blooded, heartless, and despicable. Princess Wufeng snorted through her nose. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really didn't understand why this woman had the face to call him cold-blooded, heartless, and despicable. Anyway, I don't want to see the Ice Phoenixes and Fire Phoenixes fight. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if I go back and tell my father that Bing Running tried to kill me, he will at most go to the Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch to reason with her. And the Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch will at most ask Bing Running to apologize. Because my father doesn't want to see the two clans fight. Besides, we still have to guard against the dragons. If our two clans fight, in the end, both sides will suffer, and the Divine Phoenix clan's strength will drop greatly. Then, the dragons will benefit. Princess Wufeng said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then what is the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons? A relationship that will never interact with each other. Princess Wufeng said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he asked, then what is the relationship between the Feng people and the purple gold divine dragon? When your father found out that I had the purple gold dragon blood, he immediately had a strong murderous intent. There must be a reason for this. I already said this before. I don't know. Princess Wufeng was a little impatient. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled faintly. Actually, we can find your brother and work together to get rid of Bing Running. As long as we do it cleanly, the Ice Phoenix clan won't find out that it was you and your brother. This, Princess Wufeng hesitated. Wasn't this what Bing Running planned when she attacked you? If she can do this, why can't you? Qin Feiyang urged. But are you confident that you can deal with the Ice Phoenix sword and other sovereign divine weapons? As long as we can subdue these sovereign divine weapons, we can do it without anyone knowing. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan doesn't care about the big picture like my father. If he knows that we work together with a human to kill his daughter, it will definitely cause a storm of blood. Princess Wufeng said worriedly. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated and shook his head. I can't guarantee anything now. I can only say that I will try my best. After all, it was a sovereign divine weapon. How could it be subdued so easily? Princess Wufeng fell silent. There's no rush. You can think about it slowly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. From this conversation, he had a new understanding of the two patriarchs of the Feng people. The patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was more benevolent and cared about the big picture. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan was more selfish, violent, and reckless. It seemed that the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was a good breakthrough point. But before that, there was one more thing to investigate. Why did the Feng people dislike the purple gold dragon blood so much? Looking back at the dragon's attitude toward the purple gold dragon blood, it was similar to the Feng people. As expected, there was definitely a secret that no one knew about. In the blink of an eye. Outside, two people passed by. Almost every 10 days, Pyrotechnic Glow would come out and challenge Qin Feiyang. Even the southern, northern, and western continents knew about it. They were all discussing the background of this pyrotechnic glow. Because Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. Without strength and confidence, who would dare to challenge him so unscrupulously? But in this regard, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. 2 months in the outside world was 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Princess Wufeng's divine soul and physical body had been reconstructed. But Qin Feiyang still hadn't come out of seclusion. This was because he had comprehended the fifth profundity of the law of force to a critical point. He had been yearning for the sovereign realm for a long time. Of course, he wouldn't be distracted by something unimportant. Qin Feiyang, 10 days from now, let's fight to the death on White Crane Island. Don't make me wait too long. This morning. Another loud voice resounded in the sky of the eastern continent. A golden-haired young man stood proudly at the top of the sky like a god. His aura shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3566. As soon as the golden-haired youth issued the challenge, the atmosphere of the sky cloud realm instantly boiled to a critical point. More and more discussions followed. Who was this person? Why did he also want to challenge Qin Feiyang? Was he the same type of person as Hu Zihui? What was going on recently? One after another, people ran out to challenge Qin Feiyang. They couldn't figure it out. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang also quickly received the news. But he ignored it and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Others didn't know, but he knew in his heart that this person was the Crown Prince of the Dragons. He was looking forward to the battle with the Crown Prince of the Dragons, but he didn't lose his mind because of it. One must know. A shrewd person like the Crown Prince of the Dragons wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. In other words, since the Crown Prince of the Dragons issued the challenge, he must be fully prepared and determined to win. But Qin Feiyang wasn't ready yet. Not to mention other things, his cultivation must at least break through to the sovereign realm. In short, if he didn't break through, he would never accept the challenge. As for the ridicule of others, he wouldn't care. Besides, why did the Crown Prince of the Dragons have the final say in the battle? Time passed quietly. Early in the morning. White Crane Island. The wind and clouds surged, and the sky was dark. Crack. Boom. Not long after. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it began to rain heavily. White Crane Island had long ceased to exist, but at this moment, a sea of people gathered in the surrounding sea. The sea beasts in this area had long evacuated. There was a lot of discussion at the scene, and it was extremely noisy. Do you think Qin Feiyang will come to fight? He should. After all, for him, there is nothing in this world that he doesn't dare to do. I'm curious, who are the two people who challenged him? They are so bold. Swish. Suddenly, 7 figures descended in the sky above the sea, and their aura was not concealed at all. It was Bing Running and Pyrotechnic Glow's group. It's him. He was the one who challenged Qin Feiyang first. Everyone immediately looked at Pyrotechnic Glow, their eyes filled with surprise. His temperament was extraordinary. The aura he exuded was also very strong. He's a perfect ruler. So you are a peak dominator. No wonder you have the courage to challenge Qin Feiyang. I remember the last time Qin Feiyang appeared, he was a high-level sovereign. I wonder if his cultivation has improved after all these years. But I feel that regardless of whether Qin Feiyang's cultivation has improved or not, this person is no match for him. I think so too. After all, Qin Feiyang is a legend, the #1 person in our sky cloud realm. People began to discuss in low voices. Myth? The first? He's not worthy. Bing Running's eyes flashed coldly when she heard these discussions. Not bad. What qualifications does a mere human have to become the #1 person in the sky cloud realm? Accompanied by a cold voice, the second princess of the dragons and the others landed in the sky above the sea and stood in the air with Bing Running and the others. It's them. Aren't they the ones who attacked the demon palace and made the 3 giants of the demon palace afraid? I heard that they have many sovereign divine weapons. Everyone stared at the second princess of the dragons and the others with fear on their faces. They didn't expect these terrifying existences to come to White Crane Island. But thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, these people attacked the demon palace to find Qin Feiyang. Now, with such a good opportunity in front of their eyes, how could they miss it? Bing Running glanced at the second princess of the dragons and the others and chuckled. Long time no see. The second princess of the dragons looked at Bing Running indifferently and said, "We don't seem to be very close to you. Don't be so cold. After all, our goal is the same. There is a good saying among humans, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Bing Running smiled. "Be friends with you?" The blood-red-clothed youth sneered and said, "I'm really afraid that you will stab us in the back." "Same to you," Bing Running said with a fake smile. They know each other? I'm really puzzled. Who are they? Also, why do they keep emphasizing the word human? Could it be that they are not human? The surrounding onlookers were puzzled. How lively. Accompanied by laughter, a silver-haired woman appeared in the sky above the sea with 2 old women. It was the little princess of the dragons. Accompanying her were the 3 powerhouses of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance and the Shenmeng couple. After all, this was Qin Feiyang's battle. How could the Alliance leader, Deputy Alliance leader, and Hall of Famers not care? Therefore, when the little princess of the dragons came to White Crane Island, they also took the initiative to come and watch the show. Seeing the arrival of the little princess of the dragons, not only the second princess of the dragons and the others, but even Bing Running couldn't help but frown. They seemed to be wary of the little princess of the dragons. You're living quite comfortably in the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. The second princess of the dragons snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. This was because over the years, no matter what actions or plans they had, the little princess of the dragons did not participate. It was as if she was out on a scenic tour. Not only the second princess, but the white-clothed young man and the others were also very unhappy with the little princess of the dragons. But more than that, they felt helpless. This was because they couldn't do anything to this little sister. Of course. Besides, with my sisters and brothers around, is there a need for me to do anything? The little princess of the dragons giggled. The second princess and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. She clearly wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, but she still found so many excuses. They didn't know that the little princess had already cooperated with Qin Feiyang. Bing Running glanced at the little princess of the dragons, then glanced at the second princess and the others. Looking at the white-haired old woman next to her, she asked in a low voice, "Did you find the person who saved Qin Feiyang?" "No. These days, I've searched all over the 4 continents, but I couldn't find the whereabouts of this person, let alone any related information." The white-haired old woman shook her head. Bing Running said angrily, "I don't believe that he jumped out from a crack in a rock. I'm also very puzzled. Since this person saved Qin Feiyang and called him brother, he must be related to Qin Feiyang. But according to my investigation, this person has never appeared beside Qin Feiyang before." The white-haired old woman whispered. "No matter what, you must find out who he is. Since he dares to go against the phone people, he must be prepared to die." Bing Running snorted coldly. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, another space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 young men walking out of the space-time tunnel. One of them was wearing a long golden robe and had an imposing appearance. It was the first prince of the dragons. The other person was wearing a white robe and had a faint smile on his handsome face. He gave off an amiable feeling from the bottom of his heart. That's right. He was the son of the ice dragon, the divine son of the dragons of the sky cloud realm, Long Chen. And on Long Chen's shoulder was a fire dragon. If Qin Feiyang saw this fire dragon, he would recognize it at a glance. It was the fire dragon that he had been chasing for a long time. Because there was an eye-catching blood mark between its eyebrows. It's him. Bing Running and the others looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Wasn't this the person they were looking for? But why was this person with the first prince of the dragons? Greetings, Divine Son. The second princess of the dragons and the others looked at each other and immediately flew to Long Chen and bowed. What? Divine Son? Since when did the dragons have a divine son? Why didn't we know? Bing Running and the others were bewildered. What puzzled them the most was that if he was the divine son of the dragons, why would he help Qin Feiyang, an enemy? At the same time, the surrounding crowd looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Especially the three alliance masters and the Shen Meng couple. Because they knew the identity of the second princess and the others. They were the prince and princess of the dragons. Even these high and mighty princes and princesses had to be so respectful to this person. How shocking was this person's identity? Long Chen was a very infectious person. No matter who saw him, they would have a good impression of him. Glancing at the second princess of the dragons and the others, Long Chen smiled and said, "Didn't I say earlier? You don't have to be so polite when you see me." Yes. The group nodded. Even so, how could they not be polite? This was the son of the ice dragon. Even the dragon king of the dragons had to be polite to this person. Long Chen looked at the surrounding crowd and finally his eyes fell on Bing Running. He smiled and said, "How are you?" Bing Running raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. For a moment, no one paid attention to the eldest prince of the dragons. Everyone looked at Long Chen. The second princess of the dragons asked suspiciously, "Divine Son, do you know each other?" "Yes. We've met in the heavy region." Long Chen nodded. "You've been to the heavy region?" The group of people was surprised. The eldest prince of the dragons was the same. "Yes. I went there some time ago." Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was speechless. The heavy region was such a dangerous place, but listening to this person's casual tone, it felt like he was going on a scenic tour. "Don't you know? Qin Feiyang had nowhere to run when we were chasing him, but because of his appearance, Qin Feiyang was saved." Bing Running looked at the eldest prince of the dragons and said in a deep voice. "What?" The dragons looked at Long Chen in surprise. There was such a thing? "Divine Son, why did you do this?" The third prince in white was puzzled. "He's an old friend. If I can help him, of course I'll help him." Long Chen smiled. But the third prince frowned. He had a stomach full of complaints, but he did not dare to show it in front of Long Chen. "You dragons are really interesting. You're chasing after him, and at the same time, someone is saving him." Bing Running sneered. The group of people from the dragon tribe looked at Bing Running with gloomy faces. Dragons? At the same time, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. It was the first time they heard of this race. In fact, it was not hard to imagine. Since they were called dragons, they must be related to the divine dragons. But were these people really transformed from the divine dragons? Moreover, as a behemoth, why had they not heard of them before? Chapter 3567. Long Chen smiled faintly, looked at Bing Running, and said, "It seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. What do you think? Although I don't know why the dragons have a god's son like you, you have to pay the price for causing trouble in the territory of the Feng people." Bing Running snorted coldly. Feng people? The onlookers were stunned once again. What kind of race was this? Phoenix? Could it be Phoenix? Price? Long Chen shook his head with a smile, and said faintly, "I think that in the younger generation of the sky cloud boundary, except for Qin Feiyang, no one has the ability to make me pay the price." Arrogant. The middle-aged man behind Bing Running immediately shouted. Others were afraid of the dragons, but would the Feng people be afraid? They were all existences that ruled over a forbidden area. Of course not. "You are the arrogant one." Before Long Chen finished speaking, the fire dragon on his shoulder rose into the air, and his eyes were filled with astonishing ferocity. Okay. Let me see how strong you are. The middle-aged man took a step forward, and the law of force surged. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the sun. Supreme mystery, God's giant hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand fell, shattering the sky, and slammed toward the fire dragon and Long Chen. But for this, Long Chen was still smiling, and he didn't panic at all. However, except for the dragon's little princess, the dragon's crown prince and the others consciously stood in front of Long Chen, obviously to protect Long Chen. How can you guess the strength of a god's son? You'll have to get past me first. The fire dragon was extremely violent, and his body quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon of tens of thousands of feet was born, and his dragon's aura was monstrous. Boom! The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. An eye of thunder appeared, and streaks of lightning descended, blasting toward the giant hand. With an earth-shattering bang, the giant hand disintegrated and shattered on the spot. Supreme mystery, Eye of Thunder. The onlookers' pupils shrank, and they retreated. Unexpectedly, before Qin Feiyang had even appeared, these people had already started fighting. Moreover, the moment they attacked, they used their supreme profound meanings. Yufeng people dare to look down on a god's son? Die. The fire dragon let out an arrogant smile as the blood mark on its forehead let out a blinding light. It rushed in front of the middle-aged man with a speed comparable to a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. It was even faster than the Paragon-grade heaven-defying support-type divine technique, but it was only slightly slower than the instant time. This was the blessing of the blood character imprint. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, it would increase by a large margin. The middle-aged man was also caught off guard and hurriedly threw out a punch. The fire dragon raised its huge tail and slammed it down. The middle-aged man was sent flying on the spot. His arm was lacerated, and blood flowed out. What a powerful force. You've already broken the limits of your physical body? The middle-aged man was shocked. The limits of my physical body? Not interested. Huolong sneered in disdain, and the laws of destruction roared out, condensing into a statue of the god of destruction. The statue's huge hand slammed towards the middle-aged man, and the world was unable to withstand this divine might and began to collapse. What? The supreme mystery of the law of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the first prince of the dragons and the others were shocked. They knew a little about the fire dragon. Last time, it was killed by Qin Feiyang in the Yin Demon Land, and the golden spear escaped into the dragon's nest with its remnant soul. At that time, it didn't even have a supreme mystery. But how long had it been? Not only did he master the supreme mystery of the law of thunder, but he also mastered the supreme mystery of the law of destruction. Could it be that these were all the legacies that the god's son gave him? Indeed. Being a god's son was indeed different. The benefits were unimaginable. Regarding this, the middle-aged man was also shocked. With a wave of his hand, the power of death appeared and a blood moon rose, blasting toward the god of destruction's giant hand. The two collided. Heaven and earth fell into temporary darkness. But in the next moment, a bright divine light burst out, followed by a destructive power. This was the collision of the supreme mysteries of the law of destruction. How terrifying was its power! The surrounding onlookers retreated again and again, their hearts filled with shock. Usually, it was rare to even see a single supreme profundity, but now, there were so many supreme profundities, and they were even supreme profundities of the strongest laws. Who exactly were these people? Moreover, if even the fire dragon was so strong, how terrifying was this so-called god's son? Rumble. The battle continued. The fire dragon teleported again and instantly appeared above the middle-aged man. Its huge tail was like a majestic mountain ridge, slamming toward the middle-aged man. This speed again. What's going on? The speed of a single teleportation is even faster than a supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique. The middle-aged man was bewildered. Bing running, pyrotechnic glow, the old woman in white, and the others were also puzzled. For sovereigns, teleportation was the most common way of moving. Any assistant's divine art could surpass teleportation. But now, the fire dragon's teleportation was faster than a supreme mystery. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Boom! Another clash. Under the fire dragon's terrifying physical strength, the middle-aged man was once again sent flying. His body cracked and blood gushed out. Ant! The fire dragon's eyes were filled with contempt. Its body exuded a terrifying aura as it charged toward the middle-aged man. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. But then, Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, the fire dragon stopped in the air and looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Then, it shrank its body and returned to Long Chen's shoulder. The blood mark between its eyebrows also dimmed. The middle-aged man returned to Bing Running side with lingering fear. How was it? Bing Running asked telepathically. Its speed, power, and physical body are too strange. I'm afraid that only a sovereign weapon can kill it. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Bing Running raised her eyebrows and looked up at Long Chen and the fire dragon. When did this man and dragon appear in the dragon's residence? There was no news at all. Long Chen waved his hand and a tea table and a chair appeared. Next, a dumbfounded scene appeared. Long Chen just sat on the chair and began to leisurely brew tea. Soon, a wisp of tea fragrance wafted out. Long Chen took a sip and shook his head. Qin Feiyang's tea is still the best. Looks like I'll have to ask him for some later. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons and the others couldn't help but frown. The relationship between this god's son and Qin Feiyang was really unpredictable. Boom! At this moment, in the distant sky above the sea, another powerful and ferocious aura appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged towards them. Everyone was stunned. There's someone else? Then, they all looked up. Including Long Chen. He looked for a while, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He laughed and said, "Interesting, another old friend." Then, he waved his hand gently and a chair appeared on the other side of the tea table. Obviously, this was prepared for the person who came. But the first prince didn't know and was about to sit down. Long Chen smiled. "This isn't for you to sit on." Huh? The first prince of the dragons looked at Long Chen in shock. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the distant sea again and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to be the main character today. He thought that the chair was prepared for him, but it turned out that it wasn't. It was a little awkward. Boom! The aura was getting closer and closer. Finally, a huge monster entered everyone's line of sight. It was a snow python. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long and covered with white scales like jade. The aura it emitted was actually not very strong. It was a perfected dominator. Seeing the appearance of the snow python, the first prince of the dragons couldn't help but frown. It was just a perfected dominator. Why would the divine prince care so much about it? No. There's a person lying on the back of the snow python. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Immediately, everyone looked at the back of the snow python and saw a young man in tattered black clothes lying lazily on the back of the snow python with his hands behind his head. He squinted his eyes and seemed to be sleeping. There was a dog tail in the corner of his mouth. But there was no aura on the young man. He looked like an ordinary mortal. It's him. The deputy leader's pupils shrank. You've seen him before? The leader was suspicious. No. But I heard Feiyang mention it. Back then, didn't Feiyang ask the Demon Palace and us to help find some old friends? This person is one of them. And I heard from Chu Yun that she had seen this person in the Eastern continent back then. But before she could react, this person activated the space-time law and disappeared without a trace. According to Chu Yun's deduction, this person's comprehension of the space-time law is not inferior to yours. The deputy leader secretly explained. Hearing this, the leader's heart trembled. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, not to mention the lunatic, everyone saw how monstrous he was, but they didn't expect that there would be an even more terrifying young man. I think the seat of the divine prince of the dragons was prepared for this person. Qin Feiyang, the divine prince of the dragons, and this young man, it seems that they should all be people from the lower realm. The deputy leader whispered. In the blink of an eye, the snow python carried the young man and flew above the crowd as if there was no one else around. It said, "Boss, we've arrived at White Crane Island." So fast. I haven't slept enough yet. The young man slowly opened his eyes and sat on the snow python's back. He glanced at the crowd below with a lazy expression and said in surprise, "So many people? But I didn't see Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, or the white-eyed wolf." The snow python said. The main characters always appear last. The young man waved his hand and his gaze fell on Long Chen. Long Chen smiled at the young man. "See, there's an acquaintance." The young man stood up and yawned. He walked step by step to Long Chen's side and directly sat on the seat that Long Chen had prepared for him. The snow python also became the size of a palm and landed on the young man's shoulder. "Long time no see." Long Chen poured a cup of tea and handed it to the young man. The young man glanced at the teacup and said with a look of disdain, "Drinking tea is too refreshing. I'm not interested." Ah. Long Chen was stunned. He put down the teacup, took out a jar of wine, and handed it to the young man. The young man looked at the wine jar and nodded, "All right, I'll give you some face." After saying that, he took the wine jar. When he opened the jar, the shadow of a dragon rushed out. Wine Chi Dragon. Divine wine. Many people who loved wine couldn't help but swallow when they saw this scene. Chapter 3568. However, the young man took a sip of the divine wine and nodded reluctantly. "It's okay." This sentence was really infuriating. The first prince of the dragons and the others also showed a trace of displeasure. Before you even arrived, the Son of God had already prepared a seat for you, and then personally poured tea and wine for you. Even the Dragon King had never received such treatment in front of the Son of God. You, on the other hand, acted as if you didn't care. I really don't know why you're so arrogant. However, seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything, they couldn't flare up. Long Chen looked at the young man and smiled. "I really didn't expect you to come. It's so lively. No matter how busy I am, I have to come and take a look." The young man yawned and said, "You're busy?" "I really can't tell." Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "These years, you should have left your footprints in the sky cloud realm." In other words, the young man had been touring the mountains and rivers all these years. More or less. "I've been to the dragon nest and the phoenix nest, but there's nothing fun." The young man waved his hand casually. "What? He's been to our dragon nest? And to our phoenix nest?" The first prince of the dragons and the Feng peoples Bing Running and the others were all surprised. They didn't know about this at all. How did this person do it without anyone knowing? Could it be a spirit? Long Chen was also surprised when he heard this. Although they had known each other in the ancient realm, he knew nothing about this person's background and identity. He only knew that this person was very strong and mysterious. Whoosh! During this period, many people came to White Crane Island. When they saw Long Chen and the young man, they were all surprised. Because only the two of them were sitting there drinking tea and drinking wine, they were extremely eye-catching. Another moment passed. The three heads of the Demon Palace also came to White Crane Island. When they saw the young man, their pupils shrank slightly. Soon, He Zhongtian also arrived and flew directly to the second princess and the others. The heads of the Northern Continent's Sky Palace also arrived, but they didn't get close to White Crane Island and watched from afar. In short, now that there were many experts here, The Black Tortoise World. Princess Wufeng flew over from afar. When she saw the white-eyed wolf lying in the devil's land and reeking of alcohol, she frowned and said, "Isn't Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons scheduled a battle today? Why are you still drinking here?" Princess Wufeng had sworn an oath of eternal loyalty to Qin Feiyang the moment she reconstructed her body and soul. Coupled with the seal of slavery, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf did not restrict her freedom. Therefore, she had been playing around in the Black Tortoise realm all these years. He knew Qin Feiyang's situation like the back of his hand. Little Qin Zi hasn't come out yet. What's the hurry? The white-eyed wolf waved its claws, completely unconcerned. Princess Wufeng's face darkened. Couldn't these fellows show some respect to their opponents? Then, he ran around the castle. Where are you going? The white-eyed wolf stopped her. Princess Wufeng said grumpily, "Nonsense, of course I'm going to ask Qin Feiyang, that bastard, to come out of seclusion." She had been holding a grudge against the seal of slavery and the blood oath. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Come on, drink with me. The white-eyed wolf glared at Princess Wufeng, took out a wine jar, and threw it at her. Princess Wufeng caught the wine jar. She was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Who wants to drink with you? Do you think I'm Yin Zhongyue, who can't move her feet when she sees divine wine? See? You're not fun at all." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "Get out of here." Princess Wufeng's face darkened. She threw the wine jar to the white-eyed wolf and continued to walk toward the castle. "Do you really want little Qin Zi to have a battle with the first prince of the dragons?" The white-eyed wolf was doubtful. "Of course. I want to see this bastard embarrass himself in public," Princess Wufeng said fiercely. "Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Let's wait and see." Princess Wufeng snorted coldly. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the castle. First Princess Wufeng was stunned. She stopped in her tracks and a trace of anger crawled up her face. To actually make a breakthrough at this critical moment, she was really lucky. After a while, the aura dissipated, and the pressure of a sovereign divine weapon emerged. What is he doing? Princess Fire Phoenix was suspicious. She hurriedly ran towards the castle. However, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. He activated the momentary time and stood in front of Princess Wufeng. He shook his head and said, "You can't go in now." Princess Wufeng didn't know, but the white-eyed wolf knew. Qin Feiyang must be opening the door to the sovereign realm. Of course, he couldn't let Princess Wufeng see this. Princess Wufeng was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Is there something shameful? Maybe he's taking a bath? If you barge in, aren't you afraid that he'll hold you responsible?" The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly. Princess Wufeng's cheeks reddened when she heard this. She said angrily, "Dirty, shameless. Hey! These words have nothing to do with me. No matter how beautiful you human women are, in my eyes, you're just wild monkeys without hair." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "You," Princess Wufeng stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. "No. I forgot that you're not human. Why don't we try being together?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Wufeng wretchedly. "You?" Princess Wufeng had a look of disdain. "I'm not good enough for you. Don't be so arrogant. You're a fire phoenix. Although your bloodline isn't that good, I don't dislike it." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Can I dislike you?" Princess Wufeng roared angrily. How could there be such a shameless wolf cub? He actually dared to compare bloodlines with fire phoenixes? Boom! At this time, a muffled loud sound rang out in the ancient castle. Princess Wufeng was very surprised. What exactly was Qin Feiyang doing in the ancient castle? Not long after, Qin Feiyang walked out in a new set of clothes. He was full of energy and vigor. "You're finally willing to come out." Princess Wufeng pursed her lips. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Why don't we spar now?" Scram. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Why didn't you spar when you were a perfect dominator? Now that you broke through to a perfect dominator, you came to provoke me. Even if you want to bully me, you shouldn't bully me like this." Princess Wufeng asked, "Do you want to go to White Crane Island?" "I don't dare to go." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "How strange. There's actually something that Qin Feiyang doesn't dare to do?" Princess Wufeng laughed sarcastically. "Are you stupid? Everyone knows that your younger brother and the first prince of the dragons are messing around. Right now, I don't know how many strong enemies are waiting for me to appear on White Crane Island. If I run over, wouldn't I be walking into a trap?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "You're the stupid one." Princess Wufeng glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. He looked at Princess Wufeng and said with a smile, "Right now, everyone's attention is on White Crane Island. Perhaps even your father is paying attention to the situation on White Crane Island. Therefore, now is the best time to go to the phoenix nest." "You're really sinister." Princess Wufeng looked at him with disdain. "Compared to you, I'm still lacking." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the snowflake appeared. The snowflake had already evolved into a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. After all, it had been absorbing origin energy. The speed of its evolution was naturally incomparable to other divine artifacts. "Don't play tricks. No matter who it is, I'll only give them one chance." Qin Feiyang handed the snowflake to Princess Wufeng. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Who are you trying to scare?" Princess Wufeng coldly snorted in her heart and took the snowflake. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 2 people and 1 wolf appeared in the sky above Sea Lion Island. The white-eyed wolf immediately looked in the direction of White Crane Island and said with a sneaky smile, "If Pyrotechnic Glow and the first prince of the dragons knew that we're going to the phoenix nest now, I wonder if they'll be angered to death." "Don't worry about them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Princess Wufeng. He asked, "Are there any restrictions in the phoenix nest?" "No." Princess Wufeng shook her head. While Princess Wufeng was answering, Qin Feiyang was secretly peeking at her inner thoughts. There were indeed no restrictions. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of encountering danger. This was because Bing Running and Pyrotechnic Glow had brought at least 5 sovereign divine weapons with them. There weren't many left in the phoenix nest. And now, he had the ancient castle, the sword of Thanatos, the horsetail whisk, and the slaughter zone. Even if he were to fight with the Feng people in the phoenix nest, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Buzz! Just as Princess Wufeng was about to activate the snowflake, Qin Feiyang's divine sound transmission stone suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone and looked down at it. He frowned slightly and looked at Princess Wufeng. "Wait a moment." With that, he activated the divine sound transmission stone. Elder Hua's figure immediately appeared. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua suspiciously. "Where are you now?" Elder Hua asked. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, "Sea Lion Island. I'm preparing to go to the phoenix nest to rescue Yun Zhongtian." Elder Hua was slightly taken aback and nodded. It's not a bad choice to go to the phoenix nest at this time. After all, everyone's attention is on White Crane Island. But there's a piece of news that I think I need to tell you in advance. "What news?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Elder Hua said, "The fire dragon you're looking for and that young man are both on White Crane Island." The fire dragon. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. That's right. He's with the dragon's god's son and has mastered the supreme profundities of the law of thunder and the law of destruction. Elder Hua nodded. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at Elder Hua. That's impossible. If he really has mastered the 2 supreme profundities, he should have already activated them when he was in the Een Demon Land. It's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Elder Hua said. You're on White Crane Island too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I'm hiding in the spatial divine item to send you a message. And it's not just us. He Zhongtian, the people of the North Continent's Sky Temple, the dragons, the Feng people, and your master are all waiting for you on White Crane Island. Elder Hua said. As expected. Qin Feiyang sneered. The white-eyed wolf asked suspiciously, wait. Who's that young man you mentioned just now? Elder Hua said, he's one of the people you asked us to look for. He has a snow python with him and looks like he hasn't woken up yet. It's him? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but feel excited. That person had finally appeared. Chapter 35-69. Seeing how happy Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were, Elder Hua understood that this young man was not a match for them, but a friend. He smiled and asked, this person seems to be not simple? Qin Feiyang nodded. Until now, he still had not figured out this person's background, identity, and strength. Moreover, back then in the valley of the underworld King's Hell, he was able to ignore the corrosion of the evil force. Such a person was definitely not simple. What about Long Chen? As the son of the ice dragon, why would he save you in the heavy domain? Elder Hua was curious. This was the question he couldn't figure out the most. The relationship between the ice dragon, dragons, and Qin Feiyang was obvious to all. But as the son of the ice dragon, the son of the dragons, Long Chen had a completely different attitude towards Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this too strange? This person, I don't know either. But what I can be sure of is that if it wasn't for the fact that we were born with different standpoints, we would definitely be good friends. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Elder Hua was surprised to hear this. To be able to get such a good impression, it seemed that this Long Chen, whether it was his character or character, was quite good. He asked, then will you accept the challenge? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, let's see how it goes. Since the fire dragon had appeared, he should go to White Crane Island to get rid of this scourge. But in his heart, saving Yun Zhongtian was more important. All right. Elder Hua nodded. After the transmission ended, Qin Feiyang kept the sound transmission godstone and looked in the direction of White Crane Island, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The fire dragon must die. This was something that no one could stop. Princess Huafeng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, you guys just said something about the ice dragon, what do you mean? You will know in the future. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So mysterious. Princess Huafeng pursed her lips and revived the snowflakes. A space-time rift appeared. Opening the gate of time and space would cause a huge commotion. Going to the phoenix nest this time, Qin Feiyang did not have any intention of sticking around. As long as he could find Yun Zhongtian, he would leave immediately. Therefore, he chose Snowflake. Because Snowflake was the opening of a space-time tunnel, the commotion would be much smaller. Anyway, try not to attract the attention of Feng people. As the space-time transmission channel appeared, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, restrained his aura, and said, let's go. Immediately, 2 people and 1 wolf stepped into the space-time tunnel. The people gathered on White Crane Island had no idea about Qin Feiyang's plan. Gradually, doubtful voices also appeared. Why isn't Qin Feiyang here yet? Could it be that he's hiding somewhere in seclusion and hasn't received any news of the challenge? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? Are you kidding me? Have I never seen anything that he doesn't dare to do? That's right. Look at the former blood hall. How strong was it? Didn't they still kill their way into the blood hall and forcibly disintegrate it? I think he either didn't receive the news, or he was held back by something. Let's wait patiently. I believe that he will definitely appear. Now, the people of the Sky Cloud realm had a kind of worship and faith for Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Pyrotechnic Glow and the first prince of the dragons couldn't help but frown. What was this person doing? The land of the heavy region. The core area. In front of a quiet courtyard, two people and a wolf appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Princess Wufeng. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, they looked around. What entered their line of sight was an endless stretch of mountains and rivers. Towering mountains and steep ridges, verdant vegetation. Between the mountains, white mist lingered, and multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of feet, like a fairyland. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining brightly. This is the phoenix nest? Looking at the scene in front of them, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were both stunned. They thought that the place where the Fire Phoenix clan lived should be an endless sea of fire. The place where the Ice Phoenix lived was an endless glacier. But they never thought that it would be such a beautiful scenery. Moreover, the phoenix nest was very big. What they could see now was just the tip of the iceberg. Your Highness. Suddenly, two surprised voices sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw two old men quickly walking out of the courtyard. Both of them were wearing fiery red robes. Whether it was height, fat, thin, or old appearance, they were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Don't be nervous, they are my followers and also my friends. Princess Wufeng said to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and immediately went up to them with a smile. Daifuku, Xiaofu, did you miss me? Yes. I miss you every day. The two old men were in tears, and went up to look at Princess Wufeng from left and right. They were so excited that their arms were trembling, and they asked, Your Highness, are you all right? We thought we would never see you again. Ba ba ba. Don't say such inauspicious words in the future. Princess Wufeng pretended to be angry. Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness, let us see if you are injured. Why have you become so thin? Look at this weak little body, I don't know how much you have suffered. It's all our fault for not following you and protecting you. The two nodded repeatedly, their faces full of concern and self-blame. Really? Princess Wufeng was suspicious. She had indeed suffered a lot, but she did not seem to have become thin or weak. After all, she had lived quite comfortably in the Black Tortoise world, and Qin Feiyang did not restrict her freedom. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, the two looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and immediately looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and their eyes were full of anger. The man and the wolf were stunned. Why did they only see them now? Was their sense of existence so weak? Daifuku, Xiaofu, don't. I brought them here. Now they are our friends. Princess Wufeng quickly comforted the two. What? The two were stunned, and quickly looked at Princess Wufeng, and asked, Your Highness, why are you friends with them? They are people who want to kill you. There is a misunderstanding, I will explain it to you later. Don't make a fuss. Where is the human I asked you to treat well? Princess Wufeng asked. The two pointed to the courtyard, and said, He is inside. Then did you hurt him? Princess Wufeng asked. She was afraid that when the two found out that Qin Feiyang had kidnapped her, they would make a move against Yun Zhongtian. Yes. We destroyed his Qi ocean, and used the soul-sealing magic stone to seal his soul. The two nodded. Princess Wufeng glanced at Qin Feiyang, and seeing Qin Feiyang frown, she quickly turned to the two brothers and asked, Is that all? Did you do anything else to him? No. The two shook their heads. Princess Wufeng breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and snorted coldly, Don't put on such a long face. It's just destroying his Qi ocean, and sealing his soul, there is no danger to his life. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently, and then turned to the Daifuku brothers, and said, Bring him out. Why should I? You hurt Her Highness, and made Her Highness suffer. How can we hand him over to you so easily? The two brothers said angrily. Qin Feiyang raised an eyebrow. Cough cough. Princess Wufeng coughed dryly, and looked at the two brothers, waving her hand, and said, Bring him out. Your Highness. The two men frowned. What was going on here? Princess Wufeng said, if I ask you to go, then go. When there is time, I will explain it to you slowly. The two men looked at each other, and the confusion on their faces grew. They then turned to the eldest princess, and sighed, I'm afraid. You will have to go in personally. Why? Princess Wufeng was suspicious. You will know when you go in. With that, the two men retreated to the side. Princess Wufeng frowned, and strode to the front of the attic. The attic had a total of 3 floors, and it was antique in style. When she reached the front of the door, Princess Wufeng looked inside, and her expression froze. What is going on? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf frowned, and walked over quickly. The Daifuku brothers wanted to stop them, but when they thought of Princess Wufeng's attitude towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, they suppressed the disgust in their hearts, and followed behind the man and the wolf without saying a word. Soon, the man and the wolf also walked to the front of the door, and stood beside Princess Wufeng. When they looked inside, their bodies froze. Inside, there was a spacious hall, and all kinds of flower pots were placed. In the middle, a few chairs were placed neatly, and it was quite exquisite. On the left, there was a guqin, and it emitted a hazy glow. It was obvious. This was the place where Princess Wufeng usually played her guqin. And on the right side of the hall, there was an exquisite tea table. At that moment, on the tea table, the teapot was boiling, and the faint fragrance of tea wafted. 2 figures sat facing each other. One of them was Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian was facing the door, and he could see Qin Feiyang and the others at a glance. At that moment, Yun Zhongtian was looking up at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and there was a smile on his face, and his clothes were very clean and neat. How was this the look of a prisoner? He was obviously here as a guest. We have been so worried all day, and he is just sitting here leisurely drinking tea. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He had not expected to see such a scene. Qin Feiyang was also speechless. With Yun Zhongtian's cultivation level, he could not sense it. And on his wrist, there was indeed a bracelet. It was made with the spirit sealing magic stone, and it had the miraculous power to seal one's soul. As long as one wore the spirit sealing magic stone, the power of one's soul would not be able to be unleashed, and one would be no different from an ordinary mortal. But other than that, he really did not find any other problems. His entire person was glowing, and he was in high spirits. Before he came, he had already mentally prepared himself to see a bloody scene. But in the end, what he saw before his eyes was such a scene, and he was completely stunned. He then looked at the person sitting opposite Yun Zhongtian. Although he could only see the back of that person, but he could tell that it was a middle-aged man, dressed in a fiery red robe, and there was no aura about him, but he gave off an unparalleled sense of oppression. That back was one that Qin Feiyang was familiar with. It was the clan leader of the Fire Phoenix clan. Chapter 3570. The Fire Fong people's chief was here? And he was drinking tea with Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Princess Wufeng came back to their senses and looked at each other. What was going on? How could they see such a harmonious scene? It was simply beyond their expectations. Why are you standing at the door? Do you want me to come out and welcome you personally? The Fire Fong people's chief said without turning his head. The 2 men and 1 wolf looked at each other, put away the snowflakes, and walked into the hall. Princess Wufeng did not forget to glare fiercely at Daifuku and Xiaofu. The brothers also expressed that they were very innocent. Because the Fire Fong people's chief was not informed by them at all. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf King. Yun Zhongtian got up and smiled. Elder Yun, you really know how to enjoy life. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Yun Zhongtian laughed involuntarily. In fact, he was also very surprised. At first, when he found out that Princess Wufeng had brought him to the phoenix nest, he thought that the following days would be worse than death. But he did not expect that not only did Princess Wufeng not hurt him, she even asked the Daifuku brothers to treat him well. What surprised him the most was A few days ago, when the Fire Feng people came here and accidentally found him, they did not want to kill him, but only asked the Daifuku brothers to destroy his energy sea and put on a bracelet. And in the past few days, the Fire Feng people's chief would come to drink tea and chat with him whenever he had time. Although they had been together for a period of time, he still did not understand the real intention of the Fire Feng people's chief. Sit down. The Fire Feng people's chief looked up at Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Princess Wufeng and said. The two men and one wolf sat at the side. Yun Zhongtian also returned to his seat and poured tea for Qin Feiyang. Princess Wufeng said unhappily, Father, why don't you show some concern when you see me return? Fire Feng people said, I heard the conversation between you and Daifuku just now. Since you are fine, why are you still asking so many questions? Then aren't you afraid that I'll suffer outside? Princess Wufeng said angrily. Who dares to bully my daughter? Although the chief of the Fire Feng people's tone was very calm, there was an undeniable domineering aura in it. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Am I right? Right. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm already under your control. What right do you have? Princess Wufeng glared at Qin Feiyang. Control? The Fire Feng people raised their eyebrows. Yeah. Not only did he use the slave seal to control me, he even forced me to swear a blood oath. Father, you don't know this, but he said that this blood oath will come true. Princess Wufeng's face was full of grievances. What? A blood oath that will come true? The Fire Feng people looked at Princess Wufeng suspiciously. The Daifuku brothers next to her were also stunned. I'm not lying to you. He really said that. Looking at the three's reaction, Princess Wufeng said anxiously. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is that so? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. You are courting death. Get rid of the control on Her Highness immediately. When the Daifuku brothers heard this, they immediately stared at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. I don't dare to do that. After all, we are in the phoenix nest now. If you get rid of the control on her, won't our lives be in your hands? Qin Feiyang held a teacup and smiled faintly as he sipped on his tea. The brothers bristled with anger. The Fire Feng people waved his hand and stopped the brothers. He sized up Qin Feiyang and said calmly, Do you think that you can threaten me by controlling Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Fire Feng people said, Although Xiao Wu's life is in your hands now, as long as I say the word, you will never be able to leave the phoenix nest. I think it is worth it to exchange 3 of your lives for Xiao Wu's life. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf's heart skipped a beat. How could he say such a thing? How ruthless. Princess Wufeng was stunned for a moment and said angrily, Father, what do you mean? You don't care about my life? Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. The Fire Feng people glared at her. My child? Princess Wufeng looked at the Fire Feng people in shock. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf were also stunned. Then, they tried to hold back their laughter. What are you laughing at? Princess Wufeng glared at them, her face full of displeasure. You have to understand. As parents, no matter how old or strong their children are, they will always be children in their hearts. This is their love for you. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Get lost. Princess Wufeng shouted coldly. The Fire Feng people looked at the two bickering and frowned slightly. Why was the relationship between these two little fellows a little incomprehensible? Logically speaking, shouldn't his daughter hate this person after being controlled by him? But now, although his daughter scolded Qin Feiyang again and again, he didn't see a look of disgust on her face. Putting everything else aside, this human must have been very good to his daughter during this period. That's enough. The Fire Feng people waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang. Tell me, what is all this about? Qin Feiyang said, Let your daughter do it. The Fire Feng people turned to look at the eldest princess and said, Xiao Wu, tell me, is it Qin Feiyang or Bing Running who wants to kill you? They both want to kill me. Princess Wufeng snorted. Don't joke around. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Women are indeed unreliable. Princess Wufeng raised her eyebrows and pointed at the white-eyed wolf. She said sadly, Father, it not only tortured me, but also teased me. Huh? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Especially Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian. Teased? When did this happen? Ahem. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and said angrily, Bitch, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Who said that I have to be everywhere? And who said that you're more than enough for me? What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Princess Wufeng looked at him with disdain. The white-eyed wolf was speechless for a moment and felt guilty. Brother Wolf, not bad, you're finally enlightened. Don't worry, I'll definitely support you. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. What nonsense are you talking about? At that time, I just thought it was fun and made a joke. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang. Princess Wufeng said again, Father, you don't know, but this damn wolf cub looks down on the power of the Fire Phoenix bloodline. Looks down on the power of our bloodline? The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and said, that, in terms of bloodline, I really don't like it. Sorry, I like to tell the truth. Bastard. The Daifuku brothers were instantly furious. Not only did he tease Her Highness, but he also insulted their bloodline in public. It was simply unforgivable. The Fire Feng people's chief also looked a little angry. He chuckled and said, Then let me see what kind of noble bloodline you have. My bloodline power? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said proudly, Even if I show it to you, you may not know. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. The Fire Feng people's chief sneered. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he said, White-eyed wolf, why don't you let him see it? Maybe he knows the origin of your bloodline power. The white-eyed wolf heard this and felt that it made sense. After all, the Fire Feng people's chief was more knowledgeable than them. Immediately, it waved its claws and a drop of golden blood flowed out and floated in the void. It was as dazzling as gold. The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers looked at the blood and couldn't help but be stunned. Then a trace of surprise crept up in their eyes. As divine phoenixes, they were quite sensitive to the bloodline power of fierce beasts. When they looked at this drop of blood, they immediately judged that this was a bloodline power that was not inferior to their Feng peoples. They could even faintly feel a sense of oppression in this blood. One had to know. The bloodline power of the Fire Phoenix was already the noblest and top bloodline. Even the Fire Phoenix could feel a sense of oppression. One could imagine how terrifying this bloodline power was. However, they really didn't know what kind of bloodline power this was. Because it was also the first time they saw it. Could it be a mutation? The so-called mutation was a newly born bloodline power that didn't exist in the world before. Don't tell me that even you don't know. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three of them. Ahem. The Fire Feng people's chief concealed the embarrassment in his expression and said lightly, We may still need to investigate. If you don't know, then don't pretend. The white-eyed wolf despised him. The veins on the forehead of the Fire Feng people's chief suddenly jumped. Could he save some face? Then he looked at Princess Wufeng and said angrily, Don't mess around. Tell me what's going on. It's actually Bing running. She came to snatch the god-slaying tablet and asked the Ice Phoenix sword to kill me. Princess Wufeng said. Hearing this, the Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers suddenly clenched their fists, making cracking sounds. In other words, Qin Feiyang did save you? The Fire Feng people's chief asked. Yes. If he didn't ask the Sword of Thanatos to protect a wisp of my divine soul, I would have been killed. Princess Wufeng nodded. Damn it. I'll go and settle the score with them. Daifuku roared. That's right. We usually give in to the Ice Phoenix clan. Do they really think that we're afraid of them? Xiao Fu was also seething with anger. Stop! The Fire Foam People's chief shouted. Clan leader, can we still tolerate this? The brothers were stunned and turned to look at the Fire Foam People's chief angrily. The Fire Foam People's chief said in a low voice, do you want to see the Foam People kill each other and eventually be destroyed? No. But they've gone too far, the brothers said angrily. I know what I'm doing. Don't interfere in this matter. I'll deal with it. The Fire Foam People's chief waved his hand, not allowing any disobedience. Hearing this, the brothers' faces were filled with helplessness. Princess Wufeng looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and shrugged. She meant, see? Father won't fall out with the Ice Phoenix clan for me. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf frowned. It was a good thing to consider the big picture, but if they blindly tolerated it, it might be a sign of ignorance. After all, she wasn't an ordinary clansman, but his own daughter. If he didn't stand up for his daughter when she was wronged, then as a father, he would be a little incompetent. Chapter 35-71. However, as outsiders, they really couldn't intervene in this matter. The Fire Foam People took a long sip of tea and calmed the anger in their hearts. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I heard that the first prince of the dragons challenged you today. Senior, you've been paying attention to this matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. And your son, Pyrotechnic Glow. I really don't know where he got the courage to come and challenge little Qin Zi. The white-eyed wolf's words were full of contempt. The Fire Foam People were very unhappy with the white-eyed wolf's attitude. He was a guy who deserved a beating. He said faintly, of course I gave him the courage. Then where did you find the courage? The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly. The Fire Foam People suddenly stood up and said angrily, are you challenging my patience? The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. You're the clan leader of the Fire Phoenix clan. In front of you, how can I not obediently lie down? Although he said so, there was no respect at all. If not for Long Chen's appearance, he and Qin Feiyang would have died in the hands of this person, so he had been unhappy. Brother Wolf King, let's talk nicely. Actually, the Fire Foam People are quite a good person. Yun Zhongtian comforted him. I can't tell. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Yun Zhongtian smiled helplessly. There was no other way. This wolf cub was a fearless person. The Fire Foam People took a few deep breaths and returned to their seats. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, tell me, how can I get rid of the control over my daughter? Princess Wufeng also immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Who would want to be controlled by others? No one. Although he knew that Qin Feiyang would not compromise so easily, Qin Feiyang was indeed in a difficult position now. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Since you haven't decided yet, I'll state my conditions first. First, I will not interfere with the dispute between you and the dragons for 1,000 years. You can take it as the Foam People not helping either side. This is my bottom line. Secondly, I will let you leave the phoenix nest safely. Thirdly, this wolf cub flirted with my daughter. I'll pretend that it never happened. At this point, White-Eyed Wolf said angrily, I'll say it again. I didn't flirt with her. However, the Fire Foam People ignored him directly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and continued, fourthly, you saved my daughter. I can agree to one of your requests. As long as it's not too much, these conditions are considered polite to you. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, indeed, it's very polite. However, I don't understand why you won't interfere with the grudge between the dragons and me for 1,000 years. There are some things that I can't control, and I can't decide. For example, above the dragons, there is the Supreme Dragon King. The Dragon King is the true ruler of the dragons. The Fire Foam People said. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf's hearts trembled. Did this mean that the Foam People also had an existence comparable to the Dragon King? There are some things that we can't say clearly. The Fire Foam People said lightly. Okay. I can remove the control of your daughter, but you have to answer a few of my questions. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to the Fire Foam people. What questions? The Fire Foam people heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they could talk. Because he didn't want to make a big fuss. After all, the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. If they really fought, the Foam people would also pay a big price. This would be detrimental to the future development of the Foam people. Therefore, it was best to solve this peacefully. Why did you want to kill me when you knew that I had the purple gold dragon blood? Does the purple gold dragon really exist in this world? If it really exists, what is the relationship between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan and the purple gold divine dragon? Because I found that the dragons and the Foam people immediately changed their attitude when the purple gold dragon blood was mentioned. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Fire Foam people lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he sighed and said, the purple gold dragon does exist in this world. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and asked, where is it now? How many are there? These questions are related to a lot of secrets. Only a few people know about it. I can't tell you, but don't be disappointed. Although I can't tell you these things, there is one thing I can tell you, and that is the origin of the purple gold dragon blood in your body. The Fire Foam people said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists when he heard this. After working so hard for so long, he finally knew the origin of the purple gold dragon blood. He was looking forward to it. A long, long time ago, there was a human man who fell in love with a purple gold dragon. At that time, many people objected. Although this relationship was not blessed by others, they still came together regardless of everything. If my guess is correct, the people of your bloodline should be their descendants. The Fire Foam people said. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. So this was the origin of the Qin clan. Yun Zhongtian asked, then this human man, is his surname Qin? Yes. The Fire Foam people nodded. What is his full name? Qin Feiyang was very excited. This man with the surname Qin was the ancestor of the Qin clan. How could he not be excited? The Fire Foam people shook their heads. Obviously, this was also a secret. The white-eyed wolf said angrily, are you sincere or not? Isn't it just a name? I didn't ask you to say anything else. If I'm not sincere, I won't even tell you this. I'll say the same thing. There are many things that I can't control. I don't ask for your understanding, but don't make it difficult for me. The Fire Foam people said. Qin Feiyang did not tighten his grip. What kind of secret was this? And who was involved? Why was even a super giant like the Fire Foam people so afraid of it? Princess Wufeng glanced at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, then looked carefully at the Fire Foam people and said, Father, I want to know too. Go away. The Fire Foam people glared at her. Even I can't know? Princess Wufeng was unhappy. Not only you, even I only knew about it after I sat on the throne. The Fire Foam people rolled their eyes at her. How ignorant. Then what about the elders of the Foam people? Don't you know? Princess Wufeng was a little unconvinced. Yes. The Fire Foam people nodded. All right. Princess Wufeng nodded helplessly. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang as if to say, I've already helped you, don't blame me. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He looked at the Fire Foam people and said, all right, I won't force you. As for what you said, you can agree to one of my requests. I think. Why don't you lend me a few sovereign divine weapons? The Fire Foam people's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid really didn't know what it meant to be polite. How could he borrow sovereign divine weapons so casually? The Daifuku brothers and Princess Wufeng also looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly. Even for the Foam people, sovereign divine weapons were the most precious treasures of the clan. How could they lend them to others? Even to future enemies. One will do. Qin Feiyang also knew that this was impossible, but he was still a little unwilling to give up. Not one, not even half. Change to another condition. The Fire Feng people shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, I don't need anything else. The Fire Feng people said, I don't care. Other than the sovereign divine weapons, everything else is negotiable. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, then how about this, betroth your daughter to the white-eyed wolf. What? The white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng stood up at the same time and glared at Qin Feiyang. The Fire Feng people and the Daifuku brothers' faces immediately darkened. Yun Zhongtian was calmly stroking the beard beneath his chin. That was a good idea. If that ingrate were to become the son-in-law of the fiery Phoenix clan leader, then they would all be one big family. If one's family was in trouble, who would not lend a helping hand? Not even? Qin Feiyang asked. Nonsense. Of course not. The white-eyed wolf, Princess Wufeng, the Fire Feng people's chief, and the Daifuku brothers all shouted at the same time. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. What was he doing? Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. The Fire Feng people rubbed his forehead and sighed, why don't I lend you a sovereign divine weapon? If he really lost his daughter, then the loss would be even greater. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Chief, you can't. If we really lend it to him, then the dragons will definitely misunderstand that the Feng people have formed an alliance with him. Moreover, what if he doesn't return it to us? The Daifuku brothers immediately stopped the Fire Feng people's chief. So what if it's a misunderstanding? Would the dragons dare to attack our phoenix nest? As for whether he will return it or not, that's even less of a concern. Because in this world, no one can restrict the freedom of a sovereign divine weapon. The Fire Feng people's chief smiled proudly and looked at Qin Feiyang. But we won't lend it to you for free. After this, not only will you have to return it to us intact, but you will also have to return the God-slaying tablet to us. As expected, you haven't forgotten about the God-slaying tablet. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The Fire Feng people's chief hadn't mentioned the God-slaying tablet before, so he was still a bit hopeful. He smiled and said, I will definitely return the sovereign divine weapon to you, but let's talk about the God-slaying tablet later. After all, we have to respect the sovereign divine weapon's will, right? The Fire Feng people's chief laughed and said, it seems that you are very confident that you can persuade the God-slaying tablet to follow you. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, but we have to try. The Fire Feng people's chief looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then turned to Princess Wufeng and said, Xiao Wu, the God-slaying tablet is yours. You decide. Then let the God-slaying tablet stay in the Black Tortoise world. Princess Wufeng's eyes flashed and said with a smile. Ah. The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers looked at Princess Wufeng in surprise. Father, you don't know, but the Black Tortoise world is an independent world. The God-slaying tablet is now absorbing the origin energy there. Its evolution speed is much faster than absorbing the gravity in the gravity region. Princess Wufeng said telepathically. An independent world. The three's eyes trembled. I'm not fooling you. I've been in the Black Tortoise world for tens of thousands of years. I know the situation there like the back of my hand. Princess Wufeng said to herself. Tens of thousands of years? The three were stunned. I forgot to tell you that the Black Tortoise world has a time array that lasts 1 day and 1,000 years. Princess Wufeng said telepathically. I see. The three suddenly understood. No wonder she had such a cultivation at such a young age. Right. There's one more thing. I heard that Qin Feiyang has the first volume of the alchemy scripture. Princess Wufeng suddenly said. What? The first volume of the alchemy scripture. Doesn't that mean they've all opened the door of potential? The three were shocked. Yes. Not only them, but many creatures in the Black Tortoise world have also obtained potential pills. These are the pills that can open the door of potential. However, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf thought that I didn't know and tried to hide it from me. Princess Wufeng smiled proudly. Chapter 3572. The first volume of the Pill Codex. The Fire Fong people took a deep breath and said telepathically, Xiao Wu, continue to follow them. Why? Princess Wufeng asked quickly. She was annoyed when she saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. If she continued to follow these two bastards, wouldn't it affect her mood? For the first volume of the Pill Codex, of course. If the Fong people can get the first volume of the Pill Codex, we will be able to suppress the dragons. The Fire Fong people's voice was full of hope. But they know the importance of the Pill Codex. You said that you will attack them after 1,000 years. How can they give it to us? Princess Wufeng said secretly. So, it depends on your ability. No matter how bad it is, we have to find a way to make them help you open the door of potential. You are my daughter, and also the #1 person in our Fire Phoenix clan. However, Bing Running is not bad either. The most important thing is that she is more ruthless than you. To be honest, if this continues, I am really worried about you. But if you can open the door of potential, I don't think Bing Running or the other clansmen will be able to shake your position. The Fire Fong people said telepathically. Princess Wufeng thought for a while and sighed. Although it makes sense, it will be difficult to make Qin Feiyang help me open the door of potential. Everything depends on effort. The Fire Fong people smiled secretly. Clan leader, Your Highness, we don't have to go through so much trouble. We can use our advantage to negotiate with him. Daifuku said suddenly. What advantage? The Fire Fong people looked at him suspiciously. Our advantage is that we are strong and have many Dominator Divine weapons. Didn't you agree to lend him a Dominator Divine weapon? Why don't you lend him another one? Use it to exchange for the pill to open the door of potential. Actually, I agree with Your Highness. It is too difficult to take the Pill Codex from him. If that's the case, why should we take this risk? Patriarch, you must know that Qin Feiyang is able to live so comfortably under the pursuit of the dragons. It can be seen that he has extraordinary means. And you want His Highness to snatch the pill scripture. If he succeeds, it's fine. But if he fails and falls into Qin Feiyang's hands, do you dare to imagine what will happen to His Highness? Daifuku thought. He had considered everything thoroughly. Because he was a bystander, he was not blinded by greed. As for the Fire Fong people, upon hearing that the first volume of the Pill Sutra was in Qin Feiyang's hands, the greed in his heart instantly caused him to lose his usual wisdom. That makes sense. When the Fire Fong people's chief heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. How foolish. How could he use his daughter's life as a stake? If we really want to get the Pill Sutra, I think there is only one way, and that is to form an alliance with Qin Feiyang. After all, the reason why he came to us Fong people is to form an alliance. But Patriarch, you don't agree. Although we don't know why, since you don't agree, we can only take a step back and try to open the door of potential for His Highness. I think as long as we make it clear and don't play any tricks, Qin Feiyang will consider it. Daifuku thought. I also agree with Big Brother's suggestion. Air Fu echoed. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let His Highness take the risk. The Fire Fong people's chief glanced at the two brothers and sighed. I'm the patriarch of the family. At the critical moment, I'm not as rational as you. I didn't even consider Xiao Wu's safety. I'm not worthy of being a father. Patriarch, don't blame yourself. Because we know that no matter what you do, your first consideration is the interests of the entire Fong people. The two brothers comforted him. The Fire Fong people's chief shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Qin, since Xiao Wu said so, I'll leave the god-slaying tablet in your Black Tortoise realm. Also, I can lend you a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. However, I have a condition. The Fire Fong people's chief said. Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this. After all, a person like the Fire Fong people's chief wouldn't help him for no reason. The Fire Fong people's chief said, My condition is that you open the door of potential for Xiao Wu and Little Hui. Little Hui? Princess Wufeng and the Daifuku brothers were stunned. The Fire Feng people's chief glanced at Princess Wufeng and said, "With such benefits, we can't forget your brother." Princess Wufeng couldn't help laughing. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but frown when they heard the Fire Feng people's chief's condition. How did this person know that he could open the door of potential for others? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, "Has Princess Wufeng left the Devil's Land these years?" "She often runs out." The White-Eyed Wolf secretly said. "She often runs out?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, didn't this woman already know the potential pill like the back of her hand? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned and said, "Didn't you not restrict her freedom?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I didn't restrict her freedom, but it's only limited to the Devil's Land. If you let her run out, then how can our secret be hidden? You're really unreliable. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The White-Eyed Wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang didn't have the strength to complain. This was common sense, okay? Was there a need for a special reminder? Since things had already come to this, there was no point in saying more. Besides, in fact, in the Sky Cloud realm, the situation in the Black Tortoise realm was no longer a secret. As for the pill to open the door of potential, although not many people knew about it now, it would definitely be exposed to the world in the future. It was only a matter of time. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang, who was silent for a long time, and said with a smile, "I don't think this condition is too much, right? It depends on how you calculate it. If I only borrow it once, then I will definitely suffer a loss. After all, no matter how powerful the sovereign divine weapon is, it's not as valuable as opening the door of potential, not to mention helping the siblings open it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Fire Feng people narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this little guy was difficult to deal with. He smiled and said, "Then, what do you think is not a loss?" "The right to use it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "The right to use it?" The Fire Feng people was taken aback. "That's right. Senior, didn't you promise that you won't interfere in the feud between me and the dragons for 1,000 years? Then you might as well give this junior the right to use it for 1,000 years. In other words, after 1,000 years, this junior will return the two sovereign divine weapons to you." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. 1,000 years, the Fire Feng people lowered his head and didn't say anything. Daifuku secretly said, "Patriarch, 1,000 years is very fast, it doesn't matter." The Fire Feng people sighed and said, 1,000 years is very fast, but there are also many variables in 1,000 years. Daifuku was silent for a while and said, "Then you decide for yourself." Indeed. For cultivators, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Basically, a closed-door training was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. However, if 1,000 years were to be spent on Qin Feiyang, a human, it would be hard to predict the changes that would occur. "Senior, take your time to think about it, there's no hurry." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank leisurely. Yun Zhongtian looked at this scene, and was more and more impressed with Qin Feiyang's state of mind. Facing the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, he could still be so calm. How many people in the world could do that? The Fire Feng people pondered for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right, I agree to give you the right to use it for 1,000 years, but you must promise to return it to me after 1,000 years." "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Wufeng said, "Don't just talk, make a blood oath too. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking." The White-Eyed Wolf glared fiercely. Princess Wufeng's face darkened, and said angrily, "Damn wolf cub, are you asking for a beating? Can you do it?" The White-Eyed Wolf looked at her mockingly. Princess Wufeng was speechless. With the 5 supreme laws, unless it was a powerhouse like her father, the average person would not be enough to fill the gaps between the White-Eyed Wolf's teeth. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "Forget about the blood oath. I believe in your character, so please do not betray my trust in you." You trust me, so of course I will not betray you. This is the basic principle of life. Qin Feiyang smiled. Very good. The Fire Feng people waved his hand, and 2 dazzling divine lights appeared. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Zhongtian looked up, and saw a divine jade and a thin sword floating in front of the Fire Feng people. The divine jade, Qin Feiyang had seen it before. When he was in the inner region, the divine jade was floating above the Fire Feng people's head. And that thin sword was about 3 feet, and 2 fingers wide. Its appearance was similar to the Ice Phoenix sword. But the difference was that the Ice Phoenix sword seemed to be condensed from ice, and this thin sword seemed to be cast from magma, and a fire phoenix could be faintly seen dancing on the sword's body. These 2 sovereign divine weapons are the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix divine jade. From now on, they will listen to your orders. However, they also have their own principles, and will never harm the Fire Phoenix clan. Do you understand? The Fire Feng people asked. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, except for the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix divine jade would obey all other orders. The Fire Feng people waved his hand, and the 2 sovereign divine weapons immediately swept in front of Princess Wufeng. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Little Dance will be with you for the time being, and after this lesson, I don't feel at ease leaving her alone outside, so I gave her to protect herself first. When she opens the door of potential, if she wants to be separated from you, she will hand her over to you. But don't worry, this won't affect you from commanding the 2 sovereign divine weapons. The Fire Feng people laughed. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as the 2 sovereign divine weapons listened to his orders, it wouldn't matter much even if they were given to Princess Wufeng. Princess Wufeng put away the 2 sovereign divine weapons, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We've talked about everything, and it's time to settle the score with Bing running. It seems like you can't wait." Qin Feiyang laughed. Nonsense. Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Princess Wufeng sneered. With the sovereign divine weapons, she was more confident.